Uh, what's up, people? What's up? We're back. We're back. We're feeling good. We're feeling great. What's up, everybody in the chat? Even though there's no one there at the moment, we're just talking to myself at the moment, but it's me. We're back. We're better than ever. We're going to go in and we're going to talk about the news, baby. So, with that being said, it's your boy Aaron, and this is the Risk Beyond America, man. I think this is like episode like 21 now officially. Episode 21. Lots been going on, man. We've been getting a little bit of motion lately. Things are starting to we're starting to get a little somewhere with it. We're starting to get somewhere, if I will say so myself, so that's good. We're starting to get somewhere with these debates. Every night has been kind of good so far as having good conversations. Last night was a little crazy. Last night, the Red Scare entered the chat. That's what me and Bianca are saying, right? We're over here, we're like, just dude, the commies full on just came in and they swept us. I mean, they were out here and they took over the conversation last night, man. So it was a little wild. It was a little wild, So if you did not get to tune in, it's on YouTube right now. Go ahead and go watch that episode. It is 5 hours long. It is a really good episode. But I'm hoping tonight's gonna be an even better one. So with that being said, man, I'm gonna probably throw on live here in a minute. I'll probably just throw on live now. Fuck it, let's just go live. I'm gonna change the title of the how do you feel about America? Feel about. I can only put so much in the freaking main title. What do I say? It's like I can't even put how do you feel about America? Oh, I can. Should I just put that?
Yeah.
How do you feel about America?
Yeah.
As the title for people to come in?
Simple as
that. This is America. Fuck what you tripping on.
that. Oh
Dumb as fuck. Yeah, so one of the biggest things that I really wanted to cover today is just, time and time again, man, I advocate for, the First Amendment. The First Amendment is the most important amendment, and it seems like today, right now, we're having a little bit of a threat to that, man. And I just wanted to go over this little quick video real quick before we go. Oh, what's good, Kaden? What's good, bro? I'll throw you on.
Hello.
What's good, bro?
What's up, buddy?
Man, I'm chilling. I'm chilling, man. How you doing today, man?
I'm tired today.
Dude, I feel you on that one, man. I was
Like
like, dude.
the Mr. Sandman came and put some extra dust on us, I guess.
Yeah, man, for real. It was the conversation last night, man. It was exhausting.
For real, that you're not wrong.
No, man, I was telling my wife like right after. I was like, dude, the night before I felt like really good about it, but like last night, like I ended it and I was like, man, that was stressful. I was like, that was more my cortisol was up. Yeah, man. We're gonna try to
But
do
it's
better
okay
about
because I've
managing
done my
it.
research on three main topics and I have like resources and notes taken and everything else. So therefore, I I kind of understand the whole conflict as a whole now.
Of the Iranian conflict, correct?
Iranian conflict, the Gaza conflict, and then what was talked about at the White House and Congress today.
Right. If you want to go ahead and start, man, we can go ahead and start. Maybe
Shit, I don't want to
maybe
start.
he said we. I don't want to start.
I like having my facts.
He said, "No,
I
I
gotta
hear you,
have ammo
man.
for my arsenal, brother.
I hear you on that one, bro. I mean, did you see that they were planning on? I don't know if this is like a fit. I mean, it's coming from the Wall Street Journal, but it was 2 hours ago saying the Pentagon is weighing in on sending an additional 10,000 troops to the Middle East.
No, I did not see that actually.
Yeah, man, it
That's
just
like
came.
recently?
Yeah, 2 hours ago.
Oh, 2 hours ago. Holy shit.
Yeah, yeah. The Pentagon is looking at sending up to an additional 10,000 ground troops to the Middle East to give them President Trump more military options, even as he weighs peace talks with Tehran. What's
Right.
up,
Because
everybody
I
in the
mean,
chat?
military action's not off the table currently until these deals are negotiated. We just have to make sure that they're going to be taking certain deals because once again, the whole world takes Iran as a threat currently, and then if they have nuclear power, I mean that's even worse. With them making threats and such, I mean, it's great that we have action over there currently right now. And I'm not supporting war whatsoever, but
Right.
I do say we need to support military interests or American interests with military force with Iran.
What you feeling about that, Steve-O?
The only interest that we're supporting is Israeli interests. So
I don't know about that, man. There's a lot of evidence claiming that Iran was doing a lot of things that they shouldn't have been doing,
oh yeah, according to who?
according to a lot. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Anybody that's watching the chat right now, y'all can request to get in, man. We can get more people going in the conversation. If you're trying to request, man, just let me know.
So the whole point of this, anyways, is just because of the nuclear threshold. That everything's directly tied in with the collapse of the 2015 nuclear deal, right?
Right.
So why has Bibi Netanyahu been saying that they're 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb since 1995? For 30
is
years,
true.
they've been 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. How is that possible?
Yeah, I
Right.
think I think that what came out was that there was suspicions of them just enriching uranium. But I mean, did you watch that the Joe Kent interview with Tucker Carlson like a week ago that came out? Are you aware of Joe who Joe Kent
I heard of
is?
him. Yeah, I heard of what he said about Iran and how he, obviously left the Trump administration and whatnot.
What about you, Kaden?
Joe Kent, yeah.
Yeah, so like, basically, the director of counterintelligence and everything, and he kind of came out and said like after he resigned and on the Tucker Carlson interview, and I mean, it's only as credible as you want to take it, but he was saying that there was no like direct evidence saying that there was, that Iran was doing it. I mean, the Ayatollah, I mean, like I said, we can only take so much of what their government says at face value too. I mean, I can't necessarily take everything they say and just accept it, but from what
I mean,
I've
Israel
read,
funds them.
Yeah, I mean, so like I was trying to say, that there's
yeah.
no manufacturing proof of nukes exactly, but there is proof of them having 60% enriched uranium, and which all you need is 90% to create weapon grade enriched uranium. If you're having 60% already, that's not for civilian use.
Wait, but I thought that Trump got rid of all their nuclear weapons 6 months ago, or any means of them making it 6 months ago.
I mean, that's what I thought as well. But then again, I mean, they're already breaking just rules across
Is
the
he showing
whole.
his feet?
I mean, as a whole, dude. If you really look at it, I mean, like every other country out there really agrees with it. From what I
Wait, so
understand, support by the
Israel
UN,
Israel
Israel.
constantly breaks its ceasefire with Gaza. Should Gaza be allowed to bomb Israel now?
No,
Because Israel has constantly broken the
because
ceasefire.
Gaza's
That
ran
is
by a
so.
terrorist
I will
Oh
say
organization.
my!
this. I don't know. Like, I was doing a little bit more research too, Kaden, about just like what's going on with Palestine and everything. And I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but I will say this: up from 2006 to 2002, I believe Israel was illegally targeting Palestine before the 2003 attacks. So I mean, there's a lot that like goes into it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even the creation of the state did result in an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in 19 what 48, 47. Because a lot of people, they don't really understand the context of how Palestine was created. And it goes back to the Balfour Decree back in like what 1913. And if you don't know what the Balfour decree is, basically he was a politician in the UK at the time, and what he did was he wrote up a decree and sent it to the Rothschilds. This is a real thing. And the Rothschilds being, one of the most powerful banking families in the entire world, even especially pre-World War I, World War II, they had a lot of control. Who's to say
Oh,
that
they
they
still
don't still
are.
right now? They still do. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Right?
I
So,
mean, look at the countries that don't have a centralized banking system.
exactly, the
It's
ones that are getting
Venezuela.
attacked.
It's Iran. Yeah, it's Cuba.
Exactly.
It's North Korea.
So basically, yeah, and exactly. So basically, Balfour he basically wrote this decree and said that we are declaring a Jewish state in Palestine for Jewish people, and this is
Yeah.
politicians in the UK basically deciding what goes in a little island, the furthest west part of Europe, deciding what goes on in the on the edge of the Mediterranean, right? And this is in the 1910s. So it's a coordinated role like a series of events basically after with the destabilization of the Ottoman Empire, with Lawrence of Arabia being basically an M16 agent or whatever working for Britain and basically helping overthrow the Ottoman Empire. It basically sent the entire Middle East into disarray, right? And Winston Churchill was basically the guy that just drew lines all over the freaking map of the Middle East. Was like, this is a new state, this is a new state, and this is a new state. And that's why you have so much feuding going on within the Middle East, is because Western politicians quite literally injected themselves into Middle East politics as early as 18 at the end of World War I, and has caused this destabilization as to what we see right now. So, I know it's easy to look at like just 2023, but man, this goes back so much further than any of us realize, man. I mean,
it goes back 3,000 years back when Israel built the Jewish kingdom. I mean, it has a lot of history behind it. Absolutely, man.
Well, the modern day Jews are not the Jews from the Bible. They're actually Turkish.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of the modern day Jewish people that are living and occupying in Palestine at the moment are Eastern European Jews and everything. And I mean, Jewish people. I don't know. I can't say that.
No, they claim to be the direct descendants of Abraham, but that's just not possible, and it's just not true.
Right, 100%. And I mean, Zionism is quite literally a lot of people paint it as this thing where it's, oh, we just want a home for the Jewish people. But if you actually go look up what Zionism means, it is early, the guy that they were talking about yesterday, Herzl or whatever, basically he when he wrote or was writing up the theory, the philosophy of Zionism, it basically was to eradicate all of the Saudi Palestinians that were in the area of, old Judea. What up, Nate? You gonna get up in here? Or you gonna keep being a keyboard warrior, bro? Sorry, man. This guy Nate be coming in my comments and my chat all the time. He likes to troll, bro. He don't ever want to speak on nothing, bro. He just thinks that I'm an average
honestly,
liberal.
I feel like that whole Gaza Strip conflict is just
appreciate
based
the follow,
off of
bro. Finally,
Palestine
I got him.
And
Sorry,
the Israelites. I mean, they both just constantly terrorized each other.
Right,
Over
exactly.
history, man. And that's exactly what it is. It's just control over the land and them not being happy with deals and et cetera, et cetera. It's quite literally just it's history repeating itself over and over for the last how many fucking years? It's ridiculous.
Thousands, hundreds, right? I mean,
It's
seriously, I mean, the whole
ridiculous.
area has been in disarray, and that's like, especially like us, and like, it's hard for us to interject ourselves, I think, into those issues because they go back so much further than any of us think, right? I mean, a lot of us are ignorant to the fact that it is that old of a conflict, and I mean, it's not really something that we can just settle with Western diplomacy.
Yeah, I mean, the Arab conquest took place 14 years after the Israelites established their kingdom, and like after that, it was just a complete mess. Even before then, with the indigenous tribes there, including like the Canaanites and everything else, they've constantly just went after each other with just all hate. That's all it's always been.
And I will say this, one of the biggest things that we're supposed to pride ourselves as a nation, right, is being Christians. And what separates us between the Jewish people and the Muslims, bro, that we follow Christ. And what did Christ teach us? To love our neighbor, and love God. Those are the two most important commandments that he gives us at the Sermon on the Mount. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So, and then we got to go have some crusades to take back the Holy Lands.
For real, bro.
I need the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church to come together and declare crusades in the Middle East, and for the Christians to go take over Jerusalem. I
feel like there's a quote in the Bible somewhere that says
to Christians.
Something along those lines. Not exactly that, but something such.
The Holy Land, they belong to Christians. They belong to the true Israelites. The Christians are the chosen people of God, not these fucking Zionists. And definitely not Muslims who are pedophile followers.
I will say this: a lot of people don't realize, though. I mean, a lot of people have their their hatred towards other people with different religions, and I mean, I understand that it's a very very chaotic world. But what we have to do is try to like
Mm-hmm.
we have to see past that. You know, not all Zionists
Yeah.
are Jewish people, right? Not all Jewish people are Zionists. You know, especially me, I try to really understand that. And same thing with
But
like
all
not all.
Zionists are satanic.
I mean, honestly, me as a Christian, I have had multiple different times Jewish and Muslim friends, and that's never been really a reflection of my friendships. Like,
Right.
it doesn't really matter your race, it doesn't matter your religion, in my opinion. I mean, I just like good people, and plus, I won't lie, like Muslims, they're very wise, especially American Muslims. They're just very wise and very friendly. You know.
Nah, I disagree.
I mean, I
I
live in
think
a really, I
I
live in an area where
disagree.
there is a lot of them, and they are very, very kind. I go to school with a lot of them, and I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm
quite literally,
saying.
like they're some
I
of the
have
coolest people.
there
So
was
it's
very
like
few of
not
them that
all of
went
them
to
are
my
as
school,
radical.
but
There's extremists in every single like type of religion. I mean, there's extremists in
oh,
Christianity,
absolutely.
Judaism. There's extremists in the Islam faith, and we you know not all of us are like that. Not all of us are that extreme to the point where we're gonna go out there and we want to go commit harm onto people, right?
Right.
Because
Now when you go into government and start placing like Sharia law and shit, that's a different story though. Can we all
right.
agree?
I 100% agree. And that's, but I also try to say that we have to be careful of like right wing Christian extremism getting to that point too, because there isn't much difference between right wing Christian extremism to Sharia law, is there? I mean, it's
Like
oppressive
what?
in
Honestly,
every
no,
way.
I don't really
Like
I
know.
mean, I grew up very
what is
Christian
wrong with
traditional. I grew up 7-day Adventist, if you know what that is.
I
Go
have no
look.
idea. But what's
It's
wrong
one of
with
the.
being a devout Catholic or Orthodox?
There's nothing wrong with that. I think that it's one. I think everybody should be able to practice whatever they want to practice. Let's just not be so extreme to where we're using our religions to project harm onto people or try to control what people do with themselves.
Agreed,
Especially
because that's
because we're not a
extremeness.
theocracy,
Not
we're a
harm, but we
democracy. You know, like
no, but
our
not
backbone of
harm,
our
but we should
country should still
definitely
be democracy and not theocracy.
Yeah.
Because
nah.
that's what happens with those countries that y'all don't like, or these extremist like religious ones. I mean, there's a reason why. Come on, the
You have
Protestants
events like
fleed.
Gaza.
They fleed the UK or with England in the 1600s due to religious persecution. They didn't. They came here and they made it a. It made it. No, they wrote it into our constitution to have that separation
Well, the
because they don't.
Protestants don't even follow the true church.
And that's the thing. I think there's a lot of these denominational battles. And I mean, at the end of the day, aren't we all just followers of Christ and the teachings of Christ?
I mean, so who
Yep.
put those teachings together of Christ?
There's, I mean,
His disciples.
hundreds of factions in the Constantinople at the Council of Nicaea in year 430. Because come on, man, for 430 years there were
The
factions
Catholic
of
Church
Christianity.
canonized it. The
You said what
Catholic
happened?
Church canonized the Bible.
But you got to understand that Jesus never wanted it to be institutionalized. Paul did. That's
No,
Paul's
Jesus left us
teaching.
a church. Jesus
No,
left us a church, not a Bible.
Paul
Where-
created
where-
a church because he was
where-
able to freely travel throughout Rome because he had Roman citizenship. So he was
Where
able to
in the
go and
Bible-
spread the gospel in a way. But him and the disciples constantly disagreed, bro. They didn't.
Where
I
in
mean,
the
Paul
Bible
never
does it
knew
say Jesus left us a Bible? Where in the Bible does it say Jesus left us a Bible? It says he left us a church.
And he told us that church, like, we didn't need to be getting together in these big sanctuaries and being showy.
And look at the Protestant churches. It's exactly that. It's huge churches with mega churches with these pastors
Right. We were talking
know,
about that at one point. We're against
begging
that.
for money.
Look at the Catholic Church itself. It's the biggest church in the entire world.
It's the Church of Jesus Christ. Of course, it's the biggest church.
I feel like that's debatable because I feel like, I mean, the Church of Jesus Christ should be the words of Christ himself.
It should be the church that he
I
left
feel
us.
like
Actually,
What's your
the
favorite Jesus
dominating
scripture?
denomination
What's your
is
favorite quote of
probably
Jesus
the
Christ?
Catholic.
my favorite quote of Jesus
What
Christ:
four gospels have the words of Jesus Christ, bro?
Mark, Matthew, Luke, John.
All right, and are any of those your favorite like gospels, or do you quote Corinthians or Timothy 1 and 2 or Romans? Words of Paul and Timothy.
I
More than
do
you quote our Lord Jesus Christ.
I would say I don't know it verbatim, but my favorite quote by him is when he's cursing a fig tree.
Okay. So what I guess what I'm trying to say is, where does Jesus advocate for any of the ideology of like the Crusades or anything like that, or even of us advocating for violence or oppression?
I,
Because
I
Jesus
never.
Christ was an anti-institutionalist that quite literally was killed because he went against the law and he called out pastors, he called out the Pharisees for being hypocritical and pious, for
Yeah.
saying that. And we see a lot of people right now, especially in our government, who are pious and act as if they're holier than
Yeah, and
thou.
then we have like sissy Christians saying like, "Oh, it's okay to be gay." Oh, like no, Jesus, Jesus would have
Jesus
went. Jesus,
recognized three genders when he recognized the eunuchs. When, if you ever go look at the story of the eunuchs, eunuchs back in the day were considered the third gender of that entire era. So when he recognizes that there are eunuchs who are born this way, people who do it for the kingdom of God, and people who do it for their kingdom of their, like, that they have to serve in the actual physical realm, right? So why would he address a third
wait,
a eunuch that was born this way?
wait. So did God create Adam and Eve, or did He create Adam, Eve, and Steve?
I mean, I have this argument with people all the time. Okay, if God created an Adam and Eve, then wouldn't God be in the image of both man and woman?
Well, isn't the woman a piece of the man? It Eve is his rib, right?
I believe that's something that a lot of people try to take and say. Yes, I think there's actually like there's differing things in Genesis. Actually, if we go and really dive in, I'm not too much of a theological, like, I don't know much about it. I know very little. I've read the Bible like once, or twice. I've read through some things that I felt were important. I mean, I don't necessarily practice in like the most devout way nowadays as I'm older, but I do remember a lot, and I still do understand, a lot of the words of Jesus Christ. And I think that's what I try to hold on to the most, because I mean, at the end of the day, I look at Jesus like as, one of the most important, whether people accept him as their Lord and Savior, or as the most important philosopher that we've ever had in history. He was wise, and he taught us that we need to be good people, and to hold people accountable, but to love them and show them mercy, and that we don't have, a place to judge anybody. I mean, even Paul says that we have no place to judge anybody, that if you judge somebody, you'll be measured with the same judgment that you judged another when it's your time to be judged. So, that's why I say be
It also says
careful.
to
If we
call out and to rebuke sinners too.
Who, Jesus says this?
Jesus did say that. I don't know the scripture verbatim, but he did say to call out your brothers and rebuke them in their sin.
And I mean, I don't know necessarily how to counter that, but there's also a lot of, of words that from Jesus Christ that, I would say go against that right
But
there,
Jesus did. He literally went to the Pharisees and like damn near cussed them out, saying, "You
Yeah, I
guys act
agree.
so high and mighty, but you guys aren't really." Like people act like Jesus was like some guy that was like, yes, he is all
Nah,
loving,
Jesus
but
is
he
the man
definitely.
that flipped the
I
dang table, all because the church was trying to make it once again something you collect
And
profit.
that's what
Jesus
Protestant churches do.
yeah,
expressed
yeah, yeah, yeah,
his
yeah.
Protestant churches
humanity.
have
Steve,
like
real
coffee
quick.
shops in the damn
Yeah,
churches.
you're right. I'm gonna be real, because I have done, when I was doing my research on like Jesus Christ, because I have this book that I was reading recently just about Jesus and right wing extremism. And anyway, it was getting to the fact that Catholicism and Christian Orthodoxy are like the closest to what Jesus would have wanted us to be following. So you are right in the sense that Protestantism, right, and all of the denominations over here have become very showy, right? I mean, they use it as a way to get a following, get people to vote for them, all of that jazz. You know what I'm saying? So I
Or
mean,
for money or whatever it
I
is.
will agree that churches like the Orthodox Church are not as showy as Protestant churches. You don't see coffee shops in an Orthodox church, right? I mean, there's a lot more rules in an Orthodox church. So,
I just
yes,
remember
I
we're
do
not
agree with you
supposed
on
to
that one.
judge, and at the end of the day, we're all sinners. Am I right?
100%. The only perfect man and the only person to be ever perfect was Jesus, right? And that's why he was. That's why he
Yeah,
was
but we're
Jesus.
also taught to go out and spread the word of God and spread
Oh,
the good news of
absolutely.
Jesus Christ too.
Why I tell
But
everyone to have a
we're
blessed
not
day.
taught to be like, hey, yeah, if you're a boy, you can be a girl. And we're
Agree.
not and we're not taught to say, oh yeah, two males can marry, because Jesus said that marriage is between man and woman.
Agree. But that's that. At the end of the day, that's for their judgment day, not for us.
Jesus
Yeah, but that's
actually
for us.
doesn't really talk more. He talks more about adultery and divorce than he talks about whether a man should be with a woman. I mean, he
He
addressed.
did say marriage is between man and a woman.
I mean,
That
I
is
think that
true.
he does say it one time, but what I'm saying is that he was speaking. I mean, I would have to go. I'll have to go refresh my points on this one. But at the end of the day, I know he was more like it's something that's barely spoken about versus when he was speaking about like Jewish men being able to just abandon their wives because women were considered to be nothing in this era. I mean, they
Yeah, but
could
then
be
there
just
also
left
weren't a
and
whole
thrown
bunch
to
of
the
males
dirt.
but there also weren't a whole bunch of males sleeping with each other either before. So then why would he have to talk about that so
Oh,
Oh,
much?
yes,
there
there
was tons
was.
of men. Yeah, Sodom and
Yes,
Gomorrah,
there
bro.
was.
I mean,
You
let's be
think there
real.
was you think that
Do
there
you
was
know the
more
story of
back in the
Lot?
day than now?
Do you know the story of Lot and Gomorrah, man, and
I
Sodom?
don't.
I don't know how much I'm gonna try to like moderate myself saying this because it's bad. But anyways, so do you know who Lot is?
No.
I believe it's Abraham's brother. It's Abraham's brother, right? So Abraham's brother is he the one that I think he invites an angel inside of his home because an angel is sent down to the land of earth, and this is outside of Sodom and Gomorrah. And that night there are men that want to essay the angel, right? So he's like, no, 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 please don't touch this angel. Here are my daughters. Have them. Please just take them. And they actually say no because they want the angel. They want the guy. They like to do it to men. This was quite something. This is why they got struck down as a city, right? And I mean, we all know the story of that after Lot and his family run away and his wife turns back and looks and she turns into what? Like ash and she
Oh
like a
yes,
stone.
yes.
But later that day, Lot, you know what happens that night? Those two daughters end up getting Lot drunk and having sex with them. You can like 2 nights in a row. So it's like
I don't
there's
know.
all kinds of
I gotta
crazy stuff in the Bible.
I gotta listen to the story because I've heard the story. I've heard the part
It's
where she
crazy.
turns around and she looks at the city. But let me ask you this: do you know that story of Abraham and how he was like waiting to have a kid with his
Yes,
wife,
yes.
and then his wife said, "Hey, go with this lady instead." And then he had two sons, and one was basically like a bastard child. I think the name was Isaac. And then the true son, not the true son, but the son that was, with the covenant was Ishmael. And eventually Ishmael led to Jesus Christ, right?
Right.
Do you know what Isaac led to?
Islam.
Yeah, it's Muhammad.
But I will say this:
Muhammad's.
do y'all know that Islam actually recognizes Jesus Christ as the second most important figure of their whole faith?
I mean, even if they
I
recognize
don't.
that, doesn't
He
doesn't help them.
Yeah, he's
It's
recognized
Isa.
as a prophet. I don't think
No,
second
he's
most.
recognized as the Messiah and still supposed to be the one to come and bring us up to heaven. They
I mean,
also
That's
are,
not
they
what I
also
remember
hold,
reading, but I could be wrong.
they also hold Mary to a very high degree. She's the only woman to actually ever be spoken about in the entire Quran.
That I know.
I mean, the entire
So
book.
we have more in common with Islam than we have with Jewish people, and you do not know that let's be real, they've tried to divide Christians and Islamic people for thousands of years, but Islamic people are actually
I
very
feel like
very
Islam's
tolerant of
done that
Christians.
themselves. And Islam's done that themselves. Don't get me wrong, Christians aren't perfect, but let's just look at history.
Yeah, but the Quran, it has so many contradictions.
At the end of the day, remember what you said, they're brothers, so we're brothers.
Isn't it more philosophy than
Shouldn't
anything?
we be? It is. At the end of the day, that's what these conversations. I was reading into Jesus when I was studying philosophy a lot because I really do enjoy like reading about people who.
Yeah, Jesus is a very important
people.
figure, no matter who
Very.
you are.
Regardless if you're of any faith, I think you would have to admit that Jesus Christ was a very, very important figure of history, just because of what he said.
And everyone can confirm that he's a part of history and he's not just some make-believe person because
that's
he's
also
in
true.
multiple different faiths.
That's very true.
Well, all three major faiths, like he was a Jewish man, right? So Jewish people claim him at some way, shape, or form. They say that he was not the Messiah, the prophet that they're waiting for, correct?
Right.
And then you got, the Christian faith based off of Jesus' teachings and whatnot. And then, of course, Muslims, which mention him in his book, as a prophet, but I'm not exactly sure how. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Man, there's a lot that goes into it, man. I'm telling you, these holy wars have been going on forever. Everybody's done everybody wrong. There's so much bad blood at this point, you know. I mean,
But
at
it's
the end
time
of
for the
day-
Christians and the Catholics to unite and finally take control of what's ours.
He's mentioned over 90 times in the Quran, believe it or not.
Who, Jesus?
Yeah.
How many times is Aisha mentioned?
You know how many times he's mentioned in the what, Tehran or whatever? Not any. They say Jesus is boiling in hot crap, bro. You know that's
Oh,
what
the
they
Talmud?
believe, right? Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Have you ever read the Talmud, bro?
They also believe if you're not Jewish, you're just a waste of space.
Goyim.
Be quiet, you goy. Eat your goy slop.
Exactly. I don't know how much more we can say that before, you know, TikTok will flag us. Larry's listening.
He's a prophet and messenger in their eyes.
Right.
So I guess
Muhammad is a P3DO.
he's a
I mean,
servant of Allah.
we had, bro. You act like Americans weren't marrying 10-year-olds
He's
literally
considered
80
the
years
Messiah.
ago.
So yeah, you guys are correct.
Americans were literally marrying kids just 80 years ago. My great
They were
grandpa
marrying
married.
6-year-olds?
My great grandpa met his wife when she was 12, and he was freaking 17.
That's crazy. My great
live in Texas.
grandparents were around the same age.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
they
crazy.
met after World War II. They both fought in World War II together.
Got
A
you.
woman
got you.
fought in World War II?
That's crazy. Yeah, I think there were some women that actually did fight in World War II. Yes, there were.
Yeah,
I think
she
it
was
the first war that we ever had.
telecommunications. He was telecommunications, and then he was some type of transmitter or whatnot. But they both did like electrical shit. So,
Really?
yep.
That's pretty cool, actually.
I remember seeing pictures of both of them. It was really cool. They went to the Stone Temple Island, Easter Island. Yeah, they went there. I saw pictures of there. And then I saw
That's
pictures of them
cool.
in their uniform, them with their friends. It's really cool.
That's actually really awesome. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, a lot of people in this modern age, like we talk about Islam and, oh, well, you know, he married. Yes, I get it. But this was also, we're applying something from 2,000 years ago to today.
I mean, dude, but read the Quran. It talks about how you can literally beat your wife in it.
I think there's a lot of Christians that beat their wives.
Yeah.
I'm from Texas.
You know it's a law in South Carolina. You can bring your wife to a courthouse on courthouse grounds on a Sunday afternoon and open hand beat her.
Yeah,
as
but
much
that's
as you
not
want.
that's not what Jesus taught us. So
I know,
even if
I'm just saying,
Christians
it's
do it,
fucked
not
up.
what- but that's what
Well,
Muhammad taught.
A lot of
Muhammad taught
Christian
that you
men,
can
though, do
deconstruct your
take.
wife.
A lot of Christian men will take the teachings of Paul and kind of oppress women, though. And they don't take the teachings of Jesus.
women-
Jesus was very empowering of women. I mean,
Women
financed
cannot be
his
teachers,
campaign.
and women cannot be teachers. They cannot be pastors.
Jesus
or priests.
argued against that, and that's why he taught Martha and Mary. Come on, man. He said that women have just as much to have a seat at the table and learn with the men as any other person does. While
Yeah,
Mary
but they
was
can't
over there
teach
and
over
mad
men.
and all smug looking at Martha.
Nah, but
I
when,
know a lot about the Bible, bro, and I know a lot about Jesus's campaign. The women financed him. The men were broke. The women are the ones that gave Jesus the money to tour for 2 years. 3 years.
It's true.
This is true. Women literally helped him. You know what? All the men abandoned him when he was crucified. You know who all stayed?
Women,
The women.
took care of him
And
for a while, actually.
they did. They were the only ones to watch him get crucified. You know who Jesus appeared to first? The women, not the men.
The women took care of him after his crucifixion.
Our Lord and Savior
Holy
showed
shit.
himself to the women first before he showed himself to men when he was resurrected. That doesn't seem symbolic to you?
that doesn't mean that women can.
Women were
Teach over
also
men.
the first ones to see him
how?
after his
In what
resurrection.
way?
And usually women weren't quoted back then in that time because there was no respect for them. So therefore, with that being said, if the Bible wasn't true, that wouldn't have been quoted by women, and they would have switched it to men.
Well, a lot of the Bible is just a compilation of scrolls, and they picked and choose what they wanted to throw in there at the council. If you don't know what the Council of Nicaea is, during when Constantinople was the Roman emperor and decided that the Christian faith was going to be the faith of the entire empire, I implore you to go look it up and see what they did. It was multiple factions that believed crazy things, bro. Crazy types of stuff. And they brought all of the factions together and were like, Constantinople was like, I like Christianity. Y'all though, y'all got too many different ideas. Put it together into one book, figure out what's right in there and what's right and what's not. Dude, they were picking and choosing. This is the men from 1600 years ago that wrote. These aren't even people that were a part of Jesus' times that got to choose what was actually in the Bible.
Then how could you even know if what you're reading, like the Gospels, are even true?
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
there's too much proof stating that there's never been anything wrong in the Bible. With that being said,
I
with
mean, the
that
Dead
being
Sea
said,
Scrolls,
the
they
Dead Sea.
they
Some people
they
discredit those, man.
no, they're credited, but they don't include the Gospels. They only include the Old Testament.
Right.
So even if the Old Testament is, obviously it's proven, what about the Gospels? Like, what if those were altered, during all these councils, or, the Catholic Church or whoever had control of the Bible?
Hey man, at the end of the day, I think I just pray for it, man. I mean, I believe, I believe in Jesus. So like, I mean, I'm a Christian at the end of the day, man, so, but I don't have all those answers, like I'm more of a politics guy.
Yeah, but how do you know if you're praying? What if that's the devil listening to you? How could you know if God or not? I'll tell you why.
Because
Because
I mainly stick to the four gospels of the words of Jesus, and I think that as long as I stick to those and have that as my character and always, approach everything with empathy, with love and compassion, and look at everybody regardless if they have the same opinions of me as not as my brother and my sister, and that's why I'm able to do stuff like this and have
and
conversations
that
with
is a
people that are
Christian belief
different than me.
value right there.
wait,
Yep.
so so let's say like you see a couple. Let's say you have a friend and he's a gay friend. Do you tell him of Jesus Christ and tell him that he's sinning or no?
No.
So I got a question. If your friend had cancer and you had
Because
the
I'm
cure to
gonna
cancer, would you give him the cure to cancer?
let me put it this way. I mean, I know that that's real. That's a really nuanced thing because I can go into the abortion thing and be like, okay, well, if you're gonna make a woman, sustain life inside of her body, and have the government make her carry it to term, then why aren't we forced to give up our organs to save people who are, that need those kinds of life saving operations? Why is it that we can make the decision to kill somebody who's brain dead, just
I'm not
because
debating that. I'm
they're
dating biblically wise. I'm saying as a Christian.
I
I'm
know,
saying the
and I
Bible
think that
says that if
okay,
you listen, the Bible says
yeah.
if you know somebody's ought to die and you do not warn them, that their bloodshed lies on your hands. That's what
You
the
don't think
Bible
they've been
says.
warned before?
I always reference the quote that I told you earlier, man, about the eunuchs. Why did Jesus reference those who were born this way, man? I implore you to go look at that verse, and
Okay,
I've
but listen, if
dissected
you
it.
know that
That's
somebody's
him
ought to
recognizing it
die,
and saying that they can still go to heaven. No, he said
if
that y'all still can go to
if
heaven. No, you know what Jesus said at the Sermon on the Mount, my friend? He gave us
what do you say?
very simple rules on how we can get into heaven. Feed my those who feed me when I'm sick, or I mean those who feed me when I'm hungry, those who give me water when I'm thirsty, those who help me when I'm sick, those who help me when I'm poor and give me somewhere to stay, someone who visits me when I'm in prison. Those people will be entered into the kingdom of heaven. And then you know who he says next? Those who denied me water, those who denied me food, those who denied me shelter, those who denied me a visit while I was in prison will be sent to hell. Off with you, you wicked ones.
So how do you get to heaven?
By doing what he just said, being a good
No, it's
person
by
and
your faith in Jesus. Jesus said, "Yeah, I am the
love
light, the way,
your
the truth.
neighbor.
No one
Love your
comes to the Father
neighbor.
except through me."
He said,
That's what he
love your neighbor.
commanded us to do,
Have
but
you
we
ever
go to
read the
heaven.
Sermon on the Mount? It's his
Yeah.
most important sermon.
Have you
It's
read
it.
what Jesus taught though? He literally died for your
Yes.
sins, and if you put your faith in him,
No, that's
then
what Paul teaches.
yes.
Paul teaches that it's through salvation of Jesus Christ. Jesus teaches it's through works. It's through the way that you act. It's through the way that you treat people. Paul misconstrued the entire teachings of Jesus Christ.
No, because Paul said faith without works is dead. So then
Bro,
that'd be
Paul
affirming.
persecuted hundreds of thousands of Christians and said one day, oh, I'm blinded and Jesus talked to me. Jesus never spoke to Paul, and he argued with the disciples. The disciples said, no, what you're spitting is wrong, dude. We walked with Jesus. We were literally with him, and you're not telling the truth. Come on, man. Are you really that's Paulism. That's not Christianity. If you're advocating for Paul over the word of Christ, who is our king, then you're a Paulist. And I try to tell people that a lot, that you follow the words of Paul, not
So
Jesus.
do you follow the book of John?
I follow the gospel of Mark, Matthew, John, and Luke.
Okay, so John was written like many, many, many years later
But
after
he was a
all,
disciple.
and
He
his is the
walked
least.
with Christ.
No, and John's gospel is like the least accredited or the least what do you say?
Knuckles, why don't you get in the conversation then?
It's not
I'm
not
not
as
a
credible.
grifter, promise you
It's
that,
not as
buddy.
credible as any of it's not as credible as any of the Paul letters or any of the other gospels because it was written so much later.
Right.
And it's basically the only gospel that talks about how Jesus is God.
Blah blah blah.
Knuckles, are you here to troll, baby?
Where in
No,
the other gospels does it say that Jesus is
no,
God?
I'm
Are
here
you
to,
here to troll?
I'm here to determine if you're actually full of shit or not.
Buddy, I'm
Like, are
not
you one of
ass
those
hating.
atheist grifters?
What's that?
Like,
Oh, yeah, am I an
accusing
atheist?
Christians of being polyists?
I'm telling
Like,
you,
you're
if you quote Paul before you quote Jesus as one of your favorite quotes, and
Paul
that's
is
in
the
your
first
bio
person
on
who wrote about
Instagram.
the character, bro. You know that.
Oh my gosh, this guy.
Well, I want to hear
What do
this
you mean,
guy
oh my
cook,
gosh?
actually.
What are you talking about? Paul, if
Are
we
you
were to be generous about the
literally acting like a
writings.
Paul lover right now? Paul and Timothy, right?
Oh my
Those are your
God,
favorite?
you are a grifter. You are a TikTok grifter.
Because I'm
That's
saying
you.
that
Yeah,
you
I
should
know.
follow Mark, Matthew, John, and Luke, the teachings of
Yeah,
Jesus
you are.
Christ. Because
No,
I
you know
stick.
what? No,
Are you a
you're that
Christian
dude.
or a
You're that dude.
Paulist? Do you
I'm
follow
a
Christ's
fucking
words?
secular person, bro. I don't believe any of these ancient superstitions, you moron.
Then why are you
You're one of
having
those
this
grifters.
conversation?
Hey, bro,
Because I'm here
relax.
to call out
Just
bullshit
Knuckles,
artists
have
like
simple
you.
conversations, dude. Stop coming in here like
It's not
that,
a
bro.
simple conversation.
Bubba, it's okay. Calm down.
Well, have
You're
peaceful
a dumb punk
conversations, whether you
grifter. Stop
disagree
being
or
a
not.
bitch.
I agree. Yeah, come on. There you
He's
go.
too hot-headed.
Yeah, so I think
Way
religion
too
is
hot-headed.
definitely something that a lot of people. I mean, it's religion, man. A lot of people get hot-headed about that's worse than politics, bro. I mean, dude, come on. We've had wars started over. We were
Well,
talking about at the beginning, man. So yeah, it's
Newsflash:
understandable.
this chat is not about like getting all antsy and angry with everyone. You come in here peacefully, no matter if you you could get frustrated, but like you ain't gonna sit there and call names. It's not
Right.
gonna make anybody sit there feel like they won or lost. It's just uncalled for in
That's the
general.
mentality to have, bro. Hell yeah.
Hey, so host,
What's good, bro?
I want to kind of drift off of religion and whatnot. 'Cause I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah,
we're
that's
gonna
probably
get
good.
anywhere.
Yeah,
I think
'cause
we're just gonna disagree.
let's be real. I'm gonna be real. People are coming in and out, and they're probably like, Paul of religion.
But let me
we
debate
can
you on
talk-
this.
Yeah, what's good, bro?
Racism.
Racism. What about racism?
So
What?
Like,
Hold
what's
on.
the question?
let me hold on. Let me cook. I'm gonna define racism.
Let
For you real
me
quick.
cook. Are you
Because-
gonna come out and say you're
Cook,
racist
bro.
right now?
Hold on.
Let's-
Listen.
No,
Listen.
answer that for me. Are you
No,
about
no.
to come out and say you're racist?
Well, let me define what racism is. Like,
Oh
at the
my
stage,
god,
because
he is,
dude,
dude.
some listen.
Please don't.
Some people have like, race. You can only be racist if you're white, and systemic. Listen, individual racism is just when a person has a prejudice or is judging somebody based solely on the color of their skin.
Correct.
That's what racism is.
Right.
I don't
Agree.
think racism is inherently bad. Debate me.
There you go. You're ruined it. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
You
So let
ruined
me tell
it.
you this.
Okay, I mean,
Right
it's the way
there.
that you approach it. Are you gonna approach it in a?
Okay,
in a,
you have preference. You can say that, but it saying racism is not inherently bad is just the worst thing I could imagine someone getting on here and saying. Like, instead
I'm
of
like trying to figure
like,
out how I even respond
on
to
top
this one
of
without
supporting
getting
I disagree.
Oh,
Wait, so
man.
let me explain. So
Yes,
like I
please
said,
do.
being racist is just judging somebody based on the color of their skin. So look, I'm gonna give an analogy. Let's say there's different breeds of dogs, right?
you are not invited to the barbecue.
Bro,
Caden,
are you
listen.
Are you gonna dogs?
Let me make an analogy. No, this is an analogy. Then I'll tie it back into race. So let's say there's
Oh
dogs,
my.
right? And there's a whole bunch of different breeds of dogs. And let's say growing up your entire life, you were always attacked and always treated poorly by pit bulls. Pit bulls always attacked you. They weren't ever trained, whatever it was. Instinctively, you're going to recognize a pattern that says, hey, these pit bulls tend to be more aggressive.
Mhm.
When I see them, I'm going to judge them and say, hey, they might be aggressive and they might act differently because that's what I've always seen them as. So when I'm walking down the road and I see a pit bull on a leash, I'm like, hey, I might go to the other side of the road. Not because it's 100% going to attack me, but because from my own personal experience, these types of dogs have acted differently. And that's me actively judging that dog. So let's say you're a person let's say you're a Hispanic person, you're brown, and you've always had Asian people
Can I
be rude
interject
to
this in?
you. No, no, no. Let me finish. Let me
All
finish.
right, all right.
You've always had people that are Asian always attack you. Always, you just had bad experiences with them all the time. And whenever you're walking down the road, they call you a spick or whatever. So next time when you're walking down the road, because you recognize this pattern, you're like, "Hey, I see an Asian, someone with tiny, eyeballs walking down the road. I'm gonna walk on the other side of the road, not because these people are inherently gonna be rude to me, but because the patterns that I've recognized these people can be, and I want to save myself the hassle." And that is being racist, and I don't think that that's bad. I think that that's pattern recognition.
So you're arguing pattern recognition. Okay. That's a lot to digest, bro. I guess my first question is, who in your scenario, bro? Who are the pit bulls in life?
If you're asking me personally,
Who are you racist against?
I think
Who are
that
the
I'm
pit bulls?
racist.
I mean, are you
Listen.
the pit bull? I mean, what are you
Yeah, I mean-
advocating for?
Okay, in my
Well,
book, you are in my book personally, you are definitely the pit bull. You are part of the problem.
I think
Sure,
you might
I
be the
think-
pit
I would
bull
like to hear
here.
your reasoning.
Let me talk. I
Alright,
think
bro.
that I judge every single race.
I think everybody's racial, but we don't have to be racist. There's a difference between being racial and racist. Okay, like you could look up the difference, please. Go look up the definition of racial and ChatGPT it. Let's just what's the
I know
difference
what
between
racist
racial
means.
and racist?
I know what racist means. It just
Okay,
means
so
either having
racial
a
is
prejudice
basically
or
a
judging
I think you're
or
talking
judging
more about
somebody
pattern.
basing. No, the sole definition that we agreed on is that it's just judging somebody based on the color of their skin.
Should we
And
look up
if
the
pattern
Webster's
recognition,
definition?
if pattern recognition leads to that, that could be pattern recognition, and it will result in racism. Because if I'm walking down the road and a certain race has always mistreated me, and I walk on the other side, that is inherently judging that person based on just the color of the skin because I've never met them, I've never
I
talked
have
to
a
them,
question.
I just seen
Racism
them.
breeds apartheid states, man.
I have a question.
Yes.
Have you always lived in like all white neighborhoods?
Actually, I've never lived in an all-white neighborhood.
Where are you from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, what's your nationality?
My nationality? American?
Yeah, what race are you?
Well, nationality would be American, right?
Shit,
All right,
my bad. I'm
bro.
sorry. I'm retarded.
I grew up in. Let me put it this way. I grew up in one of the last city, literally the last city to desegregate in the whole entire country. One of them. Look up Mansfield, Texas, and I will tell you right now that racism is not good. Okay, and I don't know what kind of racism you're defining, but I grew up around a different type of racism than some. You're saying that people just it's judging people like what off of their color. Some people are very hateful in their racism. Some
no,
people
listen,
are very
I grew up
racism
with people
can-
racist
listen,
towards
listen,
me.
hold
I grew
on.
up in an all-black neighborhood, and honestly, like, I mean, I still to this day have a lot of black friends. With that being said, I mean, I don't know. That's never impaired my judgment. It's just the character of the people that you're surrounding yourself with.
Wait, so I'm not listen, and I never made the point that racism it can never be bad. I think that people that are racist can definitely do bad things with it. But I'm saying inherently, I don't think racism is bad, and I don't think that judging somebody based on the color of their skin is bad. Now, if
you're
you
advocating for not judging people based off of their skin, you're not advocating for like I judge somebody who like a different color than me as inferior to me,
no,
right?
no.
Because I think that if you go by the real definition, let's see what the definition says that a belief that race is a fundamental detriment of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce
whose
an inherent
definition is that?
superior. This is Merriam-Webster.
Let me pull up the actual definition.
But it's Merriam-Webster. Where else do you go? Isn't that like the main definition place? We can go to Britannica. We could go to Wikipedia if that works. American Psychological Association, Cambridge.
What about the Oxford
That works.
Oxford Library? Yeah,
Let's
all it
listen to it.
simply states.
You put yourself on hold.
No, he went out of the thing.
Oh.
He thinks he's popping off right now.
Oh my! Oh, okay. It literally just says prejudice, discrimination, or basically judging somebody or an individual based on the color of their skin.
So what's prejudice mean?
Prejudice.
Yes.
Well, racism is a type of prejudice, but isn't prejudice just having a set belief for something? Like it could be, either you have a set belief on somebody based on their sex, their race, or whatever it is need be, the nationality.
It's basically like it's just like an opinion that's not based on any reason.
Let me pull. Oh, okay. Let me pull the definition of prejudice.
And discrimination if you want, because they went hand in hand to racism.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like you're just really anxious when you're walking down the street, man.
I mean, dude, we're not over here advocating for racial superiority.
If you're really that
over here.
scared
Walk
walking down
yourself
the
over to
street,
Brillium.
you need to
Wait,
you need to
I
get
never.
a gun.
Hold on. I never said that I did that, but
I think I know what you're advocating for. I think
what's
you're.
your whole point?
What is the?
it was an
argument?
Hold on, listen. It was an analogy. If you guys know
I
what
get
that
it.
is.
Yes.
I wasn't saying if I see a certain race that I walk on the other side of the street.
Right. I know
Because
you
I'm
weren't
not.
saying that.
But
I
what I
think
am
that what you were saying was that, like, without meaning to, that racism is okay. And I know that in your definition, it's different than what a lot of other people's definition is.
Okay,
because
but
at
let's
this
say
You
point,
came
going
to the
off of
right group for educated conversations, though, because like everybody else would just be banning you.
everybody else would have
No,
kicked you for that
actually,
one, bro. I was
no. Actually, people. I've discussed this many times, and people have actually listened and actually been like, "Yeah, that makes sense." So let's go off of my definition.
okay.
Let's say, okay, not even pretend.
He's
racism
trying to
isn't a
turn the
thing.
world racist, bro.
No, I'm not. But let's just say judging somebody based on the color of their skin, is that
Right.
inherently wrong?
Yeah.
Why?
Why
It's
is it
messed
wrong to
up,
judge
bro.
somebody off of their skin? Because there have been many crimes that have been done by judging people off of their skin.
No, but listen, I'm not saying committing crimes, committing violence. I'm
but
saying
it will beget it. It will breed it. Are you
I
white
had
or
a
Hispanic?
whiskey.
oh, I'm white.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, the moderator's asking, what if you were black?
What if I was black?
Yeah, how would you feel about racism? That's a question coming from the moderator.
I would I'd probably be racist myself towards probably white people.
And
Wait, who's the moderator?
And like,
you said, who's the moderator? Bianca.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Like, I think if a black person has grown up around a lot of racist white people and they say, hey, there might be a chance that you're racist because you're white, because they lived that experience and that's what it's pattern recognition. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. If I grew up in the hood and a whole bunch of, black people didn't like me because I was white, and I'm not saying that because I didn't, but I'm just saying if I did, that would be smart of me to say, hey, I'm not gonna go out and commit violence and be like, hey, you're racist. But I could see you and say, hey, there's a chance that you definitely can be racist because of the color of your skin, because that's what I've noticed.
Well, I just feel like if that's the way you view life, you're probably gonna get sued a lot of times throughout life. I mean, by law, if you look it up, discriminating against race is illegal. So therefore, if they find evidence as such, you can be sued every single time.
I think you're
100%.
confused because I'm not saying to discriminate against anybody, but I'm saying
Right,
that you.
I understand what you're saying, but then again, at the same time, the way you're going about it, it wouldn't hold up in the court of law.
Not at all.
But that doesn't make any sense. If I walk on the other side of the street from somebody because of their race, I would never get sued.
But if you own a home and you're trying to rent out a room to someone and you
Yeah, that's
specifically
just
won't
being a
let black
jerk,
people
though.
go,
Yeah.
No, but listen, if
This
I
is like,
if
oh,
I-
my pattern recognition says this guy's gonna be violent or he might hurt me.
No, well, let me tell you. So let me tell you this, Caden. So if I'm renting out a house and I've rented out to 5 black people so far, and they've always trashed the house, when a black person applies, I'm not gonna say you can't rent it out because you're black, but I could be like, hey, in the back of my mind, I've had 5 black people trash this home. let me just ask them a couple more questions. Let me just dive deeper into them to make sure that they're not going to do that. I'm not saying that they're going
I
to.
come from a white family that's done that shit.
It could go the same with white people. I was just giving an
it
example.
goes both ways. It goes both ways.
If a black person rented out a house to 5 white
my
trash
family was
people
pretty bad,
and
growing
they
up.
smoked meth in the trailer home and it was
Mine
all
did.
white people, then they can go, you know, the next time they rent it out to white people and just say, hey, just so I get this out of the way, do you smoke meth? That's not racist. That's just them.
Because
don't
I
want
can argue
meth head in the damn
everybody's
trailer
human,
home
and
again.
white people, Mexican people, black, but it
yeah,
don't matter your race. They can all
Yeah.
do that at the end of the day. So therefore, I mean, once again, still doesn't hold up, bro. It's just like understand your ideology if you want to let me talk for a second here, because there's a lot of other people that view it the exact same way, such as KKK members. They're not out to be rude to black people. They're not out to be rude to different races. They just have standards, right? And that's one of their standard that according to what they believe. Same with gangs out in Chicago, right? You cannot join if you white. Let's be honest, right? And there's a lot of them. You specifically have to be black, or you specifically have to be Mexican. You know, I mean, there's biker clubs out there that are the exact same way that use that same method
That's
of thought.
that's like gang culture, though. I mean,
Right. I mean, I'm just saying, if that's
I
what
think
you
that
believe, that's where you fit in.
No,
you
but
know?
I think that you're confusing what I'm saying because I've never advocated for discrimination. I'm not just saying discriminate somebody based on their race, but I think that you can have a judgment on somebody on their race from previous or past experiences that you've had.
I'm saying that breeds more and more anger and contempt towards the other race.
I was about to say, it's not about the race, it's just what you've experienced from certain people because of their character.
Right. 100%. Like that's like me, bro.
Making it about race
look,
is
I mean,
racist.
look, bro. I worked as like an Uber driver, right, for like a long time. And you know, one night I was out driving around like at 3:00 in the morning. I was supposed to pick up some, you know, girl, but instead it was actually some guy that got in my car, and he was a black guy, right? I mean, and he put me through a very, very terrifying experience. All right, but I'm not gonna go and after that just hate every single black person because one person, you know, put me through some type of frightening experience for an hour. That's one person, and it's happened to white people before. For me, I've had uncomfortable situations with Mexicans before. I've had uncomfortable situations with Asians before, but that shouldn't beget racism or say that, hey, that's okay to be a little bit racist or racial towards people.
Wait,
Because-
but you guys are confusing me because I literally never said that.
Terrell David said, how did I get here? Do you want to get in the conversation, Terrell? Everybody, we got 4 spots, homie. 4 spots.
Host, I was saying that if you had an Uber and it was always white people coming into your Uber and always trashing it, then you'd probably think white people are more likely to trash my Uber because they are. If one white person came into and trashed it, then that's not justified for you thinking, okay, white people are more likely to trash it. But if it's constantly white people, then that would make sense.
I think we're gonna probably have to agree to disagree on this one, bro. Because I don't think that you're gonna get us to admit that I think that racism is inherently okay. You know?
Yeah, I don't care
You got
what
another
you
argument?
say. I'm just, I don't know. I guess I'm born from a different place. I was surrounded by different races all my life. I don't look at someone and immediately think this way because of a certain experience. It's all about character, and you can tell their character by how they approach you, the clothes they wear, stuff like that. You can tell, are they dirty, are they clean, just the way they look. You know,
Appreciate the follow,
obviously.
Terrell. Appreciate the follow.
But to go out and just talk about race like that, and I just don't agree with that ideology.
Man. It's just
Yeah,
a
I
wild
mean,
take.
I agree, and I think that everybody is racist, and I think it's okay to be racist.
Everybody's racist. I said like I told you, there's a difference between being racial and being racist. Like racial is a tribute. You're talking about your pattern recognition. That's being racial, bro. Racist is being hateful. Yeah, it has a underlying tone to it. You know what I'm saying? So I think you're advocating for being something different than what you're actually advocating for, which is fine. You know, I'm not gonna, and I don't hey man, that's you. You know, that's what you think, then great. But I think you should go and define exactly what you think.
I'm advocating for people judging people on their skin color. That's what I'm advocating
here. You can definitely get in here, homie.
Yeah, I feel like all of American history we've been leaning away from that.
Yeah, bro. It's just I think we need to move away from that, like he said. Yeah, definitely. It's do you got another argument, Steve? I'm sure you got plenty with wild takes like
Talk
that.
about Iran.
I already talked about it. We already talked about Iran though. We were debating that when we first came up. Something else. Okay.
Not too much, but
the elites
Me and you can
are
talk about
all
Iran in a minute, Kaden.
Zionists,
I got you, bro.
Jews, or they're Freemasons, and they drink baby's blood to stay.
Bro, this is
to stay alive
conspiracy,
longer.
bro. How do you feel America's doing, bro? How you doing in this world?
What
you support
in the
Trump?
world,
you
brother?
support Trump? Look,
Do I support Trump?
We lost Rusty Republican, bro. He was like, "What is this?"
He knew he was about to get cooked by me.
Oh my gosh. He was
Get
like,
cooked
"Yeah,
by
this is
you."
conspiracy stuff."
By
Bro,
you.
you got a real political. This is a political like thing, bro. We're trying to have discourse
that's
between
an
conservatives
extreme-
and liberals.
I feel like that's a very extremist view.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
a
yeah?
Kit converse. That's a Rumble conversation right there, I think too. I don't think that's a TikTok
Well, Kaden,
conversation.
you're stuck in this little box and you can't get out of it. You're stuck. Oh, I grew up in a different. You're stuck in a box. You can't see other points of view. So
That's not true. I feel
I
like
mean,
the
dude, I
host
was
can
telling
back
you-
on that.
I was
Someone
telling
that's
the host
advocating for
on that.
racism might be stuck in their bubble, buddy.
no, because
Yeah, man.
I told
feel
you.
like America has been trying to veer away from that ideology for a very long time. And
That's not
people
true
like you
because
kind of keep it around no matter
That's
what
not
your
true.
ideology of
BLM.
racism
No,
is.
that's not true. BLM literally created a bigger racial divide.
I mean,
than there was
I will
before.
agree with you as well. But in general, we've had steps taken to where now everybody of every race is seen as equal.
As they should.
And that's facts.
Because we're
So
all the
therefore, we've
same
taken
under
steps
this color
to
of the
get
skin.
away from divide.
Ain't nothing
Let me ask you
different.
this. Oh yeah, okay, Kaden. Let me
We're
ask
all
you
made of
this.
the
If
same
you
stuff,
take,
man.
well, let me ask you this then. If you're so smart,
If you're
you-
racist, would you refuse blood when you need it from a
I'm
black
so
man?
smart.
no,
Would you
absolutely
refuse
not.
help? Would you refuse like an Indian man from saving
I think he
your
needs
life?
help.
Absolutely not. But if an Indian person's offering me food, I might be like, let me just make sure that you didn't cook it with your feet.
Bro. This isn't Mumbai. Bro,
that's not-
what are you talking about? I mean, come on. I look, dude, that's such a wild take.
Are you Indian?
Oh, no. Do I look Indian?
I really
You
can't.
want to
What
talk
do you-
Indian?
what do you- what do I
dated
look
an
like?
Indian for 4 years. I dated an Indian for 4 years. We could talk Indian.
I
South
live in
Africa.
an apartment building with a bunch of Indians. They don't cook with their
I'm
fucking
Africa,
sure.
finger.
you
I'm
already
sure
are.
you dated an Indian for 4 years. I'm sure you.
I
did.
sure did.
Steve is wild, Bell. Steve is wild.
And
Did
then
you like the
Prabnor
curry?
Singh.
He's probably the wildest person we've had on the panel yet.
Did you like the curry?
Oh my god, it was so good.
Curry's
I've
fire
had
as
curry, it's
freaking
dog
hell,
Her
dude.
shit.
Vindi Mama,
It's dog
her
shit
Vindi
with
Mama
paprika.
showed
Curry
me
is
so much
great.
respect. Her
It
Vindi
tastes
Mama
like dog
fed
shit
me
with
every
paprika.
time that
bet
she
you like
saw me.
meatloaf.
She showed me nothing but love
Fuck
and
meatloaf,
gratitude.
dude. Fuck meatloaf.
You look like meatloaf and apple pie kind of guy.
Dude, I got an Indian
I'm playing
girlfriend
with you, bro.
too.
I'm playing.
I
Oh,
got
really?
an Indian girlfriend too.
Really?
Yeah,
Wait,
she's
well-
Native American Indian though, not like a hijab Indian though.
Steve, chat wants
Yeah,
to know
yeah,
how
no,
old you
no.
are, bro.
Mine's from New Delhi, like in India, like born and
I
raised
know.
there.
Yeah, I don't. No, I got a Native American, not like a.
Yeah.
I got a
I like my
feathered
bitches
Indian,
brown.
not a
Hey,
red dot Indian.
I like the natives too, though. I ain't gonna lie. I
No,
like their feistiness.
the majority of them are
Their
fat and
feistiness.
alcoholics.
It's
How
kind
old
of
are
the
you,
same like
Steve?
Latinas. Latinas do it better though.
Nah,
Latinas do it better.
The
I don't care what
tortas? The
anybody
tortas?
says.
this guy
Not all
probably loves
Latina women are
tortas.
tortas, fool. What are you talking about, man?
I
You're
ain't looking for a
crazy.
Oh,
torta.
now this guy's
Hold
Hispanic
up.
now.
I'm talking about one
I
of them
am
girls
Hispanic.
from
What the hell?
Mexico
You guessed it.
specifically. Brazil.
I'm a Hispanic man, bro. What can I say?
¿Cómo te llamas?
My wife is Hispanic too.
What the
Congrats.
fuck was that?
Appreciate it, bro.
You're married? That's actually awesome.
I am married. I've been with my wife
That's awesome.
for 12 years.
Yep, I'm just a
Wait, how
side
old
hoe.
are you?
I am 29 years old.
Holy cow. You're
Yeah,
aging
I'm
well.
just a side hoe.
I'm
You
about
are
to be 30
aging
this
well.
year. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Devo's
Most people don't believe
19.
my age.
Dude, I thought you were like 24, 25.
Most people tell me that, bro. Yeah, I think that's just I keep myself young, man. I don't know. I got a whimsical spirit.
You work out?
Here and there, man. I'm trying to now, but I got diabetes, so I guess that's what keeps me nice and skinny.
Dude, I
Oh,
thought
shit, what
that you
type?
were I thought you were
Type
white
1.
and Indian.
I'm white and Hispanic. My mom's
I
white.
thought
My
you were
dad's
white and
Hispanic.
Indian.
I knew you were
I mean,
Hispanic. I just didn't know like if you
Hispanics are
like
natives.
were Hispanic, you know.
Yeah. No, I am. Yeah, I'm like Hispanic, Spanish. You know, both. My dad's side is Hispanic
What?
and Spanish.
Okay, where's your
Things are
family
good.
from though? Originally, like Mexico? What?
I mean,
What?
I was born in Texas. My dad is from South Texas, Corpus Christi area. But before that, it's like, yeah. I mean, I think that his mom is from still the Corpus Christi area. I think her parents might have been immigrants. I don't know. Her parents died young. And then my mom's side, they're from like California, Arizona, and stuff like that. They're white though as hell. I mean,
You speak Spanish?
bro, I'm a no sabo.
No sabo, no
my
mamas.
dad married a white woman.
He's learning.
That's
Pito
my
chiquito way.
Pito Chiquito way. No, definitely not, fool. I know
No?
that much.
Yo hablo un poquito español, un poquito.
Just a
Wait, so
little
I
bit.
want to ask Caden about his Indian girlfriend.
Yeah, sure.
So you're a Christian? Yeah, no.
Yes, sir.
So are you dating to marry?
Yeah.
Was your Indian girlfriend Christian?
No.
Would you marry her if she wasn't Christian?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
See, there you go, man. Don't be so close-minded, Steve.
No,
I mean,
well,
I love, buddy.
I know in your book, in our book, I should say, I'm sorry, it's considered a sin, yes, absolutely. But then again, we're all sinners. And it's not like she sits there and like criticizes my religious views and everything else like that. Like she practiced my views with me just like I practice hers with her. So like, you know,
That's awesome.
dude, what? So you would practice whatever it was, Buddhism?
yeah, well,
Hinduism?
when their family had their religious holidays and everything, they would bless me alongside with them and whatnot. Absolutely.
Hey, so
Scholars
let me
believe
partake.
that Jesus actually went to the east for the 30 years he was gone and learned from the Buddhists. Where did he go for 30 years? He was wise. He has Eastern teachings. If you read anything of like Buddhist teachings, he speaks a lot like a Buddhist.
Let me make another one.
Is there another one? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, can you grab me another water too, please?
Oh, look what you get taken care of.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're not so bad of a guy, Steve. You must be a good guy. You just have wild opinions here and
Yeah,
there. But
you're a good guy,
This
but I
space
feel
is
like
for
that-
people with wild opinions. You just got to chill
Exactly.
with the racism thing.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think my opinions are really wild when you get down to it, because I'm not saying, like, I think that again, you can judge somebody on the color of their skin, but you can't go be hateful towards them, or you can't go treat them any differently. You know, you can have a set opinion because everybody can have their opinions, but you can't discriminate on people.
That's just not how humans work, though.
That's
Maybe
how
how
I work,
you can
though.
work. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe you have the capability of doing that, but do you feel like most humans do? Most
You're gonna
people
lose a
lack
lot
the-
of respect from a lot of people with that way of thinking.
100%.
But like, if you want to risk that way of thinking, go right ahead. I feel like maybe you should look at your philosophy a little bit more and come out with a better way of saying that.
The world is
No, I
beautiful,
think-
bro, and there's plenty of beautiful cultures out there that are different from ours. I mean, and just because it's different, don't mean we got to be like, that's repugnant.
Well,
You know
dude,
what
I'm all
saying?
open. Like, my girlfriend's Native American, dude, so I'm definitely open to it. I have set preferences for things. Like, I don't like, certain things, and there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong
I've
with that.
tried
You're American.
curry.
You can have those opinions.
I don't like curry. I don't like it.
Yeah,
But there's
I mean,
nothing wrong with that. Some people like it. I don't like it. It's nasty.
I understand like where you're coming from with some of it. Like a lot of people are products of their environment, but then again, that just shows it goes for all race, you know. So I mean, you could give examples with your view of Chicago and whatnot, but then again, that's just all because that's prominently their environment. That's how they're raised, and a lot of people don't escape that mindset because that's all they've seen all their lives.
I
Right, not-
agree.
Steve, do you not see how like you saying that I don't want curry if it's made with feet is a racist statement that could be taken out of hand and cause people to start having rhetoric that is hateful?
Nah, I don't think
Because
that's
you're like, I'm not
hateful.
gonna judge them, but like, yes, we've seen the videos. Everybody's seen the Mumbai videos and everything, right? But I mean,
So
like,
you've
the-
seen
A better
them.
way
to
to
just
state that
generalize
is it is historically proven that the country of India has like dirty people, and they get sick a lot because they don't care about being sanitary.
I mean, their
which
rivers
is
are
a
like flooded with
true
trash.
statement. Yeah, which is a true statement, but to come out and say it the way that you did is racist. Because not everybody in India is like that. It's just the fact that India is one of the world's dirtiest countries.
And I'm not saying that all Indians are dirty and cook with their feet. I didn't say that, but I said if an Indian's gonna cook for me, I'm not gonna go up and say I'm not gonna eat your food because you're Indian and you cook with your feet. But I'm gonna go, I don't know, maybe peek one or twice over his shoulder and make sure that it's his hands and not his damn toes. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if I go there and I go into like an Indian festival and I'm like, you guys are dirty Indians and you cook with your feet, that wouldn't make no sense because not all Indians are dirty, you know? But because the majority of them are dirty, which you even confirmed, there's nothing wrong with me just wanting to make sure that I got clean food. That's it.
And I feel like if you're eating here in the U.S. because you're not going to their country, I mean, there's codes they have to abide by. So with that being said,
Dude,
you
you
can
act
look that
like
up
people follow the
previously ahead
codes.
online to
No,
see if
I've
they're more
worked
of a
in
clean
restaurants.
country or
I will
not.
say
I worked
this,
in
Caden,
restaurants
bro.
that do not follow the codes.
I will say this, man. I live like that. I follow like this group that's like I live in Dallas, so you know it kind of just shows all the bullshit that goes on around here, bro. This dude that owned this Indian restaurant that I live like 2 miles away from, bro. Before he opened it, he was just outside pissing on fucking on side of his door, bro, of his restaurant. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, but it's not all Indian people though, Steve. I mean, that's just a terrible example.
I
but
said
mean,
that.
we
I
do see
never said
those.
it was all Indian people, but I'm
I
telling
think
you that
we're just trying to educate you on how to frame your argument better.
If-
Yeah,
I
you
I
need to
understand where
frame
you're
it
coming
better,
from.
dude.
wait, let me tell you
You're
this.
gonna lose a lot of like trust in good people because of the way that you say that.
If I go into Caden's house and his Indian girlfriend's in there making her curry, her spicy curry, I might, and he's like, hey, Steve-O, do you want to have some of my girlfriend's curry? You know, she's Indian, she's authentic. I'm like, sure. Let me see how authentic she is. And then I walk in, and I'm not gonna go up to her and say, hey, you dirty Indian, stop cooking with your feet. I might just peek over and see, hey, this woman's super clean, nothing to worry about.
That's racial. That's what I'm saying. That's racial. That's not racist. You're being racial. You're just attributing certain things that you already like your pattern recognition has like determined, and you're just applying it to the whole. That's not being racist. That's just racial.
So let's say I'm being racial, so then that's not bad.
I mean, I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, but I'm just saying
Well, look up the
some people are
definition
not
of
going to
racial.
Yeah, so racial definition.
Because I don't know what racial means.
It means judging your girlfriend because she's Indian.
So it means
They put
relating
over
to
all
the
the
major
time.
groupings into which humankind is sometimes divided on the basis of physical characteristics or shared ancestry. So you're basically like you're saying that all Indians have historically been dirty, so they're all going to be dirty. You're not being
No,
like
that's not
they're
what I'm saying.
dirty Mumbai people.
No, I'm saying that there's a chance that she can be dirty because she's Indian. A
I
bigger
can be dirty
chance
because
than
I'm a
most.
white person. I work construction. I have a
Yeah.
company called CKS, so every time I come home from work, I'm dirty as hell.
Well, good for you. I'm talking about making food, and I'm saying that.
Right? I
the
make
ma-
food while I'm dirty for
I
myself.
think
sure you
teenagers
cook
that
all
make
the
our
time.
food at restaurants are dirty too, bro. I'm just saying, man.
Yeah,
Our
but
food we
even-
eat is dirty, bro.
Even Caden said that
FBA is
India's
dirty.
a dirty country, and that the
We were a
primary.
dirty country up until what 1920 something. Have you ever read Sinclair's?
We still are a
Red-
dirty
The
country.
Jungle?
Dude, do you not
Talking
see
about.
the food that you eat? You eat goy slop, dude.
Oh, I don't. Trust me.
I don't. Oh, you want to go band for band? I don't
I'm
eat goy slop.
diabetic, bro. I can't eat that stuff.
Oh, that's
I
probably
eat,
true.
I try. I eat real food, and I'm just
Let-
very
let me
highly
get-
aware.
okay. Hold on, host. Let me get on Caden. Caden, you be eating white bread?
White bread?
Yeah.
No, usually it's like wheat bread and shit.
Oh yeah. What's your typical diet? What are you buying from the store?
Honestly, I do a lot of out to eat. I won't lie.
Typical goy. Good goy.
Bro, okay. Let's
It's
pull the
horrible.
next argument, Steve. You got another argument? Let's not get the TikTok don't like that speak. You know what I'm saying? Ever since Larry bought
don't
that,
like
bro, we'll
that?
get flagged. Yeah, I'll get flagged, bro.
That's their speech.
I know, bro. Trust me, but that.
Yeah,
dude,
but
did you
there's
not hear what
guidelines you
happened
gotta
today, bro?
follow, so
Do you not hear that
therefore-
they're trying to charge people for treason about speaking up against the war?
They ain't gonna do that to me.
Wait, what? Like in
Yes,
America?
kid. Yeah, bro. Like in
do you
America,
mean?
the administration said today, bro, today they said that any of the media, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Washington Journal, ABC, anybody that has been framing this like whole entire war in a way that we shouldn't be there could be held for treason. And they're gonna fuck with our First Amendment, bro. This is today. This was
Who
that was gonna be
said
the
this
main
and
topic.
where?
Trump, Pete Hegseth, both of them.
Could you
Show
pull
us.
up a clip?
Pull it
and
up
just
on the
play
Yes,
it?
I got the
screen.
clips for you. I actually have
Yeah.
it here. I'm gonna send it into the
Make
chat
sure
for
you don't find a cutout clip though, because I'm not gonna lie. That's how fake news gets spread. So make sure it's a full clip of the whole, like
So
broad
I do
statement.
have
you
the
know?
whole thing, but it's gonna be like it's a 20-minute one. But I'm gonna
Oh,
send you
play
the.
it. We're
I'm
gonna
gonna
watch
give you the
it.
video.
Play the
I
20-minute one.
So let me ask you here. Hold on, guys. I can do this real quick for you.
I'm going to a No Kings protest on Saturday, so I gotta watch this.
Give me 1
You're
second,
going to.
guys.
Are you for Trump or against him?
Oh, I'm against Trump.
Oh,
My camera will come on in a second. Hold on.
I
Are
don't
you
feel
for
like he's
Trump?
trying to be a king. By the way, I feel like you guys are wasting your time with that.
Are you for Trump?
Yeah, majorly.
Typical GOY.
Bro.
I mean,
told
dude,
you gotta chill on the
GOY?
boycott.
I didn't even say it, dude. But even
What's
Trump,
GOY? Like, what's that terminology supposed to mean?
dude.
It's
Well,
what they refer to us as. Like
you're a
Christians.
Gentile. You're below. You don't got a big nose. It's you. But let me tell you this.
What?
You know who even dogged on
said
Indian
what?
people more than me?
Bro. Okay. Yeah, we gotta
It was
chill.
Daddy Trump.
Guys, we
Dude,
gotta chill on this.
wait, did you watch a
I
video of
know-
Trump talking about Indian people though, host?
I have. I've heard him talk about all kinds. Are you see? Can y'all see my
Narrative
screen?
on social media is messy and it's chaotic.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear what's
Trump's
on my
always clear.
screen?
Media
Barely
companies
if you
should
don't
face
talk.
treason charges
Yeah.
for fake news on the Iran war. The president accusing them of lies and paying
you
gigantic
restart it?
salaries to late-night
You said what up?
morons. The White House instead using its socials to push its own message that the US is winning its war
Just
a
pull up
whole
his tweet, dude.
in one. Brendan Carr, the head of the Federal Communications Commission, is threatening broadcasters, fall in line or lose your license. And the response to that, pretty damning. Some calling Carr an absolute joke, saying he should get locked up, and that this is almost as bad as North Korea. The truth online is, what is the truth? Conservative commentator Ben Shapiro is saying Democrats and podcasters are spreading Iran propaganda syndrome. Others saying podcasters like Shapiro are at war with each other over that Iran narrative.
We deserve this, honestly, Maddie. We deserve this.
And then the complete opposite, that MAGA isn't split at all, and it's all just noisy influences. But the distrust in mainstream media, it's hard to avoid.
The media support the enemy. They always do.
Media accused of supporting Iran, and in the same breath of laundering US-Israeli propaganda. Listen, I know it's a lot, but
Let me find a better video that actually should.
Wait, can you just pull up the tweet of him? Look what
Yeah,
exactly
let
what
me
he
get-
said.
I think it's a true social. Let me go to my Twitter.
Yeah, I
probably
mean,
on
after
there.
I'm done with
Let me
this
see.
game, I'll look for it too.
Yeah.
What are you playing?
Look at
help
the
me
statement
out.
made today.
It was just look up like Trump treason.
Yes, sir.
He does it on his Truth Social. I need to honestly follow him on Truth Social so I can pull up his freaking things.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure there's something along the lines more to it. There has to be. That can't just be a statement like that, because that's you can't do
The
that.
statement was pretty damning. I mean, I'm trying to find the entire statement so I can give it to you.
And I'm
I don't wanna
assuming
go-
it's on the topic of trying to stop fake news.
Yes, because because a lot of people, you gotta understand, he thinks everything's fake news. I mean, he said ABC, MSNBC, NBC. I mean, I don't even use those outlets. Newsmax, all of them. He's saying they're all fake. I mean, it's just Fox that I think he likes now.
Even Fox News is guilty of doing it. Yeah, I mean, all these medias are paid to push certain narratives sometimes. And with that being said, they're
Who
not
owns the
giving
news?
accurate information with some of the
Right.
information that they
What's
do
up,
put
Laser
out there.
Green? You
Who
can get in the
owns
chat
them,
if you would
though?
like to.
Who owns
BlackRock
the news outlets?
BlackRock owns majority of media, don't they?
Right. Yes, a lot of them do. A lot of them have majority stake in those companies. Yes.
And I feel like
owns
that's why
BlackRock?
nobody likes Israel because isn't BlackRock for Israel?
Yeah.
Who
Fink is
owns
definitely
BlackRock?
Larry Fink.
Yep.
Yeah.
Larry Fink is he is a Jewish
Isn't he a black
person.
man?
No, he's a white man. He's a Jewish man.
I
He's
thought he was
not
a black man.
The Jews are not white. Don't ever say that.
I mean,
Well, he's
there's
Don't
white
ever
say
Jews,
that.
Jewish people.
Don't ever say that to me. Don't ever say that.
Bro.
Depends on
TikTok
where
is
you're
gonna flag
from.
you. Chill, bro.
Dude, that's like me saying, oh, Mexicans and Puerto Ricans are the same.
Right. Hey,
You're gonna make us have to go to kick.
Yeah, just to clarify, you have been warned multiple times about certain things, so just like let's keep it a chill pill. Because
Sorry,
like,
host.
It's all good, bro. We just gotta run rules in here just so we don't get kicked off the live. If we lose this platform, then we can't go live anymore. So
No,
we
I
gotta go by certain rules.
forgot when Caden was the host.
Caden's a moderator.
Sorry, mod.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. We just last night we had a little chaotic conversation. We don't need things getting too off topic and
I'm
too
not
chaotic and crazy.
getting chaotic. All I'm saying is that we made some really wild statements. The most wild being what you said
Let me check the
last.
setting though, Ram. I think it is. I think it is. Is that the case? As long as it's 18 plus. I got flagged a couple of times for like somebody saying they hate certain individuals, bro. So
I don't hate anybody.
Not you, bro. I was talking to someone
But
in
you
the chat.
can't say that a race is white when they're not.
I mean, it was Polish, white, Jewish people that.
That's
went to
disrespectful.
Israel.
They're Turkish. No, they're Turkish.
But
They're
yeah,
Middle Eastern.
Polish. The German, Polish people were Turkish.
And it's disrespectful. I'm not going to take it.
The Jewish people that were in Germany were Turkish.
That's like saying that, like, oh,
But
Indians are
were they
Hispanic because they're
Turkish?
brown.
What are German people? Are they white or are they brown?
Germans are Germans, dude.
They're
their own
there's a
people.
difference between nationality and race.
I guess you're right.
I had to explain that to you when you asked me what nationality I was, and I said American. And you said, are you white? I said, no, I'm American.
Yeah, I phrased that incorrectly, in which I fixed that as well. So, can you admit that I'm human and humans make mistakes?
We all make mistakes.
Right.
I
So
will admit
let's
that
move
you are
on.
a
then.
human.
We're having debates at 10:47 at night. We're all,
Hayden,
it's hard. We're
We're
all
all
slip
good.
up here
It's a
and
debate.
there.
We make mistakes. Don't be kicking yourself because you asked me what my nationality is. I'm American. I'm proud of it. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm well aware of that. There's just
But
no reason to go
don't
back
be
to that
thinking
point.
down on yourself because you made one mistake. It's fine.
Steve,
We all
chill
make
out,
mistakes.
bro.
I don't look
I
down on
made
myself. What are
mistakes.
you talking about? Dude, I'm the most confident person you will ever meet. I promise you.
Then we're good.
Right.
Don't bring it up.
Let's
You
move to
brought
the
it up.
next
What do you mean,
topic.
homie?
Let's move on to the next
Steve.
topic.
Yes, Steve. I want to keep you in here, bro. I feel like we could get you a part of the movement, man. But I need you to I need you to work with us here.
I'm on it. I'm just trying to
I
drop.
know you are. I know you are.
I
but,
feel
we
some
gotta
tension.
list the-
Listen, host,
up,
I
buddy?
feel some tension in the room. I don't know if it's because I brought up Indian people and their feet or what it was, but I'm just saying it don't matter
see,
to me.
This is what I mean right
Let me
here.
hold on.
Bro,
Let
we're
me
gonna
talk.
move
He's
past that.
racist.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
he's
Hayden,
racist, dude.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Steve.
we're past that. I don't want no tensions for no. Listen, no matter what it is, it's Indians. If
tensions,
it's
there's none.
You make it none. Whatever it is,
There
I
is
know,
I
but
don't
now
care.
you're mocking the whole situation.
Oh
You
my
know
God,
you
this
are.
guy gonna let me talk?
Stevie?
You know
What's your
you're
next
mocking the whole
argument?
situation. I see you're intelligent and you know what you're doing. I want to let you know that like I'm calling you out for doing it. There's no reason to do that. That's not what we're here for.
There's no reason for it, so let's just drop it. Is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Dang,
so
there's the other moderator saying you're on your last strike, Steve. Come on, we want you in the conversation.
So,
Let's
so
move to the next
Caden, we
part.
good? We friends? We're good?
I mean, absolutely. We're acquaintances as of right now. We're talking about real world situations, right?
I'm saying we're friends, though. I'm saying let's start over.
I
We're
don't know you
TikTok
from
friends.
Adam and Eve, brother. I can't call you a friend, but we're acquaintances. Same with this guy right here. I have so much respect for him, but I don't know him. I can't call him a friend. But
Yeah,
maybe we
we're
could
just
become
chilling.
friends.
Let me become friends then. Let's talk. What do you guys want to talk about?
Absolutely.
Nothing
It's a
that's gonna
relationship.
upset
It goes
anybody,
both
though.
ways, bro. You gotta be a little respectful and everything if you want Caden to be your friend, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We all
And
gotta
Aaron,
respect each other.
am I not respectful depending
Yes.
even when it comes to like people having different views? I'm respectful as hell.
Yeah,
You're
from what I've
respectful,
seen,
we're good. I'm
honestly, it's.
respectful, we're good.
I'm gonna be real. Yeah. Caden has been very respectful towards everybody that's been in here. Anytime
He's
that
a
you've gotten
respectful
heated, Caden,
guy.
is because somebody else was provoking you prior.
He's a
Yeah.
good guy. He gets upset a little bit, but it's fine. Everybody gets upset. He's a good guy though.
Oh my God,
Steve, I think that you're just grifting now, bro. Okay,
he's
the next
trolling on
top.
purpose.
I know he is.
He's
I know he
trolling
is.
right now.
Okay, Steve, next argument, bro. What other positions do you defend?
I go lie though. Like I think people like that are funny as fuck.
Yeah,
Oh,
they,
wow.
they
We can be
entertain
friends
me.
because I'm funny.
Yes,
I do like funny
100%.
people.
It
You
doesn't
made
make
me
okay,
laugh a
Steve.
lot.
We can be friends. Is that good enough? We
Me
can
and
be
you,
friends?
me and the host are friends. I
Why
got a
can't
Hispanic
we
friend
be
now.
friends? Why can't
Bro,
we
we'll be friends. Seriously.
So, okay, here, let's debate this. Do you guys support free speech?
Of course I do.
True.
That's why I'm doing this.
Otherwise, I wouldn't care what you say if we like on Twitter. You know.
I feel like
So
free
e-
speech is the most important thing in the world, man. There's nothing
So
more
even-
important than it.
Even if you're out in the streets chanting the N word or the J word or something about
Yeah.
Indians, you're good.
And they
There's
have
no-
the
yep.
absolute rights to knock your ass the hell out, just like how you like people have the rights to not hire you
What up,
based
Kaden?
off of the way you want to talk. People have rights to like
There's another Kaden,
basically
sorry.
punish you for your like actions with your freedom of speech.
I don't agree with that. I don't think that you should be able to. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words don't hurt me. If someone says something that I don't like, I shouldn't be able to punch them for it. That I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, agreed, and that's why there's laws put in place. So therefore, if somebody comes up and says a racial slur to somebody that I know, and I watch them get their butt whooped because of it, I know my homie's going to jail for it. But I mean, he did it all because there's consequences to actions, and that just goes to
100%.
show.
Yeah, but that's just you just like not learning how to control your emotions. Like if someone comes up to me and calls me like a racial slur and I gotta beat him up for it, then like there's
Okay.
something going on in my mind first that I need to like fix because I should not be letting something affect me so much to where I'm beating people up because somebody called me a name.
Right,
That's like
absolutely.
kindergarten
now,
stuff.
Now,
Right.
let's say I own a company called CKS LLC, right? I'm an exterior home improvements contractor. With that being said, if I hired a dude and then I eventually
I'm
saw
listening.
him
I just need to
online
listen.
screaming some stuff like that, I have every right to fire him because I don't want my company being represented like that, right? And then next thing you know, these other companies go to look in this dude when he's applying for other jobs and they're also seeing that same video. How likely do you think that guy is to get hired?
I mean, not very likely, but that has nothing to do with someone being allowed to beat somebody up because they said
I'm just
something
saying, my
negative.
point is there's always going to be a consequence. I believe in freedom of speech, right? Absolutely. But then again, respect always gets you further in places than, sitting there and always disrespecting people.
Well, I don't even know how that could be true because if you looked at the Wolf of Wall Street, this guy literally scammed these people selling them penny stocks, saying that these stocks are going to go up, tremendous in value, and he'd get 50% commission on each of the penny stocks, and he made millions on millions and millions of dollars, and that was not on respect.
Capitalism is not
basic-
about being respectful, bro.
That was off
So-
of him scamming. So
maybe you're talking
law.
about godly things will come from respect, but not worldly things. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not at all. I'm saying you're going to get further in places with respect
100%.
from other people, right? Because I'm sorry, but I can't grow my business alone. So therefore, I'm going to need someone that I respect, somebody that I trust to help run other parts that I don't want to be involved in anymore or that are less important, right?
You gotta remember the saying, Steve. F around and find out, right? You can't talk like that in real life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to say these kind of things on the internet, but would you go out just talking like this in public?
Like what I'm saying right now?
Yeah.
Everything that I've said on here, I would absolutely say it in public, and I would have no issue.
Really?
You would
I
have
have
no
not
issue screaming the N-word in public?
I never said I would scream the N-word in public because I didn't even scream it on here. But everything that I've said on here, I would definitely say
Do
in
you
public.
say it
Oh.
though? You
I mean,
seem like you do.
well, yeah, absolutely. And you have the freedom of speech to do so. I feel like nobody should take that away from you.
Yeah, but
Even though I disagree with it, you know what? You have that right because of the First Amendment and everybody else who died for for you to have that right. So
100%.
who am I to infringe upon it?
Mm.
Then we're on the same boat.
Facts.
As for I want to talk to you though because you keep saying that you own and run a business. I own and run a business too. I run a painting company here in the state of Phoenix.
Oh hell yeah! I got mine in Green Bay.
Green Bay.
I do painting in the winter sometimes too.
Yeah, my girlfriend's from Wisconsin. She's from Wausau.
Oh hell yeah! My sister, her father's in Wausau.
What's his name?
Kent.
You know who Kent is? No. She said she don't know his old ass.
Kent Zingler.
Zingler?
Zingler,
Nah.
yeah.
Never heard of him. Not a real guy. No, I'm joking.
This guy.
Well, my sister's Allison Zingler, so yeah.
But no, I like what you're saying because it's true. There's a quote and it says if you want to go fast, go by yourself. If you want to go far, go with the team.
Amen.
100%. You have to have a team, bro. You gotta have
How
people
long have you
behind
been running
man.
your business?
I just got licensed in December, so 3 months, and March has been by far my best month. I think we did over 20K in revenue.
You got licensed like with the state?
Yeah.
Like you got your dweller's contractor's license, or?
It's the same. In Arizona, it's called your ROC, but yeah, you get licensed. Yeah, so you can legally do
that's
work.
so weird. In Wisconsin, you don't need a license to go out and paint people's houses. You just need a LLC, or you don't even need a LLC. You just need the insurance for the most part.
No, here it's completely different. You need a contractor's license to do any work over $1,000 in the state of Arizona.
Oh, really? $1,000? That's crazy. Usually, it's just like for
Thank you.
me, right? It's siding and roofing. It's siding and roofing that I have to have my dweller's contractor's license for, because sometimes I have to get approved by a inspector from the city that I'm working in.
What kind of spray rig are you spraying with?
No, roofing and siding.
Oh, I have a buddy of mine that does roofing here in Arizona. He owns a roofing company. You guys got shingles out there?
Oh yeah.
You guys using GAF?
No, we use like Atlas Premier, stuff like that. Owens Corner.
You guys got that like there's like an underlayment. There's like a starter strip with the underlayment that's for like ice and rain.
Yeah, ice and water, and then usually there's an underlayment. I use some at 60 because that's what my warranty goes with. So I have to just use the products based off of my warranties.
Yeah, because my cousin's company that he owns, he did the entire thing with GAF, and because he like partnered with them and only used GAF, he could get the homeowners like 50-year lifetime warranties.
Yep, you just have to get certified with the brand.
Yeah, that's cool though. How old are you?
24.
That's awesome. I've been really trying to connect with young entrepreneurs.
Yeah, hey man, as long as you don't bring the rhetoric you got around me, I'm cool with talking to you about it.
How are y'all's businesses doing, man?
I mean, I failed multiple times, but that's the whole point. You learn as you go.
Right.
I started out almost 4 years ago. I failed on my first LLC. I won't lie. It was a complete major, I crashed down. Didn't really go as far as I was thinking. I kind of just overestimated what I could get done in a timely manner. With that being said, I had to switch over to another buddy. He kind of taught me a little bit more, and I learned a little bit more. And then my second one, I mean, I've had for now, like I said, 3-4 years.
That's awesome.
Going pretty well. I mean, I got contacts kind of everywhere. My radius, I wanted to be a 60-mile radius, like an hour out basically, but it didn't work out that way for me. I kind of go all over Wisconsin now. Some cities I stay away from because of their strict guidelines with the city policies and shit. But yeah, I mean, people get hail damage on their cars. They immediately expect their roofs the same. So before they're called their adjuster over from their insurance, they'll call me first to make sure that it's even worth it.
Is Wisconsin a blue or red state?
Wisconsin is usually a red state. This is where the Republicans were born, but they voted blue last election.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a flip state. It flips.
Oh, okay, got you.
Well, it's because of Milwaukee and
So
then
was
all the-
Arizona.
all the illegal immigrants that were also allowed to vote in the last election. There was a lot of illegal immigrants in Milwaukee, which really helped their case because everybody else outside of Milwaukee and Madison voted red.
Really?
Yeah, but the majority of people in
Was
Wisconsin
there proven
are in-
voter fraud in Milwaukee?
Yeah, there was proven voter fraud kind of everywhere. There was dead people coming out of graves here in Wisconsin that were voting.
No, that was in 2020 with Joe Biden. You know, my grandpa voted for Joe Biden in 2020. He died in 2006, by the way.
Did you vote? Are you being real?
I'm being so real. My grandma, which she actually recently passed away, she got like a confirmation in the mail talking about, oh, his name was Ben. Like, oh, Ben, thank you for something
Right.
about like registering to vote on like your online portal.
Proof
or
of
whatever.
voter fraud right there.
And it was for my grandpa. And like I said, my grandpa died not in 2006, in 2008.
And I'm not even claiming a certain party. It was
like a voter
Republicans and
registration
Democrats.
card?
Yeah, it was. So I'll tell you, I'm not gonna lie. So we didn't get confirmation that he voted, but we got confirmation that he registered online because in Arizona you can register online. And somehow he got registered online, which doesn't make any sense because again he's dead. And my grandma couldn't do it because my grandma's from England and she can't even vote herself.
Right.
Why? She doesn't have a citizenship?
But what was it? Just the voter registration card? Maybe the government was still sending it out. Maybe not realize. I don't know, man. The government.
It was a confirmation.
But, I
you get
mean,
like a confirmation in the
because we
mail.
get ours in the mail
after-
like that.
Well, it was a confirmation that he registered, not, hey, register now. It was a confirmation that he had already registered online.
So he didn't actually vote,
that's
though,
just,
right?
that goes and further explains on why we need
I don't know.
voter ID.
I really can't say if he voted or not, but I know for sure somehow he registered to vote online. Which again, when he died in 2008, I don't even think there was online voter registration.
Are you sure it wasn't a pamphlet
that-
just asking him to register to vote? Because that's
No,
very well what it
no, it
could have
wasn't.
been.
It wasn't.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, I think voter fraud, even if it is, it's still a very, very little amount of it even happening. I think it's extremely rare. That I think out of 42 million votes, I think I read that 36 cases were found of fraud, like actual fraud.
I mean, host, we know that it doesn't matter who we vote for because there's only one system in power.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you're talking.
You're right,
You're talking
Jesus
about like the
Christ.
black. You talking about the black
God.
suits behind the closed doors, bro?
With the
Black.
yarmulkes on their head, yeah, those black
This
suits.
guy.
He's talking about Israel. He thinks Israel's in control.
A lot of people do. I mean, I will say that they have lobbying power here, but at the end of the day, America has to make the choice.
I mean, I
America's
wouldn't say
daddy, right? I
Israel-
mean, I think Israel's
Yeah.
like our kid. You know what I'm saying?
No,
We're still daddy.
Israel's our dad.
Well, who else do we have a great relationship with in that area of the world?
Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE,
I didn't.
Kuwait.
I thought recently we didn't have a good relationship with them.
I mean, it's off and on depending on the president. I mean, that's the problem with our 4-year, terms is that
Yep,
you got to
very
change,
true.
who you're working with every 4 years, right? That's why
That's
in
why
a
I
couple
feel
years.
like America needs to get their agenda just like straight. Like, what do we want as an American people? That's what
Not
we really
JD Vance. Not JD Vance.
Nobody wants JD Vance, bro.
Never Vance. But hey, can I shift back? I want to keep asking Caden questions on his business.
What's up?
Go ahead, bro.
What is your guys' average monthly revenue looking like?
I mean, monthly revenue, I'm not going to lie, kind of changes a lot, all depending on the time of year, because we get a shit ton of snow. You can't really install shingles at or under 32 degrees because they crack. Same with like vinyl siding, other types of siding as well. You can't necessarily do much work. So a lot of the time it's snow removal and indoor work, and it's smaller projects. So roughly in the summertime, on a good note, I mean, in profit for myself, because I just have a bunch of subcontractors and then I do a lot of work myself, roughly like 10 to 12K in the summertime. So we're talking like a good 3-4 months long of just work and like revenue. And with that being said, I get a lot of subcontracting work, and then just throughout the year in general, like, I mean, 86,000 is not too terrible. In profit, mind you.
So, how much does a roof cost? Because here in Arizona, like the average roof is like $8,000 to like $15,000
Well, it
for
all depends
a
on
new
what you
roof
mean
here.
by average, because average kind of expands quite a bit. The average home in Wisconsin's anywhere between 25 to 3,500.
What's your cost per
feet.
square?
It's like 500 to 630.
What?
Yep.
Your price
Minnesota
per
prices
square?
are higher. Minnesota prices are higher. It's like 700 to 800
Per square.
per square. Yes, sir.
So then,
You
what
can
was your
go down-
average? What's
if
your
you're
average ticket cost
subcontracting,
then?
If you're subcontracting, you can go down as little as like 375, but you're barely making anything.
So what's your average ticket cost for a 2,000? What's your price for a 2,000 square foot shingle house?
Well, 20 squares. I mean, I guess you could do the math. 500 would be the minimum, like lowest standard. Usually, I go.
Wasn't that $10,000?
Sure.
So, okay.
Why?
Well, if you're only making $10,000 in the peak summertime when people are getting their roofs replaced, are you only closing 2 jobs?
No, I mean, because I don't always do roofing. My main thing that I do is gutters for the most part, because I got a gutter machine. So I do a lot of subcontracting work for like companies like Lee Filter, Gutter Guard, and shit like that. So like, the roofs I do are the ones I bid on for myself. So those are my projects, and I don't do a lot of bidding because usually I'm pretty busy with the work that I'm doing.
So you're mainly like a subcontractor, would you say?
Yeah, for the most part, I do a bunch of subcontracting work, and that's how you get recognized, and that's how you start taking on bigger and better contracts, is simply because, you know, you get recognition based off of the quality of your work.
So like a business owner would be somebody that owns a business and has systems in place to where the business can run, and you have crews, you have marketers, you have...
Yeah, I got subcontractors that do my roof for me.
And whatnot,
they do my
but-
siding as well.
Well, it sounds like to me the majority of what you do is you're not a business owner, you're a subcontractor.
I'm a business owner. I got an LLC in my name with 100% ownership, so I'm a business owner. I have a dweller's contractor certification under my name. I'm a business owner. I got
I
a
feel like
business
Steve's trying to
bank
hype
account with
you
a
up,
business
bro.
name. I'm a business owner.
I think Steve's
Right,
trying
so-
to hype you up now.
I mean, you...
Well,
I
obviously
just
he's a
proved this-
business owner. Yeah, obviously. Bro.
Well, like... I mean,
I don't
because...
know
being a
all of
business
this
owner
if
can mean
I'm
a
just
lot of
someone-
different things.
Yeah, how do I know all of this if I'm just someone that's acting? Like, let's
So-
be honest.
I'm not saying that you're acting, but like a lot of people, they say, "Oh, I'm a business owner," and then they still go.
Because I'm not a
Yeah.
multi-million-dollar corporation and I'm a single man over here, like making my own business come to life.
Have you been
No,
a
I'm
business
sorry.
owner
I feel
throughout
like
the
you need to
Biden and
study
Trump
your
administration?
antics. Huh?
Caden? Have you been a business owner throughout? You've been throughout the Trump and the Biden administration, right?
Yeah, both. I mean,
So, have
I'm
you
not gonna
noticed
lie.
any
Neither
difference?
administration. No, there's not really been much.
Like,
of
are
a
you
difference.
still paying a
huge
pretty
price
decent amount of
increase
taxes and stuff?
in
Like,
Yeah.
gas.
Yeah, you
Taxes
would
are
say-
still the same. Although Trump, his methods back from his past has taught me ways to avoid taxes, in which I haven't gone that route yet. I want to wait until I am a little bit bigger, and that's the trust fund method. I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys ever looked into that.
Yeah,
but-
I'm a finance major, bro. So do you ever have questions about that shit, bro? I can definitely help you out.
I got
got-
a shit ton of questions.
I got questions,
Yeah.
but I got more questions for Caden too.
Yeah, sure.
Because again, anybody, I mean, I don't know how it is in the state of Wisconsin, but in Arizona, you can, besides the filing fees, which is like $20, anybody can file and have an LLC, which would make them quote unquote, according to your definition, a business owner, which I don't agree with. I think a business owner is somebody who builds a business that has systems in place.
Right, that's what I'm currently doing in the process. That's why I'm a business owner. I'm an entrepreneur currently building my business with a systematic plan. I have a 4-year business plan.
Yeah, bro. You
Right,
can't
I
just snap your
started-
fingers
hold
and
on,
like
back-
create a business out of nowhere. You gotta
No,
go through the motions, you know,
Right.
step by step.
I agree.
Starting out the same way as
Maybe a sole
Google.
proprietorship is still a business.
Just
But he's
because
not
I'm
even a sole
giving you,
proprietorship because he
Hold
has
on.
an LLC. So.
right, just because I'm giving you the minimalist of like what I'm doing doesn't mean I don't have plans and stuff. It's just I'm not telling
listening.
you.
Would it be better
I'm
if he
not
filed a
saying-
Delaware C corp for you and he was a
Hold on.
corporation by definition?
No. I'm a sole proprietor in my LLC too. So I'm not saying that just because.
Okay, you're a
You're not-
business owner, but
No.
it doesn't mean you're exactly
Listen.
perfectly successful yet. Do you have another job?
I do not know.
So you completely rely on your business for income.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so me too. I've been doing that ever since I got it.
Right. So let me talk though. So again, but a business owner is somebody who runs a business, and it sounds like to me you're not running a business because you are working under a general contractor.
I'm working on
You're
Yeah, but I'm also a general contractor myself because I have a dweller's contractor's
you're a
license.
subcontractor.
I do subcontracting work.
Yeah, who's watching my shit? Who's watching my shit?
Yeah, I am, bro.
That was
I had to see
fire.
what you look like, bro. I was like, what? Like, I need to see who's talking, bro. I'm just.
But I'm not here to dog on you because look, I actually started off as the role as a subcontractor, and what I realized is I'm like, hey, dude, I started this business so that I can build it myself and that I can work on my own terms and do what I
Right.
want to do.
But you do realize the version of a subcontractor is somebody who's hired for labor, correct?
Yeah, can you let me talk real quick though?
Well, no, I'm just making sure because there's a difference. You can hire businesses and individuals as a subcontractor. So
Yes,
there is a
yes.
difference. There is an entity that makes it a business. So I am a business owner, a small-time business owner. And so are you if you are living completely off of yourself. So your ideology, I'm not sure where you're coming from with it, but it makes no sense, brother.
Well, if you would let me speak without cutting me off, I would tell you this: is that if you're a sole proprietor, the IRS does not see you or your business different. You guys are the same people. The business income is 100% your income too. There's no difference between you two. If you're an S corp, then it's different. But if you're a sole proprietor, then there's no difference. But nonetheless,
Yes,
what I'm
that's how
saying-
you file your taxes differently. That's
Okay,
literally
then
what they're for. They're
let
just
me
different legal
speak.
setups.
Well, what's the main point you're trying to make, Steve?
This is what I'm trying to give them words of advice.
Let's just be like concise with like what exactly are you?
Didn't
trying
you
to
just
say?
say you
It's already
registered your
11,
LLC 3 months
and,
ago?
I think I'm pulling up on like my 20-minute mark before I'm
All right,
going to
Aaron, let me
11:30. So I'm just saying, like,
let me
what's your
finish what
main
I'm saying.
argument here? All right.
It's not an argument. I'm
Just want
trying to
make
give
sure
them
that we
words.
get some.
No, I'm trying to give them words of wisdom because I started off as a subcontractor, and then I had a crew working underneath me, and then I was doing a lot of subcontractor work and subbing that out, which is crazy. But I kind of realized I'm like, hey, like I created a business so that I'm the business owner. It's mine. I create it, I manage it, I run it. And what I had seen is that when I'm doing subcontractor work, it's really just like me being a laborer or whatever it is, and working underneath somebody else, which is exactly what I created the business to do. I created a business so I can work for myself, not so I can work underneath a GC. So what I would advise for you is I'm not saying that you're not running a business, but what I am
Hey, do
saying
you
is
paint
that
people's houses?
can you let me finish?
Do you paint people's houses? Answer the question.
I paint a lot of people's houses. Yes.
Okay, so therefore you're working for a homeowner to paint their house as a business. They hire businesses or contractors or however you want to look at it. I am a contractor. I am a business owner. They hire me to do services for them so they don't
You
do
are
it
working
themselves.
underneath another contractor.
No, when I do roofs, I do them by myself. A lot of times, my gutter setups are done by myself.
But you
when
said
I
the
don't have
majority
work,
of your
I
work
take
is subcontract.
subcontracted work, yes, to pay my bills. That is what a business can do. It is seen. The government subcontracts out a lot of work as well. It's seen, but to businesses. Like, what do you mean? You can
Listen,
be a business and subcontract
Steve,
out work.
I'm a finance student, and he does meet the legal definition of what a certain type of business is. An LLC is a type of business you can go out and go form.
Yes, let me
You can be a
finish.
sole proprietorship without actually legally forming a business and still have a business. How do you think startups form? You think startups are just businesses right off of the rip? They just go file their Delaware C corp and just like, hey, yeah, let's go issue stocks and put a bunch of money into this. No, they got to go get funding and a whole bunch of things and go through all the motions, man. I'm telling you that there are different forms of business owners, and I mean, he does meet the legal definition.
Can you guys both give me 1 minute just to talk? because I've
Yeah.
been cut off like 3 times.
Yeah,
Just
of course.
just 1 minute, and I'm almost finished.
I
Look,
got you, bro.
if you're a business owner illegally, okay, cool. You know, you have an LLC in your name, okay, cool. What I'm saying, and what I'm saying though, that I'm not saying things to hurt you or offend you or to upset your feelings. What I'm saying though is that from somebody who owns an LLC and somebody who manages it and somebody who's actively trying to build it, what I would advise is to stop spending so much time doing work for other people and reinvest it into your business. Things such as Facebook ads, those are golden. You know, building a Google My Business page with SEO optimization. Make sure that you're posting daily on your Google page. Make sure you're getting actual reviews with photos. Stuff like that. Even something as simple as, you know, yard signs at every single job, handing out flyers, having people go door to door for you. It definitely worked. Just
Right,
stuff
yep.
like that
That's
will
in
help
the
you
plans.
build it.
That's it. That's in the phase 2 plans. That is correct. That's how you work out a business. Absolutely. First name is to get your name out there correctly, right? Show that you can do quality work and what you are able to manage, the type of stuff that you're able to manage and whatnot, right? In order to get recognition, because that's a big part of the business. So why would I spend this time on a bunch of ads if nobody even knows me, and so nobody can
Well, dude,
verify
no,
me?
you're giving your name out to contractors. You need to be giving your name out to homeowners.
I do. What, dude? When I see a bad roof, do you not think I don't go knock on their door? Do you not think I offer free estimates?
Then why
not feel like
are you
I go
not
up there?
selling many roofs? Okay, I did door-to-door sales. I did it for 3 years. Knock on my door and sell and try to ask me to get on my roof.
I'm not gonna do this right now. Absolutely not. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
I'll do it to you. Do it. I just want to hear your sales. Do you have a sales process that you go through?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you just go through your sales process? Because again, I've done this. I'm building my business right now, and I'm just saying I think I can give you great advice.
Not when it's 11:30 at night. I've been smoking flower. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna say it here to embarrass myself.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it.
All right, I think we. Thanks for the advertising tips, bro.
It's not just advertising.
Marketing
It's
101.
I didn't even tell them about. I mean, if you want me to get into it, Facebook ads, it's like the best. You don't want to use still images. You want to use videos, and you want them to be selfie owner-facing videos.
I've done the same type of research.
All right.
I've done the same type of research as you, buddy. I promise you.
I think we're good, Steve.
Well, clearly you haven't implemented it because you're still a subcontractor.
Do you want to make a last argument?
How much money
Steve,
are you
before
making
the
per
night
year?
wraps up?
Look at you hating on subcontracting work when you don't even understand it, I guess.
Last year, I made over $150,000.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
But you filed your LLC 3 months ago?
What color is your Bugatti?
So
What
were
color
you
is yours?
technically not a business when you made that $100,000?
Yeah, were you working for somebody as a subcontractor?
No, it was actually.
Then you didn't make
business.
that 150.
I actually, hold on, I did. And I'll put that on anything, and it was not under the painting business. The painting business just started 3 months ago. Yeah,
Send me
and
the stubs.
I'll send you the stubs, and I'll send you the stubs from this month in March. We've made over $25,000 in the month of March profit, and I'll send anybody. I'll go through. You know what Jobber is? Wait, let me ask Caden this. Do you know what a CRM is, Caden?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay, I would look at getting one of those too because that's super, super crucial. It's customer relationship management.
Oh yeah, you're talking about like a third party company that does it for you.
Yeah, what I
I know
recommend.
what you're talking about.
Look at I'm being genuine right now. Look at the website called Jobber.
Yeah,
that will save you so much.
Have you looked into financing programs?
Financing programs for my business?
Yeah, so customers
Absolutely
go and
not.
give them a quote. They can finance from like certain companies.
Oh,
you can get your money right away.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like getting
companies like
loans for the
Aqua.
business. Yeah, Jobber they have financing implemented in the CRM. So the CRM is super cool. It'll create a website for you, and then it'll create a customer portal, and then
it helps you give quotes and everything, personalized quotes and all. Yep.
Yeah, then they can choose to finance from the link that you give them that's connected to your website. I'm telling you, look into it. It's crazy. You can send out because it keeps all their emails. So then after you do it, I send out an email probably once a month, and it says, "Hey, just reaching back out. This is us. We painted your house. Then, just letting you know we're giving $150 referral for anybody that refers us, and they end up having a full house painted."
Yeah, referral program comes in the quote as well, with all my quoted work or all the work I give or all the quotes I give out on the paperwork.
Well, then, dude, you should be golden.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty set up for the most part. My plan's been working as I wanted it to.
So you said you're 3 to 4 years into the business, right?
Yep.
Are you where you want to be 3 to 4 years into the business?
No, not exactly. There's still a few different key factors that I was missing, but that involve the other people that I'm currently waiting on. But I'm not getting into that personal situation.
Are you bringing? Well, you don't gotta get into it, but are you bringing other people into the business?
Well, absolutely, because I'll be expanding to Myrtle Beach.
But
That's what it's about, man. We connecting business owners, bro. This is how we do it, man. This is what it's about.
But let me ask you this: it's like, why expand if you haven't even found the right systems and
Because
the right
I do have the right
process where
system.
you
I'm
are?
just not telling you.
It almost feels as if you're trying to push him to expand quicker than he needs to, Steve.
I have confidential reasons of why I'm not telling you, because I've been doing this research for a very long time. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot into it. With that being said, I don't talk too much about it. It's a little bit more than just home improvements. There's a whole system behind it. But the main point is, I want investors. I want personal investors.
Like money wise?
Correct, because of
Oh
my
my
idea.
gosh, that's the stupidest thing you can do.
Okay.
Dude,
It
that's how
depends on what he's trying to
many-
do with his company. I mean, if
Yeah,
he's trying
you
to
have
go
no
corporate
idea.
with his company,
You have
and
no
maybe if
idea.
he's trying to like go to the market one day and everything, it's necessary to get investors. And
In
everything. It
short
depends on how big
terms,
he's trying
I'm
to
trying
get.
to make it a franchise.
I mean, dude,
how
you
see
don't
motel
even have
six.
any revenue.
He might be
You
thinking,
need-
he might be thinking bigger than just the small area that you're thinking. He might have small revenue now, but some of the greatest businesses that have ever started off small. I mean,
right,
he's still. You're talking about things like, oh, go get CRM, go get this, go get that, but maybe he's not ready for customer relation management yet. Maybe he's not ready.
But he's
to
ready
do
for
that yet.
if you can't even do
What if it's
100K a year in profit, how could you get a loan for 100K?
Oh, I can do it easily. I got a business plan. I got tax records, everything else.
What I'm saying is that
seriously, it sounds like
your
he's trying to
interest
sell him
rates
rather
would be
than
so
offer
high.
something.
I'm not trying to sell him anything.
I mean, it kind of sounds like you're. I mean, bro. I mean, how old are you again?
Just-
21. And I mean,
Well,
yeah,
it's kind of funny how I don't
19.
even have to think, and I can respond and I can rebuttal to everything that you're saying. So clearly, there's obviously something that I'm on, and it's bothering you that I'm not admitting your way's better. And maybe your way is working for you, right? That's cool. People have different scenarios to where different things work for them. That's great. That's awesome. Half of the things that you're talking about, sure, I don't know them by like acronyms and this and that, but like I've already done my research on these things. I already know about them. I already know how to go about this process because I've done my research and I've done the way I want to go about it, right? There's certain things I am not telling you. I will tell you that, but there's for good reasons because I'm not telling just anybody. You know, I don't want to sit there, tell people my idea, and next thing you know, like a few weeks later, I hear about somebody having the same idea. I have yet to hear somebody have my idea that I'm going to be working on, right? And with that being
100%,
said,
yeah.
I've worked very hard on this. So I do have a plan, and I feel like I am sitting on a gold mine right now. So, I mean,
Yeah, you do
I'm
have
not
to
going to
tell
sit here and tell you everything. I
You know
know
what?
I
Hey.
got some.
Listen, look, I gotta go. I gotta go to bed. I gotta work in the morning. I own a business. But let me just tell you guys this, and I'll leave you guys with this. Listen, I apologize to Caden if I have offended you, if I have upset
Oh, bro, you ain't
for
never offended me. I promise you.
anything that I said about your business or you not being a business owner. And again, my sole purpose with this entire conversation at the end was to just provide you with information. The only
Yeah,
last thing I'm gonna say is
conversation.
that again, I was just trying to help you and say, hey, here are some ways that have been tried and trued. These would be good. But again, the only thing that's just confusing me is you're I don't want to say you're acting like a know-it-all, but every single time I say something, you say, oh, well, I've researched it, I've done it, I know what works, I know what doesn't work. If you
I'm
know
not saying I
what
know what
works,
works and doesn't work.
Caden,
I'm just
Kinda
saying I have
narcissistic.
a system set up.
Oh my God.
let me finish.
You've been
Caden,
stating I don't have a system, and I'm just
no,
letting you know I
let me
do. I
finish.
promise you.
Stop getting upset.
I'm
All I'm
not getting
saying
upset. I'm
is
just.
that, Caden, if you knew everything
Steve
and
is
if
literally
everything worked for
19,
you,
bro.
then you would be doing more than 10K a month max in the summertime. Is all I'm saying. Because we do that in 1 week here.
That's profit, buddy. That's profit that I take.
That's nothing for a business.
Correct. That's nothing for somebody to take from a
so much what
business.
Caden does with his business, though, Steve?
That's not what I make in just 1 month.
I just
That's
love
what
helping
I
young
take.
men like me. I just love giving, advice and things that work for me. Maybe he can
Right.
give you things that work for him. But
No,
he
that's
doesn't
great.
seem
But to be clear, that is what I take. That's not what my business makes. That's what I take.
I think that you
I
might
think
be
you're
might be
confused
intelligent
because
and you
you're
might know some things, but I still think that
if you're a sole
you're
proprietor and if you're a sole proprietor LLC, the business's income is what you take. There's no difference between
Right.
you guys.
There is what you take because there's called owner's cut. You take a portion.
Yeah, but
of
listen,
what
you
you
are
make
It
from
a
that
just doesn't feel
LLC
like
and put it
Steve is
into
you don't
trying to be
your
like a
account.
teacher and trying to help somebody out. It feels like more like, hey, I'm trying to like, oh, you're doing things this kind of stupidly. What are you doing, dude? You know what I'm saying? Like you should be doing.
Do you know
this,
what
this,
an
and
owner's
that.
cut is? Look up owner's cut right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know what it is, but I think that you're confused because when you file your taxes, the LLC doesn't see anything different from you or your business. Your business
Some people
isn't
just
its
still
own
trying.
entity. All the income from the
Correct.
business
Why is he still trying
your
to sell it?
income,
Yeah, that's
Caden.
Because
why-
that's how you file an LLC.
Didn't he say
It's
he
not an
needed
S
to
corp.
go?
I do
Don't
gotta
you have
go.
a business tomorrow? I'd like to get to.
I do have a business to run. I have crews to
Right.
manage, and I have jobs to go give estimates for, and I have sales processes to make sure that I close those jobs. And if somebody asks me for my sales process and somebody wants me to give them an example or say, "Hey, I might have you some pointers. Let me hear you," I would 100% just say them right then and there because you don't know what you don't know. But with people like Hayden, he can't even have a simple role play. It's like, okay, well. You
Because
know
I don't
all
want
well,
to do that
Caden.
right now because
I will
I'm
learn.
intoxicated. And it's 11:30 at night. I'm not in the mood.
Yeah, I mean it's already getting to the cutoff time at
I'm sorry.
11:30. I was going till 11:30 tonight anyway. So I mean,
Yeah.
Steve
All
is trying
right,
to work
host.
you up before
I
bed.
apologize, Steve-O, that I don't fit your criteria. I'm not a perfect person.
No one's perfect, bro. We're all
Yeah.
sinners. Don't worry about it. All I'm saying is that if you ever need help or you need to come to me for anything at all, I am always here for you. I love helping
Yes, sir.
young
I
men like
appreciate
you.
that, man. You are definitely
Steve,
the
we
last
love
person
you
I'm
too,
coming
bro.
to.
But Aaron, I appreciate you. You are a great host and you are a great Hispanic man. And Caden, like I said, you're a young guy. You're trying to get it. You still got some things to work on. Go get it.
You're a
And
How
great
old are
white
you?
man. We need
How old
more
are you?
white men like you, more white boys.
How old are you?
thank
if
you,
don't
and I
mind me?
appreciate that.
I'm
How-
just fucking with you.
what's your age?
Go ahead and drop a follow though, Steve. We need you back.
I'm dropping a follow. I won't be following Caden though.
Ah.
I don't care.
Unfortunately,
Well, what's your age?
I'm 19. I already said that.
Oh, great. I'm 24. You young yet?
And
Young
I've
yet.
accomplished more in my business in 3 months than you have in 4 years. Not to
And
flex or anything, but age is just a number, and it really does not
Correct.
matter.
Absolutely, man. People go through different things in life, and unfortunately, I've never really had it fortunate in life. And I've worked to a point to where I've educated about myself about everything I'm going through.
And
without
maybe
a
I'm your
college
star.
education.
Maybe I
You
am
know,
your
I had a
help to
mama
get
who
you to
was
where you want to
addicted,
go.
who's a drug
Look,
addict that raised
Steve.
me and everything else. I come from a very traumatic family. With that being said, that's been my inspiration to come out of that with being a business owner and being
Now we gotta hear the
person in
vent.
my family to make it. So, like I said, man, people have different paths, and you know what? I hope that whatever is working for you continues to work. But I'm
Thank
just letting
you.
you know, man.
Thank you.
You are at the end of the day are not better than anybody else, and you also don't know everything. So with that
I'm
being
not.
said,
I'm not better than anybody. My business just gets more
Out here
profit than
moving
you.
them.
But
okay.
I'm no better than you as a
Grinding.
person.
I will say this, Steve. Even if let's give you the benefit of the doubt, and you are making all this money, and your business has gone already far. You're very I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You're very intelligent. You know what you know, and One thing I will say is you're young. You're 19, obviously.
It's
And
by the grace of God.
no, listen, you lack EQ. You have IQ, but a lot of young men right now don't have emotional intelligence. And the way that you try to deliver your things, whether you think that you're trying to help your fellow young man or not, it comes across as narcissistic and condescending.
And that's
And
why I
think,
apologize. Because
yeah,
listen,
there you go. I think that you just need to work on your
let me
EQ
just say,
as someone who's almost 30.
you're right.
You know,
Host, let me just
being
finish this out.
19, because I was
Let
a
me
lot
finish
like
this
that
out,
at
host.
19.
Let me
Go on,
finish
bro.
this one, and I just want to take this chance to
Make your point.
apologize
Yeah,
because,
of course.
listen, Caden, the way that where I grew up around, we grew up in the sticks. We're all Hicks. I'm not used to guys being not in a rude way at all, but just offended or emotional, or they just get upset at
What
when I
makes
give
you
them
feel like
advice.
I'm offended?
So hold on, Caden, please
No,
let me talk,
what makes
because
you feel like I'm offended?
when you cut me off when I talk like this, it sounds like you're getting offended, and I'm not saying that you are.
100%, Taz.
But this is all I'm saying is that I do lack EQ, and I can admit that because, again, the way that I grew up and the way that I'm raised and the people that I surround myself with, we're just not emotional guys. We're super blunt, we're super honest, we'll give it
Brother,
to you,
that's
and
why
that's just
I'm
how it
from
is.
Myrtle Beach, South
And
Carolina. That's all I
please
grew up with.
let me talk, Hayden, please.
You just don't know my background
That's
enough to
apparent, yeah.
compare me to that.
Look, and I'm not saying that you're not a tough guy, but what I'm saying though is when I try to apologize like a man and tell you stuff like this, and you can't even let me talk.
You're being condescending, and you know what
Okay.
you're doing.
Well,
brother.
host, like
You
I said,
know
I
what you're
apologize. I don't have good EQ. I'm not on the
We'll
emotional
work on it,
level.
bro.
I'm just
We'll
not
work
there,
on it.
but
It's
I will
okay.
work
We'll
on
get
it.
you there.
And
You're
Caden,
19. It's all good.
Caden, if I have, again, I'm not saying that I have, but
Dude,
if I
just
have
shut the
offended
fuck
you,
up. Honestly, you're
okay.
getting annoying.
Well, I apologize. And host, you have a great night.
Yeah, have a blessed one, bro.
Thank you.
Have a good one,
Holy
guys.
moly.
All right, man. That was a good episode, I guess. got some
We
good
meet a lot of
content out of that.
interesting people out here. And honestly,
do.
that's great. Well, I would have loved this conversation a little bit more if just the way that he needs to give off a little bit better of a vibe while having these conversations. He's constantly thinking he's right and this and that. You got to throw a little bit more out there when having these conversations other than, trying to constantly troll people. Like, bro, the way that he was trolling was like the internet people that go out and they know they're out there looking for like triggers and shit like that, right? They're purposely doing. And that's exactly how he was doing it for here. And I'm not saying like, bro, I could care less about what he was saying. It was just a fact that, there's no moving on from the conversation, right? Let me get my last point out, and then there's like 3 or 4 other last points.
Right.
Makes no sense. It's like, bro, move on.
Chat says Caden was also being pretty condescending.
I mean, I
didn't say that. I'm just repeating chat.
Yeah.
I'm repeating
No,
chat.
I agree. I'm agreeing with chat. Absolutely. When he continued doing that, I also just copied his behavior. Absolutely.
It gets like that once trolls start trolling each other and everything, man. It just gets to a point where it's like we're not even gonna have a conversation anymore. It's just gonna be a lot of insults, or not even insults, just grifting going back and forth and everything. We meet interesting people doing this on a nightly basis. I will say, yesterday, bro, I think I titled the episode, my wife titled it the Commie Takeover, because I put everything on YouTube right away after. So the whole 5-hour episode is on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
Because I'm live streaming this on Twitch at the same time that I'm doing it on TikTok.
How many followers you got up there or views right now?
How many views am I at on Twitch? Twitch is harder, bro, than TikTok. That's why I'm using both, because I'm trying to build the following through TikTok and try to move them over to Twitch.
Right. You probably got a lot more freedom over there, eh?
Twitch, you have a lot more ability to like talk and everything, be a little more free in the way that you speak, but it's not a discovery engine. It's usually dominated by the people who are already big movers, right? So
yeah,
you have to be doing something. But for me, I'm trying to move people slowly. I've only been doing this since February 22nd. So building the account is difficult. I got like 2,900 followers on Instagram already through it. TikTok's a little harder for some reason. I don't know. They're kind of weird. Chat says Twitch is determined by who you can pull over, 100%. So I'm trying to get that conversion rate over. But I mean, if we work a lot on TikTok first, I mean, I'll do it, especially because that's where the debates are and everything.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, I don't even use any other platform other than Instagram that you named.
Yeah,
I barely use that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's what I do. Usually you have to have like 1,500 followers to go live, but I mean, I was posting so much and people hate my content so much that they comment a lot, and I was just getting so much engagement that they were like, you can go live now. I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go every night, bro. Because I mean, I pulled 6 followers in tonight, 5 yesterday. So I mean, little by little, man, the more consistent that you are, the more people will pull in, and the more I can convert over to Twitch. And eventually,
and usually, I mean, from going to these lives, and then I just get into the chat and whatnot, I get a lot of followers as well, just simply because of the people that I meet. A lot of times, when I meet really cool people, we tend to follow each other right away.
Exactly. I mean, how are you going to get people to follow you if you don't have these conversations? Because I can only do so much with the short form, you know, because I have to do short form to get people to come into the chat at nighttime to maybe try to talk, especially when I'm looking for conservatives, right? Because you should look through my comments, bro. People they don't like me on TikTok. I don't know what my shit gets pushed to, but it's to the liberal haters. I don't know, man. But it's cool. I like it because I'm like, hey, come have a chat and maybe see that I'm not so bad, you know? Because you can judge me off a little short, but come to the long form and let's talk. And that's what's great about TikTok.
Right.
So,
and to Taz, whoever Taz is, I'm not sure, but she said mimicking is also a childish behavior. Hell yes, it is, and it's funny as hell when people do it to you, and you just do it right back. Absolutely is childish, but then again, I mean, we are human. We get to express emotion for fun.
Steve-O literally in the chat still, bro.
No, absolutely. I feel that 100% though. Like, it is definitely a childish behavior. And
oh my god!
I love the fact that, you know, we are able to be like that because life would be boring without emotions.
That's fucking funny. Right. 100%, man. Steve-O is requesting to join again. What do you want, Steve?
Dude's back. Dude's back.
You got 5 minutes, Steve. I gotta get off. I gotta go take a shower. I gotta get ready for tomorrow.
Look, I forgot to say something. Hold on. I would like to take this chance to apologize.
Okay.
Absolutely nobody.
Oh my god, Steve.
Agreed. You got nothing to apologize for.
I don't got to apologize for guys being sissies or being emotional like Caden.
Bro, what?
He was cussing at me because he got mad because I just said, dude, look.
You were just being annoying.
Different walks.
There's a
just
difference.
Because you're 24 and you got different.
You just got annoying, and you're still annoying.
Caden, stop getting upset at me. Listen, you got 2 ears, one mouth.
I'm talking to you normally, homie.
You got 2 ears, 1 mouth. Please,
right.
dude, for the love of God, shut your trap.
You gotta learn how to use those 2 ears.
For real. Gosh.
I gotta bring it. I'm the crazy ex. I'm gonna bring this shit back because
bro,
I don't care. And I'm like, hey, my little bro Caden is still upset. Dude, come on. We're all men here, are we not? Are you a man or not?
Steve.
Man, your parents loved you.
My parents love me because they raised me to not cry about words, dude.
I'm not. Am I currently crying right now, bro?
Dude, honestly, I heard sniffling in the background. I don't know if that was you or your Indian girlfriend.
I don't know, man. I just think it's funny.
Maybe somebody sniffed the curry and got upset, but.
Oh my gosh.
See, he's looking for a reaction.
I know
that's exactly what I mean.
You gotta admit, that was
say goodnight to you. You know,
host, you gotta admit, I got him I cooked him.
It's all right. His girlfriend.
The only thing that got cooked was the curry with the feet. That's it.
I have a feeling that Steve is gonna be a reoccurring character in this universe.
Dude, I gotta come back and debate Caden again.
But you gotta you gotta be like a little bit more like
professional,
not as combative. Yeah, man. We're trying to. What do you? Come on. For the people that are, if we're gonna bring you in more, bro. What are you gonna do to the people that are coming into the chat? You're scaring them away.
Dude, let the people come in and just let me rage bait the fuck out of them.
No, this is not a rage baiting thing,
dude. It's gonna go so viral.
We're trying to, bro. We're not rage baiting.
It's gonna go viral, and you're gonna love it.
Look, Steve, I'll use you when I need you to rage bait. How about that? I'll be like, Steve, get him.
Please, dude, that'd be dope.
All right, but don't
it to Caden the
weaponize
most.
against us. No,
Bro,
we
you
need
can't
you to
sit
go
there and
against
tell
the
him he's a
horrible
dog.
people.
You
We
can't
need
sit
you to
there
go
and tell
after
him
the
he's a
people
dog.
that are
You
like
ain't got that
true
dog in him,
gifters.
bro.
Okay, host.
What's up?
When you tell me to rage bait somebody because they're acting up, I'm absolutely gonna start rage baiting, but it's not gonna be the person. It's just gonna be Caden.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm joking, y'all. You guys are actually cool to talk to. I just
You
wanted
too,
to come
brother.
in here and say, look, Caden, I love you, little bro. I'll always have love for you. You'll always be my
Little
little
bro,
bro.
19.
You have a good night, okay?
Hey, tell your wife I'll see her tonight.
See, that's a little bro comment. That's like you.
Nah, she cucks you. You know it. It's all right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's all right, buddy.
Didn't you say you cooked Indian food for your girlfriend one time?
I've actually never
Dude,
attempted
this
to
guy
cook
literally
Indian
said it
food.
wasn't made by the feet because it was made by me. I said, "Whoa, you're cooking a traditional Indian dish for your girlfriend that's Indian." He said, "Well, yeah, it's part of their culture, dude."
Well, correction.
Watching now 'cause
She's
this is
actually
pure
my
entertainment.
ex.
They're like, oh my gosh, this is
yeah.
about one of the funniest things to watch at the moment.
I say, "Look, hey, little bro, whatever floats your boat, whatever floats your boat. If you got to go down to her family and have a red dot put on your head and start going ring a ding a ding a ding, whatever, I don't care.
Steve,
I
bro,
don't.
you're gonna make me have to go to kick, bro. I'm gonna have to go to
I'm
Rumble
saying
or
that
some
I
shit. You're gonna
don't
get me
care.
Nick Fuentes out
No,
here, bro.
I don't care. I'm
You're
saying
gonna,
that I don't mind.
you're gonna push me on the platform with Myron Gaines and everybody, bro. Come on.
That's Caden's life. If he wants to do that, dude, let him. He can be transracial. I don't care.
Oh my god.
All I'm saying, and you can do anything you want with your business too. I was just trying to give you advice. But listen, it's your life. You're my
From a
little bro.
19-year-old
I'll
know-it-all
support you.
narcissist,
Listen,
bro. What?
little bro, as
Little
your big
bro,
brother, I'll
little
support
bro.
you in anything that you do. I just want that's really what I came here to let you know. If it's with an Indian
I
girl,
thought you were going to bed.
Bro, you remind me of Jack Doherty.
I thought you went Mimi's.
You remind me of
That was
Jack Doherty,
bedtime.
bro.
it is bedtime for Caden.
Yeah, it's bedtime for you. Go to
That's
bed,
actually
you
what I
fucking
came in to
child.
say. That your
You're a
mom's
teenage
actually
little
telling us
boy.
time to go to bed, dude.
All right. Let's diffuse the situation, Steve. Steve,
Let's calm down, Caden. Let's not get
Steve,
emotional
Steve.
again.
Bro,
I
I'm
love
having
you,
such a
Steve.
great time right now. What are you even talking about?
I love Caden too, and I love the host too. I got
Hey man,
Yes.
I gotta love
Much
you
love.
because
Steve,
God
next
wants
time
me
you come
to.
in, let's try to talk politics though. This is for Taz that's watching. This is a political like debate channel. Like we talk about politics here for the most
Well,
part.
Taz,
but
I'm not gonna lie.
Steve
this is my
has steered this conversation in many directions tonight.
Taz, this is my
So
little
if I
brother.
don't be president,
This is my little brother. He lives
Yeah,
in
that's-
Wisconsin.
I feed it with the bullshit too much.
This is my
Oh my
little brother in
gosh.
Wisconsin. I just come up here just to troll him sometimes. You know, just big
But
brother
I'm a
activity.
Southern boy by the grace of God, and let me tell you,
my
And,
that
you know-
mouth around me would have got you in trouble a long time ago.
He was
homie.
raised by his mama, so he's a little bit more sis. He's a mama's boy, but there's nothing wrong with that. And I come in here touging him up, everyone. You know, I'm the
Guys.
big bro. I come in here
I
toughing him
think
up.
I think I'm the big bro here, man. I'm almost 30.
This is Unk right here, actually.
Yeah, I am on shit.
Bro, that's what
That's
my
why
cousins call me.
I am
My
on the
cousins
fuck.
stay calling me Unc and shit, bro. That shit's great.
Do you have any kids?
From the way north. Where you from, Taz?
Taz
I have to get everybody to simmer down, man. Time and time again in this chat, I have to be like the adult in the room. You know what I'm saying? Like let's simmer it down. Let's be friends. You know what I'm saying? We're all bros here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're more like an uncle, but
I am like an
Yo,
uncle, but I
so
don't
like
look like
he's
no
the type
uncle.
of dude.
that's true.
He wouldn't say this stuff in public because like he'd probably get his stuff rocked. But like I respect you. I
Gotcha.
respect you from showing your opinion and coming up here doing what you do. It's fun, man.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Taz
Coming
pops
from
then.
somebody who got upset at work, I'm not gonna lie. I
My
cannot
pops
take
is
your
45,
opinion
man.
seriously.
46. My mom 45, 46 too.
But any other thing, I'll take your opinion on. But for something talking about how I'm gonna get my whatever rocked, dude, you can't even handle words correctly. So
I
Steve,
would.
Steve, I think aren't you tired of trolling tonight?
Yeah.
well, I live in Phoenix, so it's not even 10 o'clock for me. So I got hours of this left.
Oh, got you. I thought you had to go to bed already though.
Me and
You
Caden
were
were
saying you had to go to bed at 10 o'clock
me
for
and
work.
well, dude, I wake up at 5 a.m. every single day.
Yeah,
I know
Taz, my
Caden.
mom's
He wakes up a little
45,
bit later because
46.
he
My parents
works
had me
under a
at like 15,
GC.
16.
But I got a business to work. I got a business to run, so it's a little bit different for me.
He said, "I'm truly the unk." Taz said, "I'm the unk."
No, this guy's grandpa.
I think I'm just big bro. You feel me? I don't even look 30, bro. Bro, I
You
go to
don't look
college
30,
with
you look
kids. They
good.
think that I'm like 20 fucking 3, bro.
I mean, you're good looking. I'll give you that.
Hey, bro, I appreciate it, man. I really do.
If I was a woman, I'd tap it, but I'm not. So
Oh my god, bro. All right, appreciate it, I guess.
your wife has good taste. Give it up for her.
That's wild.
That is
She picked a good one. I'll tell you that.
Oh my gosh.
As
That's why I'm
for
doing this, bro. I got a
Caden's
marketable face. I got a marketable
Look,
face.
As for
Hell yeah.
Caden's Indian girlfriend, I'm sure there's a great reason why why she left him. But as for you and your wife, hey, wife, if you're listening, you picked the good one. You don't want to let him go. Keep
She
him.
is listening and she's laughing her ass off right now.
He knows it's true. You're a great guy, dude. Like
I'll
I
just
said.
let dude keep going. I'm just not gonna give him any more to feed off of. I mean, I don't care at this point.
Oh my gosh.
Caden, let's not make everything about you, buddy. I'm talking about the other guy.
Steve, I think you've been one of the funnest people we had on the channel. Because usually there's people that are trolls and that don't they like to argue and stuff, but then
Yeah,
they're
I
mean
see. I'm
about
just
it.
not quick witted like that. Like I just can't come up with stupid shit to say that like won't break TikTok guidelines. So
It's
You're
this
just not
new
like
generation,
fast
man.
thinking.
These-
You're like
these
kind of
Gen
slow.
Alpha kids.
yeah, I mean, I genuinely will say, yeah, I'm kind of slow in some aspects. Absolutely, that is a
Yeah.
flaw. But you know what? The greatest part about being human is you can recognize that and overcome it.
Fuck yeah.
I like that, dude. Late night inspiration for slow people right here. Any other
Yeah.
slow people in the chat?
There's only one other person in the chat, and that's Taz right now, man. I think you scared off so many people tonight, Steve.
I all the Caden fans that are slow. I must have.
You know what I'm saying?
I was speaking too fast.
Every
for them,
time that you
maybe.
spin this conversation in ways, like, because they think that this is supposed to be a political thing. My whole channel's political. We're getting people from my post, and then they come in there hearing us talk about babies' heads getting eaten off and shit, and, and you're like over here wanting to troll Caden about his business.
Let's not forget the dog race.
Let's not forget the pit bull dog racial thing that you talked about forever.
Well, you guys, you guys.
Bro's definitely the type of person. If you keep up here, your TikTok won't be a TikTok anymore.
No, definitely. You're gonna get me banned, bro. I'm telling you. I'm gonna have to go to
Only
Rumble.
because TikTok guidelines, Otherwise, shit, we could have fun on Twitter all
TikTok
day.
guidelines are stupid, man. I'm telling
Hell
you.
yeah, they are.
Caden, drop your Twitter handle.
No sir.
Caden don't want it.
Steve, I'm telling you, you're gonna make me have to go to like Twitch or like Kick or something. You're gonna have to go
Wait,
follow
can
me
me
on,
and Ca-
on
wait.
Twitch just for how many times that you're speaking out of pocket.
Wait, let me tell you this though. Imagine this: me and Caden, we'd live stream in person. Little bro and big bro meet up.
Yo, you in an IRL.
Bro, where you at right now? Because Phoenix ain't too far from Columbia, Missouri.
It's pretty damn far, but I'll tell you this
He
though:
is
is that I
selling
am
something again. I don't know.
I
He came
am
back
coming-
and he was
listen.
like, "Shit, I gotta sell these
I
guys
am
something."
coming to Wichita, Kansas, and I am coming to Wausau, Wisconsin. Sometime this summer. So I would love to meet up. Check out
wait,
your.
you said Wausau, Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be hanging around Aaron for quite a bit. So whenever you're in that area, why don't you hit up Aaron? Let him know.
Let's do it.
Aaron, you live by Wausau?
I live in Texas.
Yeah,
What?
but
Let's meet in the middle. You know what I'm saying? We'll do an IRL stream here. I'll moderate.
Let's meet in San Antonio.
San Antonio. Can you come to Dallas? Dallas
I don't
is
like
better
Dallas.
than San
It's
Antonio.
like, I know, but I don't like Texas City so because it's like a spider web with all the highways. It's like crazy.
Oh, I know. Dude, trust me.
that's
man.
everywhere in
It's
America,
terrible.
buddy.
Not
Dallas
in
is
Phoenix,
pretty-
dude. It's
Dallas is
a
pretty
grid
bad.
pattern here in Phoenix. No, but I'm for real. I would actually love to meet you in person, Caden. Like get to know about your business more. Maybe, give you some advice coming from somebody that's a little bit older, a little bit wiser, a little
Seems
bit
like
more.
you need some advice. It seems like you want to talk to him because you need some pointers, bro. You're like, man,
I mean, I'm
you know
sure
what?
he could probably teach me how to.
I
Make
think
a
you've asked him
traditional
more
Indian
questions
dish.
about his business than he's asked you about yours tonight.
I mean, I could probably ask him questions on like curry and hijabs and stuff like that, but business
Well,
wise,
the thing is like
Let me sell you
I'm.
some pyramids.
You say I'm slow, but I'm pretty smart. Within 30 seconds of you talking, I already
Oh my
knew I didn't
God.
like the type of person and personality
Dude,
you
who's
have.
this guy talking
So I'm just
about?
not giving you any more
Royal-
information.
Who you talking about? Royal Oh,
Aaron
boy.
used to be a Pokemon scalper.
Is it me that you think I was a Pokemon scalper, bro?
No, it's Caden. I'm joking. It's him and his Indian girlfriend used to
Who
do
is the
it.
Pokemon scalper?
It's
I've
Caden
never
and his
played
ex.
Pokemon in my life. I think the only Pokemon I could name you is like Pikachu.
And
I
Curry.
mean, I can name a couple Pokemon, man. I was born in '96, bro. I'm old
Nah,
as
Halo
dirt,
was
bro.
my shit.
Oh, dude, Halo, the original. What's it called? Combat Evolved.
Combat Evolved,
Oh,
yeah.
hell yeah.
I played like Halo 3, and that was about it.
Look,
Oh, you're missing
we're not
out.
talking to you.
Art guy, bro. I am literally in investment banking, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, and I talk
He
about
invests in
political
Pokemon cards.
ideology on a nightly basis. So I'm
is
definitely
he
not a
talking?
Pokemon scalper.
Hey, Art, this guy brought me up and started asking me questions on if a dog is racist. It don't make no sense. Just join up here. Request to
Steve?
come on up.
Aurora,
I'll
Art, why don't you
fill
get
you
in
in.
here if you have something to say? You know what I'm saying? This is a multi-chat thing. Don't be just a keyboard warrior. I hate keyboard warriors, man. That stuff is so annoying.
Yeah. Usually
Like,
if they're
seriously.
male, they got an innie between their legs instead of an Audi with that keyboard warrior shit.
Oh yeah, they do, bro. You know,
I
how
like
many
to talk
freaking
shit in
guys are
person.
in my
It's so much more
comments?
fun,
Oh,
you know?
Taz wants to get in here.
That's why I usually like just like debating here and spitting logical facts instead of teasing people. Because like, you know, I like teasing people in real life.
You said I like teasing people. And
What
I'm an
about
Android
Probably got
warrior.
teased a lot.
What?
An
What's up,
Android
Taz?
warrior.
Hey, let's get on Taz.
Yeah,
Let's
he
get on
didn't accept
Taz,
the
Taz.
invite.
No?
No, I tried to invite.
Dude, honestly, I haven't
nope.
even looked at this
What's
dude's
good, Taz?
profile yet.
Yo, Taz, what's up, you old ass?
Hey, don't be mean to Taz.
Yeah,
bro. We're gonna block you, Steve. We're gonna mute you.
from
You're gonna get a 5-minute timeout.
You're from Alaska, Taz?
Do you need a 5-minute timeout,
Yeah.
Steve?
Does Taz need a 5-minute timeout?
Steve-O is gonna get his own, so it's okay.
He is.
Oh,
he is.
you
he
got
is.
me good there, Taz. You got me good.
Steve
Yeah,
is
I got you.
19, man. He's these kids nowadays,
host,
man. They gotta
Host,
be.
please.
What's up, buddy?
Host,
I know,
please.
I know.
I have been
that's
giving it to
crap
Caden.
talking.
Please give him a chance. Let me finish on task for tonight, and then I'll be done for the night. Caden has had all he can take. It's ready for
Steve.
Taz. Taz wanted to come up here.
Steve,
We know who's paying
you're
us.
you're gonna get a timeout, Steve. All right, what's good, Taz? I
Worry
muted
about
it for a
him. It's all
second.
good.
This kid talks a lot.
Yeah, he does.
Taz likes to type a lot and not say much. What do you got to say, Taz?
Dude, I've been sitting here talking the whole time.
You weren't talking. You were
So-
typing.
Hey, Steve-O, shut the F up for a second, buddy. Let Taz
Steve.
talk.
Taz,
Yeah,
the
Steve.
floor is yours.
Steve, I'm gonna mute you again, bro, so Taz can make his point and say something.
Me as a moderator, am I allowed to do that?
You should go click his icon. You
It
should
doesn't
be
let
able
me.
to.
It
doesn't
only
let you
lets me do that in
anything?
comments.
Guys, please let
Really?
Taz talk real quick.
Let me see what I can do about that.
Go ahead, Taz.
Just wanted to make a point that no matter age,
Manage guests.
no matter
You
anything,
should now,
that
Caden. Can you do it now?
anybody has
Yes.
knowledge
Okay.
on how to run a business. But the point of it is all the niche and everything that moving forward, as far as what the demand is what actually matters. So everything else that Steve-O or Caden was talking about of, I make this and this amount of money, it doesn't really matter. Your niche is only so far.
100%.
Can I get a
Yeah,
translation,
I agree with you,
please?
man.
I don't know if that was English.
That I agree with you in a way. Yeah, I mean, it all really depends on the market that you're in, and like with us kind of being in the contracting portion of the world where we keep houses up to date and whatnot, we're important because those types of people are a dying breed. You know, those business owners, they're a dying breed. So right now, kids our age to get in this type of business we're going to be the breadwinners at the end of the day when it comes down to, you know, how long we have these businesses. So 10,
Okay.
15 years down the road.
Jaden, can I actually ask you a question?
You're in the whole screen.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No, you good?
But whenever you say that you're um, basically redoing houses and everything, are you trying to do them on contract sales or are you doing them on like a refab contract?
Yeah, so I mean, I do a bunch of subcontracting work, but I mean, the roofs and siding and gutters that I do on my own, it's all just by contract sales.
Okay, so
$100,000 in
whenever
funds,
it comes to the
27.
contract sales, you're talking on already having owners and basically trying to sell them up, right?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of times I door knock. I mean, I got a flyer process and whatnot that I do. I got a bunch of business cards, so I hand them out every time I do subcontracting work for whenever homeowners do have upcoming projects, in which a lot of times they do. I do get a lot of callbacks, especially because of the type of person that I am and the way that I express my work and show it when it's finished. For instance, like leaf filter, you install panels on top of the 5 or 6 inch gutter, right? With that being said, homeowners really can't see it, so I just ensure that the quality is good. And when that's good, I take pictures of it, show the homeowner, just my whole process about how I do everything from start to finish. It's really attractive. So I do get a lot of callbacks and whatnot. When
Wait,
it comes down to
Caden,
it. What's up?
so your GCs, you don't sign like a non-compete with them?
What?
You don't sign a non-compete with your GCs when you subcontract work?
No.
Coffee, it's terrible and great
Wow,
at the
that's
same
crazy.
time.
In Arizona, a lot of the
Chatters in
GCs,
America is like
you
coffee,
can't
it's
like
terrible.
market yourself because obviously they want to make the profit on top of you. So if the homeowner wants to have more work, then it got to be under the GC. You can't be taking work from the GC in Arizona.
Yeah, so I mean, the company
There's always
for my
ways around that.
subcontracting work, the companies usually take care of all the processes. I just simply just do the work. I'm allowed to give my business card out because once again, I am the person completing the work. At the end of the day, I am signing that the work is completed on the completion forms and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, if there's anything wrong or whatnot, but my contractors are gonna send me back out there to fix it anyways. So I just give them my card and I let them know, hey, I do everything else. I mean, it states everything on my card. So yeah.
Hey, I'm working for a GC and I'm also a GC.
Yeah, I mean that works a lot of the times. I mean, I know
That's
a company.
cool. That's cool. That's just crazy. I've just never heard of that because usually GCs, like for me, like I'm a painter, so I subcontract out a lot of paint. But if my painting subs came in and then went and told the homeowners, "Hey, we are also painters and let's get some work for you," I'd be pissed,
Right.
because those are my clients.
Do you do new builds and everything?
No, absolutely not. I don't.
So
I don't do any new
those
builds.
are a bunch of general contractors working for general contractors. So like subcontracting when it comes to new builds, right? That's all it is. It's a builder and they are the agency to hire all the people for the labor. So they're going to contact a guy to do flooring, a guy for framing, a guy for roofing, a guy for gutters, siding. All of that is a bunch of different contractors unless they're personal builders and they do absolutely everything and they're like contracted for that, but that's very rare.
You thought about trying to market your art, Aurora? Sorry, I was responding to the
Well,
chat. Come on, guys.
I just want to throw out there though, as far as whenever it comes to general contractors, I actually have a lot of work that I personally do. Whenever it comes to laying their fiber or Cat 5 or Cat 6 cable, and that is big money. That is actually one of my most profitable
gotcha.
businesses.
Yeah.
that I
Yeah,
run.
so I have to in the state of Wisconsin, I have to have a different license for that. I have to have an electrical license for that because a dweller's contractor's license just means you're allowed to like mess with framings of homes and everything else like that, and you just like you
Even
have to take
for
a complete
Cat
different
6
course
and
for
Cat 5
plumbing.
cable?
Huh?
Even for Cat 6 or Cat 5 cable?
Anything electric, yeah. If you're using it as a business, yeah.
But it's not technically electric, and that's where a lot of the stuff in my state it doesn't
Right.
qualify as electric.
But
Can I
having
ask
these
a
licenses,
question?
but having these licenses, you have to take a test at the end of it after like going and reviewing all of the information in order to make sure that it like you understand it. It's kind of like you need a license to drive. Same thing with that, because they want to just ensure that you're licensed with the state. So therefore, we know who's at fault if you mess up.
Can I ask Taz a question?
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
Good.
Hey Taz, what color is your Bugatti?
I ain't got no damn Bugatti.
Well, you're
Shoot.
coming up here saying I make so much money and whatever the hell this is. It's like, well, come on, man, could you stick behind it?
I never actually said I made so much money. I literally said
So you're broke.
that I make. No, I make good money.
How much do you make a year?
In passive income, probably about 130, 140.
What's your total income per year?
I didn't answer that question, so
Probably about. Yeah, I make enough. Like
$2?
Steve, I mean, where's your Bugatti, homie?
Yeah, two.
How old
$2.
is
That's what I make.
Where's your
Taz?
Mozzie, bro?
where's your business card at, bro?
Hold on, guys. How old, Taz?
What's your
how old are
LLC
you?
called? What's your business called, Steve? I want to get some work done by you.
No, I'm not giving that information out.
I want some work done, bro. I need some work done. Like, seriously, I'm actually in the Phoenix area. I need some work done, bro. Hook me up, bro.
Yeah, you live in Dallas,
need it
Texas.
too.
Hook me up, bro. I got two
too.
properties. I told you I do investment banking.
Unc,
Hey, bro. I need you to hook me up, bro. I'm trying to
Yo,
rebuild
what's
my
up?
home.
You said, What's up? You
Taz
said,
is a
What's
fronter.
up?
100%
No,
Taz
no.
is a fronter. Taz,
host
no,
is
not
Unc.
Taz is a fronter. Steve's a fronter.
Taz, you
I read that wrong. Taz is cool.
you're not Unc, dude. You're grandpa. You're like 50.
Taz is cool people, bro.
I literally said I turned 40 on Tuesday. Like,
Bro,
come
he is
on.
young as hell, bro. Y'all
Steve
are
is
tripping,
such
bro.
a troll. So
You don't sound a day over 70.
Dude, we're sorry about these Gen Alpha trollers, bro. It's a
they do
it's
it so
epidemic.
well too, bro.
It's an
They do it
epidemic,
so
bro.
well.
They grew up on this.
Yeah,
man,
It's an
and
epidemic
it's a
of-
hard
dude.
time for us to keep up.
Dude, Taz could probably baby when he was 19, he probably babysit 2 times and he was able to buy a multi-million-dollar house. You know, times are different,
only
Taz.
40.
What are you talking about?
You know,
He's 40. He's a
baby
millennial.
boomers like you, Taz. You know,
Boomer? He's not a boomer, bro.
Taz, you don't know what
That's-
it's like to
that's
grow up with this
legitly
in
why
this
we
new
had
era.
the 2008 crisis,
Bro,
right?
our
He's born in
generation is
86. Oh my god,
Taz
My
86, he
boomer.
sounds like it.
bro, that's a millennial, a late millennial, like either an early millennial or a late Gen Xer at the max.
Okay, can I actually ask you guys this though, because this
We're-
genuinely gets me mad.
86 is like Zennial.
Okay, so
There
Taz
you
is
go.
at least 40, right?
Right.
You can't even pronounce words correctly. You've been on the earth for 40 years and you can't speak proper English.
Steve.
It pisses me the fuck off, dude.
You pissed me the fuck off, dude.
But not him.
What
Like,
words can I not pronounce, bro?
dude, listen to how you talk.
What
Steve.
can I not pronounce?
Certified Dora. What's
Yeah,
up, Certified Dora?
and?
You want to get in the chat, Certified
Yeah.
Dora?
What can I not pronounce, please?
You can't even pronounce correctly.
This
I'm
is,
not
this is
trying-
Steve right here, guys.
I literally am trying to pronounce.
Look, I'm not trying to be rude
Yeah,
or anything,
Steve,
but that's more
like-
like Taz because he can't even pronounce words correctly. So that's him. That's Taz.
That's Taz.
That's Taz.
though.
That's
Okay.
Taz
It
saying,
says
"What am I not
Steve.
saying correctly?" That's Taz right there.
Fucking idiot.
What am I not saying
Yeah.
correctly? Am I
Steve.
not speaking right?
Yeah, you want to compare?
Steve.
Steve here.
Steve, you need to chill out a little bit, buddy.
Am I hurting this 40-year-old's feelings?
I don't think it's necessarily that male septum ring. I have
No,
a nose
I mean-
ring. It's not a septum, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
You
Ain't
got a
nobody getting dumb
septum ring?
septum.
Oh,
That's
hell
what
no.
that's what this dude's trying to say. Is I got
Say
a
boo.
fucking septum ring. Potato Car, get in the chat and don't be a keyboard warrior, bro. This is a place where we talk.
Dude,
bro.
but the
We know
nose
we
ring
ain't
is
doing no
low-key
keyboard.
fruity, especially when you're 30 and you got a nose ring.
Oh yeah, bro.
I
You
don't
know
know.
what? But guess what? I don't care. And guess what? I'm so confident
pretty
in
sure
my
you're
masculinity
fruity,
that
Steve.
stuff does not offend me whatsoever.
Wait,
it offends you kind of men,
And
but
is
I
that
don't know
the
why it
same
offends.
thing as-
It should not
Host.
offend
That
me.
you could hit it?
Yeah,
Same
you
thing
told me
as
you would
going
hit it,
back
bro.
and
You told
Dude,
me
you're
you would
attractive.
hit it.
You're attractive.
You told me you would hit it.
You're
He got
attractive.
that
What can I
on
say? You're
film
attractive.
too, bro.
I have it on camera, bro. I'm literally
He's gonna
recording the
post it on
stream.
YouTube.
I'm not denying it.
I'm
You're
gonna
an
clip
attractive
it and
man.
tag your
Your
ass,
wife
Steve.
is a
fucked,
lucky
bro.
woman.
Your
Your
wife
wife
is
is
a
a
male
very
septum ring.
lucky
But Potato
woman.
Car, bro,
Everything
you're
you were
so
fighting
threatened by
against, it
men that
turns
are
out it's all
better
because you're
looking
too
than you
scared.
that you have to attack the fact that I have a septum ring, bro. What the fuck? I
Yeah,
already got a
just
septum.
Potato, just because he's
Not as
He's
cute.
that
good
type
as
of
you.
guy.
Yeah.
If he was locked into a room with another guy for 24 hours, he'd fold.
Bro's mad that I get female attention and I don't just attract dudes. Potato Car, bro, keep being a keyboard warrior. I
This
get male
guy's
and
married,
female
dude.
attention,
This
bro,
guy's
and I guess
married.
what? It does not threaten me. Yeah, I got an earbud on. What the fuck? I'm live streaming, bro. I don't want people to
He
hear my
gets
audio on my
women,
mic.
dude. He's
What?
married. Come on, dude.
He's like, earbuds. What do you want me to wear? Headphones? Would that make you feel better? Hold on. Let me make this chatter feel fucking better.
He even stood up zesty too.
Hell yeah, bro. I'm a hella zesty man, bro. Guess what though? I'm married to a
Prove
woman.
yo, you taking me back right there.
I don't believe
With
that's a
some
woman, dude. I'm not gonna
That's
lie.
AI, right? That was an
Whoa,
AI
bro.
woman. Was that
I'm
an
not saying
AI
that's
woman?
AI. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that might
This
not
is
be a
a
woman.
gold wedding band. I'm fucking married, bro. Y'all can call me gay all y'all want. I don't really.
You're
give
not.
no
You're not.
shit.
You're not.
I mean, I'm not denying that you're not.
Look, I got
I'm
earrings
married,
too.
I'm just
you
saying.
like my you like my hoops. You like my little hoopies.
Just flick the wrist. Just flick the wrist. Yep. There you go. There you
You know
go.
you like it, buddy. You know. That's the thing though. I'm not afraid to do that shit, bro. I think it's hilarious when motherfuckers say that kind of stuff because you know what? I mean, it's
And they'll actually
2026.
feel some type of way about you.
I'm right there with you.
Bro,
16
when I'm
maybe 16
alone,
years married.
when I'm alone with my girl and everything, bro, we riding around in the car and shit. I be talking like in a very feminine voice on purpose to her all the time, just to mock her.
Bro, I'm
Bro,
around
all
my
the
wife
time.
more than I'm around a dude, as I should. I'm not around schlongs all the time, guys. I'm around a female
bro.
most of my life.
She be laughing so hard, her face turned red, dude. So like, I know I'm doing
laugh,
something right.
Gotta laugh. He laughed. He
Oh
left.
my gosh. He left, I know. Steve-O, he's still in the chat though. He's still listening. Oh, that's funny. Certified Dora is trying to
poor
connect,
baby.
but their
Yeah, he's
connection
still
is
here.
not going in.
Why did he leave?
I don't know. He's gonna probably be, but he's still here. I don't know why he walked away.
He probably got offended.
Yeah, he finally got heckled. We heckled the
Earbuds are
heckler.
crazy. I got fucking headphones right here, bro. I just don't want to wear them. They make my
Bro,
head
he's-
sweat.
He's not trying to be a part of this community. He is literally just trying to rage bait us.
Oh, I know he
That's
is.
all it is.
He's probably from my reels
Yo,
or something. I
let
don't know.
him though. Let him though.
I love a troll because my hope is that I can convert them, and then they'll be like, you know what, this guy's cool. Look at that. Bato Slam joined from my
That was the
post.
only
What's up,
reason I
homie? Oh, he
joined
left.
up.
Most people that join from my post hate me.
That was the only reason I joined up. Was I was like, man, this guy's being a douche knob.
Say it. No, say it.
But-
You're good. I make the short form content to get people in here, man. I can't. How do you think I'm gonna get anybody into the chat? But
Yeah,
I have a
he
pretty
was
reasonable
just being
perspective,
a-
though.
But he was being a dick, and basically that was what it is.
Honestly, it literally took us all off topic from politics in general. Like, okay, how do you guys feel about the 15 key points of the Iranian deal?
I don't think it's gonna go through.
Yeah, I mean, Trump doesn't either, but then again, I mean, from the talks that we apparently been having and Iran's show of good faith, I feel like something's going to happen. And there's very good points in here too, and it's like we'll literally use civilian people to go in and help them build a nuclear energy source for like power and shit like that from the United States. And I feel like that's a good idea.
Yeah, he needs to go to bed.
Well,
Steve, you need a
I-
timeout, buddy.
I'm not-
Don't let him back up here.
Yeah, I'm not. You need
I'm
a
gonna have
timeout, buddy.
Secondary opinion on that, though, is if they already had enriched their uranium to
Yeah.
60%, why do they even need to have any kind of third-party source to tell them how to enrich it to have nuclear power for their system?
Well, we don't need that. It's just directly to go there to assist them, and also just have kind of have what was it called, privileged access to make sure they're not doing anything destructive with what they're doing. You know, because like I mean, Iran's always threatened all of these other countries. I mean, they're literally using proxies to go out and do all of these radical things and whatnot. So, you know, no matter what, Iran's just been a very big threat to the world. And with that type of threat having a nuclear power, I feel like the entire world can agree that that's just not a great idea. But hold on, I'm looking for my notes right now to see what exactly I wrote down on that.
The one thing that I will rebuttal to that, man, is that America owns 5,177 nuclear weapons.
Right.
You know, you don't think that other countries are scared of us? I mean, okay, look, listen, nuclear weapons are literally just used as fear of escalation. Like, it's like a deterrent for fear of escalation due to more violence, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Pakistan has nuclear weapons, and so does India. We don't stop them from having them. We don't stop North Korea got them. We don't invade them. It's literally with Iraq, they didn't have nukes the entire time, and that's why we were so easily able to invade them and go say, "Hey, yep, we didn't find nothing." It's because if we tell a country they can't go and develop these things, we can go and just invade and take their resources, as we've done over and over again. I'm 30 years old, dude.
When you have a country that's sitting there threatening to use nukes.
Please, can I say one thing
Taz,
on that?
You're wood. Yeah, go on.
I'm an and I personally know for a fact that we literally, basically what it was is that we discovered WMDs, and they were in one side of the factory, and the missiles were on the other side.
Right.
But the other side was basically nothing but missiles. Sorry, you distracted me with Limp Bizkit. But basically, they sat there, and if you combined both of them, that you would have WMDs. The problem with it is that they were separated. And because they were separated, they only got literally a little line on CNN whenever we sat there and actually invaded. That was facts of it. Like, it's crazy that so many people sit there and try and say Iraq never had WMDs, whenever it literally was like they only had to move it from one piece of a factory to another, and it would be in WMD every day.
You don't think it's because Saddam Hussein nationalized the oil and started selling it in the euro in 2000, a year in 2000? And now we control Iraq's oil money right now. It's ran through a literal Federal Reserve Bank in New York. Iraq can't get their money unless we say that they can have their money. It was over oil. It was over nationalization of resources, just like it is every time. Just like Libya was over nationalization.
Say something real quick.
What's good, buddy? What's up, John?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
What's good, Taz?
Oh. Well, I'm only trying to sit there and say, in regards to the fact that, yes, I agree that we controlled all of it after the fact. But I'm sorry, but whenever we just made you kind of our business, that, yeah, of course we're going to control it.
But why do you think America should be scared of any country owning just one nuke when we have 5,177? I think Russia has like 300-400 more than us.
Yeah, well, specifically Iran.
Well, can I answer this question real quick?
Yes,
I don't want to stay in very long. I just wanted to say, like, I'll give an analogy. Like, if your neighbor kept saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go get a weapon," you know, I can't really specify what type of weapons on TikTok, I'm assuming. But if your neighbor said, I'm going to go get a weapon, it kept saying they were going to use it on you repeatedly, you'd probably preemptively try to prevent that from happening, right? Like all economic stuff aside. That's my only point.
But the thing is, multiple neighbors. Imagine
You
that.
need to watch like my intro video on my live stream. It's literally 10 minutes almost of us liberating the Middle East. My intro video
I know,
is
I'm
literally.
not saying you're wrong. From an economic standpoint, we do some foul stuff.
You don't think that like they think like you gotta understand like I'm never like supporting these people like the bad guys. I've just from what I've read about Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, from the my
first rule to
myself,
geopolitics, there's no good guys, truthfully.
No, not
like
at
you
all,
can't be neutral.
But they try to
on a
paint us
moving train.
as them. They try to
exactly.
Look what they tried
That's
to do
where
at the
the
beginning
evil
of this.
comes in.
They try to say they wanted to free the Iranian people. Now they don't care. They don't care about that, bro. They're not even gonna get regime change. I promise you, the regime's gonna be there, but it's gonna be somebody that plays ball with America.
I agree. This is probably part of some bigger
I totally can agree on that.
Yeah, I feel like, with us reducing sanctions and everything else as a part of the deal, it's going to benefit them as a society because, then again, we're going to help them rebuild everything else. It's going to have full IAEA access, so therefore, they can go in and completely assess everything that is going on instead of Iran being like, hey, yeah, we're going to show you some stuff, but we're not going to tell you everything like happened in the past. And it has happened in the past from Iran. So with them, once again, putting a bunch of sleeper cells in our country, which has happened and has been said by the FBI, it's been reported throughout the Biden administration and the Trump administration. And at the same time, them raging war throughout the whole, their area of the world as of right now with these proxy war components. It's just ridiculous. They're showing that their interest is with the terrorists of the region. They are acting as a terrorist with power that they are gaining because the United States withdrew from, the first deal that we initially have, all due to because of Trump, but we're trying to make sure that red line is an affirmative red line and they don't cross it because everybody in the world, the European allies, Israel, the US, we know nuclear weapons for Iran is not a good idea at the end of the day.
Agree.
I 100% agree.
Well, with the last part.
Yes, and if you watch a lot of my content, a lot of people, they take it out of like, that's a lot of the shorts, right? Like they think that I'm advocating for the regime. What I'm advocating for is the fact that American interventionism historically has shown that we leave areas destabilized and destroyed. We destroy the infrastructure. We leave people displaced. 3.3 million people are already displaced right now in Iran, right?
What do you gain from the war in Iran?
We don't gain anything. I'm against the war. I'm against it.
Nothing
whatsoever. Let me ask you this: is whenever it comes to the destabilized nations, do you feel like those are Middle Eastern nations?
You get nothing.
Yeah, we receive nothing from this war. How does this benefit us in any way? And how does it help the people of Iran? Because I've actually had conversations with a couple of people in Iran because my content reaches people in Iran, and they're telling me that people are dying in Iran and at the hands of the United States and Israel. And I'm not saying that, I guess I am saying we've destroyed 82,000 buildings, 68,000 of them being homes. 3.3 million people are displaced. Almost 3,000 people have been killed, civilians, women, children, and elderly, by our bombs. In Lebanon alone, almost 1,000 people are dead. They've taken 10% of Lebanon up to the Litani River right now. They're destroying Beirut as we speak. There's not even they're taking down residential infrastructure, buildings like the office buildings. It's a city with millions of people. Even Tehran, when they blew up the fuel depot, that released so many chemicals into the sky that it brought acid rain down onto the people. They're suffering acid rain still right now. Black rain coming from the sky, causing people to get sick. So you have to ask ourselves, is our version of modern warfare turning the air into a weapon itself? How is that liberation to a people when we displace 3.3 million?
Let me ask you something. Do you want that to happen here?
You said what happened?
He has a good point.
Do you want that to happen
here? That's a good point too. You're both right. That's a good point.
Right. Are you
Because
saying that they could do that to us?
They absolutely can if we let them have the power, because they've stated over and over again they will destroy America with every chance they get, and they have
They don't
proven
have.
that throughout history.
I think that this war has shown that they don't have the capabilities to do something like that. They
Not
never
right
had the
now. Their whole
capabilities.
navy's
Not to
just
that extent. I
dismantled.
agree. I agree. Not to that extent. But I don't
they
want it
Not
can't
happening
anymore.
even. They
anywhere
can't
here.
even. They can't
And
even
you can
protect
thank
their
Donald
country.
Trump for
It
that.
seems.
You can thank Donald Trump for that. Now we're trying to get Iran to hold a deal up with us so we can get back to not worrying about them. So we can make sure that that Strait of Hormuz is going to be staying open for the rest of the countries, Because
Yeah.
the whole world is being affected all because Iran decided to mess with the United States and hold nuclear threat over our heads. Let's
It's
be
the
honest.
same way
Well,
that
it takes two
Bush
to
painted
tango. Let's
Iraq,
be clear.
right?
Exactly, it
this
does.
it feels the same way that Bush and all of his buddies pushed it when Iraq happened, and it's no
The
different
Carlisle
when
Group, Halliburton.
right,
Yeah,
and there's
it's
no
crazy.
difference between Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson, and Nixon with Vietnam. I mean, both of those 20-year wars, right?
Well,
Afghanistan
let me
and
ask you this.
Nam.
Do you think this ties into the project for the new American century? Because I do, adamantly.
The new what?
Taking down Iran.
There were 7 nation states that the United States wanted to take out from the year 2000 and onward to secure economic independence of America.
25.
You should look into it. Look up Paul Russo. He talks about it.
I guess, and it comes down to, do you really feel as if it's our place to destabilize the rest of the world just to protect our nation? And if you do, then I
I
mean, that's
feel like
great.
the rest of the world kind of agrees with it for the most part. I mean, for instance, like when we say, they had 60% enriched uranium, that's not just coming from us and our intelligence, that's coming from other countries as well, according to sources. So with that being said, there's a reason why as of 2025 and 2026, the UN allies have posed sanctions on Iran, and that's harmed Iran and that's harmed the rest of the world, right?
What?
And then with them
Yes.
just getting pissed off about it, making unrationalized threats towards everyone instead of working with it, that's just showing their nature of how they want to go about this. They just want to be savage about this.
But
So
this is go on. Sorry, Kaden.
so when we met a threshold, a red line of Iran saying, "Hey, we're going to take nuclear and military action against all of these places," and they have done such threats as they promised, right? Instead of the nuclear shit, obviously they can't. But there's comes a time and a place to where you're like, okay, as a country leader, I'm gonna have to say my people are in danger. This has been known for a long time, and we've constantly had the same problem over and over and over because they continuously cause the problem in the first place. And I'm not trying to say every event is their problem, but I am saying, why are all these problems always surrounding these same countries if it's not for their leadership and the way that they want to go about it and the way that they make these statements and threaten the rest of the world? It makes no
Western
sense.
interventionism.
Because
This all goes back because you gotta understand, we caused this problem
on the U.S. Everybody's relying on the U.S. to handle their own problems. That is basically what it all boils down to. Is NATO has consistently done it.
U.S.
They
petrodollar
have
is
not
the bully of time
contributed.
for tech.
Yep, it's all about the petro oil dollar
It's all
deal.
about
I'm
the
glad you
petro
brought
oil
that up.
dollar. Yeah,
You're not
I say
wrong.
that's over again in my videos, and people are like, "You're an idiot. You're stupid. This is not over the petro
Look at what
dollar."
happened to Gaddafi. If you don't
I was
believe it,
just gonna
just go
say
look
that.
at Gaddafi.
I was just going to say that in reference to this. They painted Gaddafi as such a terrible person, but all he was trying to do was unite Africa and then literally reestablish their currency under a African-backed currency that
The
was
gold
by
diner.
gold. Yes. And what did we do? We went in there guns a-blazing and fucking killed him. I think they bayoneted him to the ass. You know what I'm saying?
They killed his children too. I mean, look, I'm not pro-Islam. I'm not pro-America. Like, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I study all of it.
Actually, pretty bad.
Well, honestly, if you guys aren't
Nelson Mandela said that Gaddafi was the best thing for Africa. Nelson Mandela, one of the peace people, Nobel Peace Prize winner, said Gaddafi.
Electricity was free in that country, and they gave you $5,000 if you got married.
Libya was a great state. Now it's a slave nation. It was doing great. It was the best country to live in all of Africa. They had all kinds of social programs. Now it is a slave place. We left it decimated and destabilized.
Right.
Please, I implore people to look at what we do to nations. We didn't leave Vietnam good. Look how we left Vietnam. We committed
absolutely
massacre on
horrible.
top of massacre on top of massacre. A tro, my lie, and that's just, dude. I mean, dude, we killed
left
millions.
Vietnam the way they did because of the fact that North Vietnam actually violated the treaty that we signed beforehand.
There
But
were
then again, if
U.S.
you guys
Marines in
think by
South
that rhetoric-
Vietnam killing kids and women. They were innocent. What are you talking
Right.
about?
But if
But
you
you
if
can
you're
also
okay with
look
that
up the Gulf
rhetoric,
of
and that's how
Tonkin
you
incident,
think,
too.
you can't defend Iran because Iran decides to hire Hamas to do their dirty work as terrorists. Right? And
yeah.
Hamas, as the 2005, 2006 elections, the only reason why they won their own election the first time that they hold it is because they were killing their own opponents. And then after there was no more opponents and they won majority vote, they pushed out and started going against their own people. They literally created an economic structure, and then the leader of Hamas took all that money and made it himself. You can look it up to this day. They're billionaires because they decided to do the whole election stunt, right? With that being said, they're letting their people starve and everything else like that. And you want to say that a country is not going to sit there and recognize that, but
We're
be
doing the
also
same
cool
thing
with
too, though.
hiring? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like in
America
history we
does
have
it.
done the same thing.
We're
We
letting our
do it.
people starve right now. Like, I'm not hating on America. I'm just calling it like I see it. Like,
Hey,
I'm a
yep,
Christian. I'm
my
a
president
conspiracy
removed
theorist.
my
I don't
health
support any
insurance.
government.
I can't get my insulin.
Yep, it's sick.
My
None of
my
them
health
care.
insurance went from $90 a month to $1,200 a month. Thank you, Trump. Why do you think I'm so
That's
mad? Because I'm
insane.
somebody who was affected. So everybody that just sits here and tries to say that, oh, Trump's making everything great, I was affected. Who you're gonna tell me that, oh, now that I got to pay $1,200 a month just to go buy my insulin because it costs $800 without insurance? Bro, that's capitalism taking advantage of people that are gonna die without it. I was born with it. I mean, 14 years old, I've had it.
That price no matter what.
No, it was
Wasn't
not.
there a
I
bill
had it
passed
at
to lower the price of
$80.
prescriptions and everything else?
Yes,
having
and thankfully
prescription
I live
price
in a
starts?
state. I live in a state where they capped insulin at $25 and they sell it at Walmart, but they only sell 2 kinds of insulin. I can't get the other insulin that I need to keep my blood sugar regulated while I go to sleep. So every day I wake up, my blood sugar is at 300.
And
Ever
if you
since
go
I
to
lost my
other
insulin.
countries, look at what they charge for
I'm
insulin.
sorry
It
that
is,
happened.
That's
it's insane.
hospitalization status for most people.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't take care of us. They're not taking care of me and you. Why are we going to war right now when we need to be focusing on American ideas, like, or American infrastructure and helping Americans? And that's what I've
Because
been
there was an
fighting about.
international threat.
Was it though?
I feel like we can all agree.
Last year, he said
I
that
feel like
did
we
it.
can all agree that Iran has been an international threat for a little bit now. I think we can all agree with that.
I think that this war proves
I agree.
that they were not
They've
as big
been
of
a
an
threat for
international
years.
threat as we've been making them seem.
They've been more of a no other president
If
wants
Trump
to
says
do
that
it.
the war was done in a day, then that just shows that he looks at it as an incapable country of being able to actually pose a real threat to the United States. That's the way he's been painting it every day. I
Well,
watch
the
him
thing
talk on
is,
the
right
daily.
now, he's using a strategic way to go about it. He knows he has power. He knows he has the government of Iran scared right now. So with that being said, he's going to sit here and put real pressure on them to sign this deal. That's the point. That's why Trump is America first, though, is because no other president before him wanted to get this done. All they wanted to do was bomb it and put us in more wars, right? Don't get me wrong. We got war currently going on right now, but it's not going to last like you guys think it is. I think it's going to be a very short strategic way into just letting everybody know, hey, we're not negotiating with terrorists. We're not negotiating with countries that are going to sit there and constantly.
Now, hold on. Let me say something since y'all are bringing this up. This is very interesting. If you want to see what a politician really stands for, don't watch domestic policy, watch foreign policy. Now, hear me out. Obama protected the ISIS when they were in Syria, right?
Yeah,
Trump said the first thing he was going to do was dismantle ISIS. Now, right now, prove me a liar. You can go on the internet and find videos of Trump. Literally, as soon as he got into office, he was protecting ISIS and those rebels leaving Syria from Russian forces that wanted to bomb them as they left. Literally, go look it up. Prove me a liar. I'm telling you, they all work for the same team.
Doesn't make it to
It's
mainstream.
part of a new
want us to
world
see this
order.
kind of stuff.
It's part of a new world order.
And was in the losing the actual embassy, right? Hillary actually losing that? Is Obama Hillary? Yeah.
They're all a bunch of liars and
They're all
hypocrites.
a
That's
bunch
my
of
whole point.
liars. It's not.
for
It's not
sure.
even Trump.
Every
I would say
government, every
every single
politician.
administration. It's
We can
all
all
of them.
agree on that.
All Obama was a warmonger. Bush was a warmonger. Biden couldn't finish the job. That's why he pulled out of Afghanistan.
Look at
Trump's
this.
being a
A bunch of
warmonger.
people that have a bunch of different views, but understanding, hey, we're all in this together. Against
Amen.
the
This is
fucking government.
Facts. Yeah, and that's why they want to shut TikTok down.
Oh, 100%, man.
I agree, 100%.
I don't know. Nobody else wants to start going to schools anymore because Charlie Kirk, but
Hey, man, that's why I'm trying to build a platform because I don't care. We'll do that. If we can build it, think about it, bro. If we could actually build a following of people seeing that, hey, conservatives and liberals talking, not yelling at each other. Because look, you have right-wing, podcasters. You got Myron, Nick Fuentes, Asmund Gold, right? And their following is predominantly right. Then you got the left when you really only got Hassan, Parker, Dean, and all them. And they're all going to be left-leaning. You don't have any streamer out there that does anything that's like, hey, we got a fan base of right and left in my chat, bro. They actually talk to each other. They don't fucking just yell at each other like nothing. We actually talk. And that's what the American project is supposed to be about. That's what the preservation of the Union is supposed to be about. That's what Abraham Lincoln fought for. That's what he was so adamant about. And
yeah,
I mean,
where
like I said,
were you guys at a long time ago? This is like the conversations I'm trying to have.
I was in prison.
I was fucking my life off, man. I don't know. I got passionate about this country.
I'm not perfect either.
I'm sorry.
I got to a point where I was just like, I'm tired of seeing what I'm seeing online, and if I'm waiting for somebody else to go and speak up, then they may never go do it. So you might as well just.
You know what's crazy is that the president's a felon, and I just tried to apply at Walmart, and they're like, "Oh, we can't hire you." I'm like, "Are you serious, bro? That's wild,
crazy." Okay, but for 27 felonies, you could be a president.
Right.
Times for tech.
Do you really believe that he's that 34 felon?
I'm just being rhetorical. It's a sarcastic point. I don't really care about people being a felon. I'm a felon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got.
Like, I'm not against felons,
man. I'm not gonna judge that, but I mean, let's be real. He was some of the crimes he was committed of, and he was accused and committed of.
He got caught. That's the thing, is that a lot of politicians don't get caught. That doesn't mean he's worse or better than the other ones. It's just, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Seneca word for U.S. president is town destroyer. So it's been 100% accurate since day one.
Yeah, they all destroy so they can build back the way they want to. What's the phrase in the build back better? Great reset. That's what they're all doing. They're all in on it.
Yeah, you want to know about what we do across the world, man? Read this book right here. This is what I'm reading right now. This will expose to you what we do, man. We're not there. We're not anywhere to preserve democracy. We are there to destroy and destabilize at the cost of American capital. That's it, and to contain communism, right? Communism. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, but you got to remember, back in the day, there was the Russian American company.
Wait,
you got to remember there was a Russian American company that was the difference between industrial hemp and oil and gas, and they split. So the doctrine of discovery was both East and West. Communism is more closely aligned with native ways because they make sacrifices for the benefit of all. And it's not
but
necessarily.
You can never trust a politician
thing
to carry out communism. That's the issue. Is you'll always have oligarchs.
But at the same time, I'm not going to benefit from working harder and smarter than the next person. Yeah, that makes no sense.
Right, but working harder and smarter, if you're not making decisions that benefit all, including all the natural world, and making sure those decisions are 7 generations sustainable, you are creating G-side of people and planet to some extent.
You're right, but how do you facilitate that?
I believe in individualism.
How did you get a warning just now?
Why?
Misinformation from John.
Yeah, what? Dude?
John, bro.
All right, I'm out, y'all. I'm out. Hey, y'all have a good night. Peace out.
Because what? That's crazy, bro. My bad, John. All right, well, that was weird. TikTok is so like crazy nowadays with the way that it moderates us and the way we talk.
Yeah, I've had to learn how to code switch.
They did have a
I thought
code
it was what
switch.
I said.
No, yeah, Flag
But
John. That's crazy.
yeah, but I'm like, do you know about the Great Law of Peace though?
No.
Okay, so if you Google Great Law of Peace, U.S. Constitution, Mali, you'll pull up a really good article that the United States acknowledged in 1987 that the Haudenosaunee Confederacy was the real foundation of democracy. So Benjamin Franklin spent 30 years among the Seneca Nation and learned how the Great Law of Peace works. But they left out a lot because they didn't understand the indigenous concepts. They didn't understand the role of women, the natural world, consensus making, how the Haudenosaunee actually evolved past war. And so it's easy to make corrections if you know how the Confederacy works, because we've had over 1,000 years of peace, no government shutdowns, and always feeding the people. And it's still here. And then there's a U.S. coin that came out this year with Polly Cooper, and she's the one that fed George Washington and his army in Valley Forge. There would be no United States or no women's rights movement without the Haudenosaunee.
Really?
And that history is not taught.
I need to look that
And
up.
if
That thing is really interesting. Yeah, could you spell it out in the chat so I could go look it up later on too?
Yeah, and I could explain how it works quickly, because then you kind of see how the United States is set up, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it real quick.
Okay, so when you introduce a bill, you have to do the hard work. How does this benefit all, including all the natural world, and how is it sustainable 7 generations into the future? So that's what you have to do when you put an issue on the table. You have the 3 branches of government. So originally it was the big brothers, the little brothers, and then the central fires. So basically, you make decisions by consensus, not majority rules. Otherwise, you create division in your own house. So you have the majority in one house, because if the majority do not agree on an issue, it's not going to go anywhere anyway. So once the majority consents, then it goes over to the little brothers, so the minority house. They could have a different consensus opinion than the majority. If there's a different consensus opinion, that's when it goes over to what became the judicial branch, which was the tiebreaker by consensus, not tied up in court for generations. And it was only men in those positions of responsibility, because men are gifted at thinking that one issue straight through. But where the balance comes in is the women appoint the men to those positions of responsibility, and the women who could remove the men at any time if they're not making decisions for benefit of all, including all the natural world, and making sure those decisions are 7 generations sustainable. And so then how we evolved past war was the men, you have your peacemakers separate from your warriors, otherwise there's a conflict of interest. Okay, once you've exhausted all methods of peace, then it's the women who give the men permission to engage in the defense of the way of life. And so that's how you have that balance. And then we have like the Churro. So the 13 colonies sought protection under the Great Law of Peace. So did Russia in 1710. 87 other nations have. Anybody at any time could seek protection under the Great Law of Peace. They just go to near Syracuse, New York, Onondaga Nation. The way the Churro works, it's a 400-year-old treaty that we first made with the Dutch, is that we're traveling down this river of life together. We agree our shared responsibilities are taking care of the law, which are languages, life givers, lands, air, water, wildlife, and ways of peace and balance. But we agree not to steer another's vessel. So it's not a matter of spreading democracy or religion or a political way of thought or getting everybody on the same page. Everybody could self-determine, as long as you're meeting the shared responsibilities and making sure those decisions impact not to the people today, but those yet unborn, because you don't want to destroy the ecosystems. That's going to take away basically the resources that other future generations need to be able to self-determine their ways of life. So it's easy to make corrections if you understand how America was actually founded.
Right, 100%. Yeah, I just looked it up. That's really very interesting. Very interesting, actually. I don't know why they don't teach this to us, like in schools or anything, right?
Well, because they still have the extermination
policy. I'm reading about it right now too. I'm gonna have to deep dive on this. This is actually extremely interesting.
So you don't believe in private property?
Nobody could own the land. Because whenever, when people first came to the, Turtle Island, they said, who owns this land?
Well, no, I'm just asking you. Do you not believe in private property?
No, under treaties to this day, natives have the right to hunt, fish, and forage even on private lands under the treaties as the supreme law of the land, Article 6 of the
Right, but you
Constitution.
can still buy a piece of property.
But the thing is, do you really? You know,
Yes,
because you're
by
really
law.
renting, because
By
you're
law,
paying
if you
property
came on my
tax. No,
property and I asked you to leave and you didn't, and then I could deem it as my property to the police, they're going to escort you off of my property and trespass you from my property.
oh, no, they weren't, because I would pull treaty because I have my own Haudenosaunee passport, and under treaty, I have the right to hunt, fish, and forage even on private land to this day.
Yeah,
You know, and
cannot be on
She
my
has more-
property.
I
So
mean,
if
I think as natives, they do have more right to the land. They have protected
which
rights
is
to the
great,
land.
which is great, but it works maybe in their jurisdiction. But when it's
No,
private property,
it's
deemed
even
private
no,
property,
even
you
proper
cannot
private
be on my
property.
property if I do not allow you.
No, you have to under treaties
100
as a
yeah, I
treaty
think-
partner.
What's the treaty
You-
called?
you have
actually?
to.
I would love to look at the treaty too.
Anyways,
There's a
okay,
whole
so
bunch of
you
court
don't
cases.
believe in, say, like you buy, say you work up to buy yourself a piece of property. All right, hypothetically, just hypothetically, and you build a house and then a workshop on it, and you put so much money into it yourself, right? And then next thing you know, right, the government becomes a communist government, right? And then you're okay with them just taking all of that away?
I don't think she's
They
necessarily
do it all the time
advocating
under
for, like,
eminent domain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, the
I,
thing.
go on.
Yeah. So the thing is, when I'm building, I have to be responsible for maintaining that ecosystem and maintaining that biodiversity to uphold my treaty responsibility to that land and uphold those treaties. I can, build my own workshop
Yeah,
and
it
house
comes
and
with
everything
ownership
else
of the
like that.
property.
But
Right, we know that.
but I can't put in a monologue, a lawn, okay, that's creating all these fires and everything else like that. Or I can't just, divert the water from a creek and stop that flow of water. So my
Right, so you're not going to
responsibility
be
as
mad
a,
about them taking your property after you build it for years and years and years. All of that money.
I'll interject here that is a product of American imperialism and American capitalism. These people lost their land due to the fact that people came and took it. I mean,
Right.
we quite literally eradicated the entire population of the native people who were here on this
Right,
land.
absolutely, no doubt about it. I agree.
but the thing is, the United States is doing it today for data centers and pulling eminent domain. So they've done it to the own American citizens as well. Because
They are doing it.
anytime
They're
the United
depleting our
States want
sources.
to. Mm-hmm. Yep, and then natives have the first rights to water under the Winters Act, but those treaties aren't upheld, and so it would be better
You
for.
could be in a creek or a river through somebody's property and not get in trouble. That's not trespassing. You're on
Did you
water.
know that? Do you know, Kaden, do you know that the data centers are right now, like here in Texas, they're extracting groundwater from like wells and like from people that live in rural areas here that need it, so they're left with no groundwater.
Right,
So,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
but it's not.
I
But
know
they're
what
not
they're doing.
on their property. They're able to extract as much groundwater as they want. There's a billionaire here that's actually taking all of Texas's groundwater and trying to store it in wells privately, so he can sell it off. So whenever for capital. So
Yeah.
that is the dangerous thing about these data centers. They are taking away all of our resources from our land.
Which is understandable, but that's not the point I'm trying to get at. I'm just saying, in my personal aspect, I'll get to the main point here. Right? I genuinely believe in, like, me allowing to have my own private property. Me purchasing it's going to be mine. Because that's what we can do in today's world, right? Because that's the
And I don't think anybody will take it from you. I don't think even she's
no,
advocating for
absolutely.
like that. What she's even saying is not, nobody's gonna come in on anybody's land and be like, hey, I'm gonna just start taking stuff, just because of the way that the government's structured and the way that they don't advocate for their rights. But I guess she's trying to say that, hey, it is in the text.
Another thing,
There's
at the end of the day,
there.
Because
when I
how
work for
hard
something
would it be
simply
though?
a business, like, say for instance, like I build my business up to a multi-million-dollar business, right? I don't feel like I owe that to anybody else.
Right.
I feel like I worked for that. I did all of that, I hired the right people. I got me there because it's in my name. That's what I worked for, right? I don't believe I owe that to anybody else.
Right.
And I think there should be equal protection under the law. Because I don't think there should be legal money laundering through churches or nonprofits where you could get into a lower tax bracket,
Agreed.
or you could create a business and, be able
Mm-hmm.
to write off all your business expenses however you self-determine.
I guess you can
There
see
should be
that, but from a religious
there
standpoint,
should be
you're
some
just
reciprocity too. So like if you haven't, like say you choose then to destroy the ecosystem that's on your property, say for example. So then the natives that always came there to harvest certain medicine plants at certain time of the year doesn't exist. Well, you could self-determine that, but then you should have, compensate the tribal nations because you're not upholding that treaty responsibility, and give something back so they can do that, or be able to move those plants or bushes or, different things so that they can be, at the edge of your property or whatever, and figure out some sort of agreement. So there is that reciprocity.
right. Well, like living in Green Bay,
You're
Wisconsin,
not saying that
I don't know if
the
you.
tribal nations actually sell off their property, and that's the reason that they are actually dealing with these type of things.
Well, the thing is, because the United States hasn't upheld their treaties, people have had to do what is needed to survive. And so, in a perfect world, if those treaties were upheld, that wouldn't be an issue. And there's a lot of infiltrators within the tribal nations, and a lot of people don't understand that it's not a DEI issue, it's a legal responsibility, because there's a difference between people and peoples legally. And so when you're dealing with the 575 international nations, those are all federal issues. They're not state or local things that kind of tend to confuse things. And then just like you guys didn't know about the Great Law of Peace, people aren't given that proper education, and the tribal lands or the reservations, they're sovereign nations, no different than China or Canada or Mexico, that should have that same nation to nation responsibilities. And so like if you're using water on your land, you should have gotten permission from the tribal nations, and make sure that you're taking that water is not impacting their way of life, because they need to have water first as first and right first use. And
Yeah, I mean, I guess
You
I would
don't
have to see
think
proof of
that
that,
your
because I
own
call
people?
BS 100%. Are you kidding me?
I mean, we do have
But
tribal
if you-
states and
if you-
tribal nations. Like the Choctaw
That just
Nation
sounds like
is its
propaganda
own
being
nation.
spread.
It's its own nation.
It just sounds like
Yeah,
propaganda. I truly just don't believe that. You would have to really show me proof.
Okay,
As
so
to
go to this website, goodminds.com, and you can learn the treaties, and there's a lot of lawsuits and books and stuff like that have it. So it's goodminds.com.
So
And
there's
right
current
now,
websites where there's current lawsuits.
The
Nothing that
Choctaw
has
Nation of
actually
Oklahoma
been
is a sovereign nation recognized
right?
federally and established through treaties with the United States as early as 1786. The sovereignty is upheld through their own governance and rights guaranteed to them by these treaties. This is just the Choctaw Nation. It goes for multiple different tribes.
You said Oklahoma?
Yes, I mean I go to Broken Bow all the time, man. It's in Choctaw territory.
Right.
So I mean
And
I'm aware
that's
that
just Oklahoma, because I was about to say all the indigenous tribes that I have by in Green Bay, like Oneida and everything else. There's so many I don't even know how to pronounce some of them. But that's just not how it works out at all.
you got to ask yourself,
and
is
it-
that
and it's
because of
hard
the
because you
system,
gotta-
or is it because of it's just not that's not how it works? Or is that because
I don't
of
know. I
government?
feel like the system works pretty well because everybody.
she's
for the
right.
most
There are
part-
574 federally recognized tribes.
Yeah. There's a crap ton of tribe. Absolutely. There's
Yeah,
reservations
and Wisconsin is
everywhere
doing
else.
you're
That's why there were
benefiting
different
from this.
reservations. Is
I gotta
what I was
ask,
pretty sure.
is
Go
that
on, Tom.
Native
Hold on.
American or is that with Alaska Natives?
Alaska.
So it's
Go on.
it's all included. So you got to remember the U.S. citizenship was forced on Native nations. So there's some Native nations that have waived part of their sovereignty if they're under the BIA. There's other nations like the Dene and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy that are on their own lands. So like the Seneca Nation leases land to New York State. They're the 5th largest employer in New York State. Now, legally, these are the laws that natives have the right to hunt, fish, and forage and different things like that. They are sovereigns. but like the Seneca Nation just won a 70-year lawsuit against New York State when they told them, no, you could not put a New York State thruway through their lands. But it took 70 years to be able to fully litigate that case. Now New York State has to pay $21 million a year, for that mistake. So whenever Native nations have the ability to take it through court fully, they always win. But the problem is people don't respect that sovereignty. They don't always have the money because of the treaties not being honored. And they have to make hard decisions whether to feed their people or to take different things to court. And you have to also remember that the last residential school for forced assimilation closed in 1996. So they've had less than a generation to be able to self-determine and deal with the mess of all these other influences in their communities and having to do what is necessary to survive, even though that they have these traditional ways that are actually sustainable, that would actually benefit everybody. You being in Wisconsin is really leading the way in food sovereignty and working with the tribal nations and the city to secure that food sovereignty. So they're doing a lot of really good work. The Yellowstone to Yukon corridor is doing really good work and doing those collaborations. Some of the tribal nations in the BC, the West Coast, have really prevented a lot of flooding and risk and restoring the salmon runs and stuff like that by working with nation to nation relationships, and that benefits everybody. If we had the biodiversity on the abundance, because grocery stores initially, but when we had the beaver and the bison, before those were kind of over harvested, right? That the pharmacies and the grocery stores were free for everybody with shared responsibility. So right now, every U.S. citizen is paying, $14,000 a year or more because of that biodiversity.
So can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
So there's reservations actually to prevent this from happening. So it's really whether your land is located within reservations boundaries. So I'm not saying that's exactly for everywhere, because your area, I'm sure it could be different. Every state has their different laws, but specifically here in Wisconsin, if my land is on indigenous reservation, whether it doesn't matter what tribe, yeah, they are more than welcome to treat my land as their land. And I can't say anything about it as long as they're not harassing me, harming me in any type of way, right? But we have reservations installed for this purpose. Like, for instance, when you go to an Oneida reservation, you're there, right? It's right there by the Austin Estrabla Airport, smack dab in the middle of Green Bay. They have some of the biggest casinos, but the only thing is, it's only on Native reservations is where casinos happen, right? So like, I even conduct business in Native reservations, and I have to sign certain contracts depending on which reservation I'm entering. But I definitely understand that, like, you have rights and everything.
I'm probably gonna wrap up in 9 minutes, just letting everybody know.
Okay, you have rights and everything else, but I feel like every state's a little bit different with that. And I mean, like, when you own private property and it's not inside of a reservation, I mean, I can not let you on my land as such.
Right. But the thing is, like, we would hope as a treaty partner, and being a good treaty partner, you can make provisions to say, hey, instead of putting a lawn in, could you maintain the biodiversity and come up with agreements so that you could uphold those treaties? Because natives still have the right to hunt, fish, and forage on lands that they've been displaced from, and have access to traditional trade routes and different things like that. And that would be a win-win, because that would help with fire and flood mitigation, because they're usually land races that are deeper roots. Right. So that would, help protect your property and stuff too.
Depending on where the reservation is, I feel like they make up for that part with agreeing on different things like building infrastructures and whatnot. And like, I feel like there's other aspects that kind of take a play into that, to where like there's more of an agreement there than a disagreement. And I'm not saying like that's everywhere. Obviously it's not, because I'm not as educated as you are in this topic. But I was just making sure, because like I looked up the Wisconsin law land and whatnot with the reservations, and exactly as I thought. So I was just making that clear. And then I feel like, yeah, you have some pretty decent points for the most part. I feel like at the same time, though, when it comes to, like, say I'm building like um, a house or something, right? I've worked for that land for the longest time, and then I built an area to where I made a pond, and I'm setting up woods to hunt and fish on my own. I feel like instead of just say you did have that right, instead of just coming and going as you please, like for somebody that's maintaining that as their own, wouldn't you guys find it more fair of just simply communicating with the person who purchased it and has that title as the owner deemed on the certificate?
Yeah, and I think that's where the churro kind of comes in, and it's like, being a decent human being, say, hey, I've always been here before, this was my family spot, or there's a cave over there where that has one of my ancestors, can we come up with an agreement? It should be, how can we make this work?
Right.
While we're on this land.
Another thing I would like to say is Wisconsin's really versed with indigenous tribes, and a lot of times there's like locations everywhere that specifically is like, do not touch. Like, you can go and see, but do not touch. It's specifically for indigenous purpose, and they're outside of the reservations, because some of these places are like considered holy lands, and there's things that, like, there's plaques and stuff that they have that kind of teach you about what goes on here and whatnot, and like it's actually really cool. It's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, like, the Oneida Nation, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, they tried to buy back some of their traditional lands. Ruth Bader Ginsburg said no because of the doctrine of discovery.
Right.
So it's like there's still, it always has to be for Native nations a fight, and there always has to be that education and stuff. And so it would be really nice, like, if treaty partners could uphold their responsibilities. And like this time, I think it's more important because the 575 nations can actually do trade internationally, regardless of what the United States does, especially in Wisconsin and the Akwesasne and stuff like that, because they could come up with trade agreements with China to get salt battery cars from China. They could get a maglev trade system, levitated maglev train system, and connect the traditional trade routes now,
I feel like
regardless of what the United
communities
States.
also kind of take care of their indigenous tribes of that land with different types of trade. Like I said, I'm more than positive when it comes to the aspect of cities and communities collaborate quite a bit, and I've seen that with the reservations and the native lands of Wisconsin, and it's like there's almost like no border. Although, say if I get arrested on native land, I can't get bailed out by a normal person. I need federal officers to come in and like get me. That's kind of the only difference that I know of. But for the most part, it's kind of like, Green Bay itself as a town, and then the reservation, the Oneida reservation, there's like almost no difference. They work together so well, and I feel like that's why I don't even know these key points that you're talking about that are being violated. I'd actually like to find out.
Right. And a lot of things, like, one of the things we're talking about is like being able to toll the roads so people are educated, and then being able to give treaty responsibilities to people that are visitor, to have visitor visas and, work visas, the same as any other nation.
Right.
And just to be able to clarify those responsibilities. And so they're working a lot on food sovereignty. I know the Haudenosaunee Confederacy is working on getting a grow, no grow list together for non-GMOs, because the GMO crops are destroying the landrace seeds, which are more nutrient dense. And
I agree there.
Climate, yeah.
I
And so
definitely think that it's you definitely like I would love to have you back on the stream. I think that it's really important that we get, an indigenous perspective. And I'm learning so much right now that I didn't even know about, man. I feel like this is important information.
Yeah. And I only know the Haudenosaunee Confederacy because that's, my nation.
Okay, gotcha.
I
If
only
you
know a
wouldn't
little
mind
bit about
coming
other
back
nations.
tomorrow so we can get these key points of like where they're breaking the treaty so we can kind of learn a little bit more.
Right, because that's a way to hold America accountable. So like Trump wanting to destroy the national parks and different things like that, or doing data center or doing minings that's destroying a lot of our rural communities. There's going to be a lot of, developers out in Nebraska after those fires. So if people are educated that, hey, we need to follow these treaties because they're the supreme law of the land under Article 6 of the Constitution, you can't do that. All native issues are federal. It needs to go through OSHA, not environmental impact studies. And so same thing with the Winters Act. So knowing just like the Winters Act and the, Article 6, that's a way for American citizens to step up and say, not only try to learn their treaty responsibilities, but be able to do things in a good way, to kind of make things better for everybody. Because natives are being unalived on average 7 to 10 a week.
Yeah,
For asserting their inherent
heard
rights.
statistics about that actually, where like trafficking is actually more popular amongst the native population, and that's because I guess you guys are seen as what is it? You guys aren't like necessarily documented by the federal government, so it's harder to detect you going missing.
Right. There's jurisdictional issues.
That's what I was trying to get at. And the power that the federal government has compared to most lands of indigenous tribes are completely different. And therefore, usually the feds don't necessarily hear about it unless reached out to, or, the numbers just so high to where it's finally noticeable.
Right. And a lot of people don't realize that trafficking generates twice the income that's currently spent on war. So it's not just a native thing. It's an international issue. 10,000 kids a day are separated from their parents through international
I promise
social
on my
services.
mama's life, if I ever run into somebody like that, I will unalive them so quickly, without hesitation. Put me on trial for the rest of my life. See if I care. Oh, I hate that type of stuff so much.
What happened?
But that's how integrated that system is, because people don't realize that there's a whole nother airport system behind the ones that people see, and there's a whole underground and everything else like that it's so ingrained in the society, it's ridiculous.
I'm gonna have to look more into this for sure. I had no idea about the statistics and how bad things were. And then if you could please come back tomorrow, like I said, with these key points that you're talking about, so we can look into them together. Because I'm gonna do a little bit of research tonight on what you were talking about, so I can also have more of an intelligent conversation with you.
I was talking in the chat. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, Taz didn't like your perspective. He said that you were lying.
Who, me?
It's just
no. The other guy that was in here, he dipped. He said it feels like you're doing a direct perspective. Be well later, because it says she's saying lies. I don't think so. I think you're giving a really good perspective here.
Well,
you don't
then
get
again,
to hear this kind of perspective very often.
Like I said, I called out some bullshit that I thought was a little bit bullshit, but then again, I re-educated myself and I found out it's not like that in all places of the world, or the United States, I should say.
We're live over here on TikTok. If you ever want to come in a talk match, pal, it's not like dropping.
I definitely learned some stuff
every day.
I definitely learned some stuff, and that's why we have these conversations, to make each other aware of what's going on in our country. Because at the end of the day, even though you're native here, we are still Americans, and we care about each other no matter what.
Appreciate it. Drop me a sub here, then, please.
I have dual citizenship. We're getting our own. Yeah, we're trying to petition the IOC to compete under our own flag under this next Olympics for lacrosse. So it'll be the first Indigenous nation to do so. But you got to remember that we're petitioning the IOC to compete under our own flag at this next Olympics for lacrosse, because we created that. That was the creators game that was given to us.
Yeah, I knew about that.
Yeah. And so natives have dual citizenship. You got to remember that was forced citizenship in the 1930s.
And hey, I love indigenous people because guess what? They built my favorite team in the world when it comes to football. Green mother effing bay, baby.
Lacrosse is better. But that's how
y'all are rough with lacrosse. Like, I don't want to get hit in the back of the head with a damn stick. Like, Dale.
Oh, wait, play with the wooden lacrosse sticks.
Oh, I've done it. So Wisconsin has a lot of lacrosse teams. With that being said, like, look, it's very popular. I didn't know about it until I moved to Wisconsin, but like, I thought it was the most wild sport, like rugby. Rugby is another one that's just so wild.
Oh, it's intense. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how we settle dispute is with lacrosse.
That
so we don't
is
have to do war.
insane.
Like,
yeah.
That is cool.
Let's just play lacrosse.
Let's go play a game, everybody. Let's not hurt each other. Let's just go play some football or something. Let's play a little game of lacrosse. We'll duke it out there.
Another fun fact: indigenous people are also somewhat of the reason why football is as big as it is today.
Oh yeah, man. They love football. At least from the ones I've talked to. I've only talked to so many, so I can't advocate for it.
It's a wonderful sport, that's for sure. As long as politics doesn't get in the middle of it. I just don't like politics getting in the middle of the game, honestly.
Yeah, but I think it's more of I think it's if we reframe it as a way of life. What is the way of life in its totality? Politics is part of it. Religion is part of it. Sports is part of it. Education, how we source our food and stuff like that. So how we live day to day, what that is I think a way to reframe it. I think we've gotten lazy in creating these labels and it stops the conversation. Right. So as soon as you put that label on, that's when we stop thinking. I don't talk about
but
politics.
It's like like for instance, how's a good way to put this? Like you're at a bonfire, right? And you got a guy playing the guitar and singing, and everybody's just vibing and listening to him, right? But you're that one guy that just won't shut the fuck up, right? That's how that feels when it comes to politics being in the game of football. It's like, shut up about your opinions. We don't care. We just want to see you play ball. Yeah, just for this, But then again, being political is very patriotic, so I can't really talk too much shit.
Yeah, and it's easier. The Seneca word for love literally translates to "you are great medicine to me." It has that reciprocity. That's everybody, And so even in those situations, that person is doing what they need to do. What would be really interesting is if they randomly generated the voting ballots without the political affiliations. Because people would actually have to know who they're voting for and can't just pick one or the other, red or blue. They actually have to know the issues. They actually have to know the people. And it's more secure because they're randomly generated and somebody can't just fill in the ballots. But then if you take the money, whatever money is raised for those positions has to be split equally between all the candidates. So nobody could buy an election. And then it would be really cool that whoever was running for position was automatically given that position because they wanted to do it. But they had to vote by consensus. It would be so cool.
Right.
So there's ways to do things. We just got to get more creative.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm always open to new solutions about world problems and especially American problems because, I believe 100%. All in one, we all have definitely become a problem in one way, shape, or form, whether we like it or not, or realize it or not. With that being said, I mean, I'm all for new ideas and new solutions.
Right. And the thing is, got to recognize that everybody's a human becoming. Nobody's figured it out. The natural world is following the original instructions. It's 100% predictable. A tree's going to do a tree. A flower is going to do a flower. A bird's going to do a bird. Only ones that fuck it up every time are people, and let's give each other grace and just say thank you not sorry, not, and just start making corrections. It's not that hard. Nobody's perfect. We're all still, democracy was an experiment. It's never been done before,
Exactly. The Great
and
American
so it's like,
Experiment.
yeah, and so why can't we make corrections? We could go back and look at what did the founding fathers learn, what's still here, what's worked before, how can we apply that now? Dr. Beverly Jacobs, she proposed doing co-governance with the United States, so adding a third component, which is the tribal nations. And so I worked with the city and said, okay, answer 3 questions, and if you could answer yes to all 3, then do what your normal process. But the 3 questions are, how does this benefit all, including all the natural world? And then number 2, is it sustainable 7 generations into the future? If not, what's the environmental impact deposit that needs to be paid up front? Because we know corporations make a mess and then file for bankruptcy and pass it on to somebody else. So what's that environmental impact deposit if it's not something that's sustainable? So it's not saying, no, you can't do coal mining, but you're going to have to pay an environmental deposit if you choose to do that. And then, did you get free prior informed consent from the tribal nations whose lands you're currently on? So if you can answer yes to those 3 questions, then the nonprofits or corporations or the United States government or states can do whatever they want. But then that adds that indigenous voice into that, and it has that reciprocity built in because you have to get permission from the tribal nations. They're free prior informed consent, not saying here's what we're going to do. But then you could get that other perspective of say, hey, you're not going to want to build a town there because it's going to flood every 20 years.
Right.
And so, but if you move it over a half a mile, you'll be good. And then here we can maintain this, and here's where our sacred sites are. So, can we work this into the landscaping? And I think that's where we could really change things and get it out of the left, right, red, blue kind of back and forth of the same coin by adding that indigenous perspective. And it also honors the treaties at the same time.
Can I ask your name, please?
Dewatsunogwas is my own Wyoming name.
What's your tribe?
Seneca Nation.
And in what state?
Leasing to New York State.
And then how does your land situation work?
We got back 270 acres from a developer for $1 this year. So we're expanding. So we lease, the city of Salamanca is leased to New York State.
Okay.
And then, we're the fifth largest employer in New York State. And that's even with the illegal revenue sharing through the gaming compact. Because they take, New York takes 2/3 of the revenue from the casinos. A lot of people don't realize that because the Seneca Nation is supposed to have exclusivity, which the United States has not honored. And so the Seneca Nation was paying them, for 20 years, revenue sharing, which was illegal, but they did it to keep the peace. And then New York State said, hey, because you've been paying us for 20 years, just keep paying us. And so they froze the nation's bank accounts.
Right, because it was forgotten history.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, do you receive large sums of money when you turn of age?
Yeah, and then we have so many trafficking and all that stuff that goes to the nation, and people that basically unalive and target our populations. That's really bad because of that money that is set aside.
I was about to say, because if I'm not wrong, here in Green Bay or Wisconsin in general, from what I understand, indigenous people are paid reparations, if I'm not mistaken. So like a lot of Native Americans are extremely wealthy. Like I know this one girl named Desiree Hood who belongs to an indigenous tribe or whatnot. I forget exactly which one it is, but she was 18 years old with a few $1,000,000 simply because her dad was fully indigenous and mated with a white woman and had her, but he passed away and she inherited all this money because he was simply native. How does that situation work?
The thing is, you got to remember, say, just for example, Manhattan was taken for $1. Now look at all the wealth building for that off that land. Now, under treaties, the United States is supposed to provide every native citizen health care, education, housing, food, energy.
That's why
Okay.
you guys get free health care. Okay. I didn't know
Okay,
that.
but yeah, so that's part of the treaty because they're not able to wealth build because they don't have their lands anymore. So in exchange for that land, and that is the responsibility of the treaty partners to uphold those treaties, but they don't. So like the Seneca Nation pays for their citizens to go to college when the United States is supposed to be paying for that. And so a lot of native nations have always upheld their parts of the treaties, but haven't
Right.
always gotten the money that is basically due to them. And so that's why the reservations or the sovereign nations are in the state that they are, and then people had to do what they needed to do to survive. But you got to look at what do they do differently that the United States doesn't do. And so they're brilliant as far as self-determination because nobody will tell you what to do. You're allowed to self-determine as long as you're taking care of the land. And so they have so many people that have better than a PhD in depth of knowledge in whatever they chose to,
Oh yeah, they're very wise
some,
and they know what they're talking about when it comes down to it. They're very smart people, just in general though. Because like I mean the good ones at least, the ones that don't mess up their minds with drugs and everything, they really do stand out in general when it comes to their knowledge about just kind of everything. And then the way that they speak, it just shows that they're based of a lot of knowledge. Like I forget who he was, but he was like a representative of the Oneidan tribe. And I had to meet with him because I was doing a little bit of work on the Oneida reservation. And like this dude intimidated me with how just like how much intelligence he had. This dude was so smart. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, because they have people that could still, because Oneida Nation is part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. So there's people that could still recite the Great Law of Peace verbatim. It takes 12 days, 8 hours a day from wampum beads that they could do that. They could do the Ganyonyok, the Thanksgiving address, which takes 3 days, 8 hours a day, verbatim. From generation to generation to generation. And it's amazing. And because I got yelled at, it's like, why can't you repeat the story like you were just told it? I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm an educated idiot. I'm like, why do you paraphrase it? Why are you changing it?
You know
but
so
that's
much about your history. That is crazy.
yeah, it's amazing. Like we were the
People in the
greatest
Twitch are like
orators.
thanking you. They're like, oh, I'm live streaming on Twitch too. People are in the chat, saying they're learning so much. You're putting people on
But
tonight.
yeah, but Eli Parker, he drafted the surrender paperwork for Lee that ended the Civil War. And then he was an attorney, but they wouldn't allow him to be an attorney. Then he became an engineer, and then helped do all the work on the Erie Canal. And then that's where the Native American Science Society that they have an award every year. That's the Eli Parker.
Right.
But his relative Ken Parker came up with the food sovereignty. So the Seneca Nation was not impacted by COVID at all because they had been working on food sovereignty for 10 years. And so it's really amazing.
Yeah, honestly, just the whole cultural background that like I'm kind of finding out about and these laws in place and everything that I didn't know. I'm definitely like you should really come back here tomorrow so we can have more of a talk because I'm gonna do my research and whatnot so we can have more of an educated conversation for the viewers. But
Yeah.
I just in general like I feel like I could ask pretty decent questions that are getting some good points across and that's what I really like about it is because you can go in depth with your explanations and like just you are able to really get down to the nitty gritty of like everything. So like, yeah, there's just so much knowledge. It's insane. I love it.
Yeah, seriously. Thank you so much for being on here tonight. Like, I think that it's extremely important that Americans especially get the perspective of somebody who is a native and like here's these laws and these treaties that we've never heard about, that they don't teach you in school. That you know, like I've never heard of any of the things that you're talking about. I've learned a couple of things that we've done to the natives in college, never in like grade school, right? So the education that you're giving us, like right here, I think this is extremely important for people to hear. And I would love to, be able to get together. We'll get a couple of points too to ask you some more questions because,
Yeah, because I think the languages are so important too, because a lot of the archives and different things like that exist all over the place. They're in museums, they're in university libraries. Families might have them in their basements or attic, old farm families and stuff like that. And it's like, we really need help doing a collective remembering and getting things back so people can use those mnemonic devices to put pieces together that would benefit all. And like the Seneca word for napkin, okay? You could argue in English about a napkin and what that means, okay? But if you use the indigenous languages, Yogotsa is literally translates to a cloth that's used to perpetually wipe one's face, okay? There's no question about what that napkin is because it's actually in the language that's based on something that's real. And so understanding those indigenous languages, like Benjamin Franklin took the time to learn the indigenous languages, to learn about the Great Law of Peace. For 30 years, he studied. Now, in 1862, that's when a lot of things changed. That's when you had the Homestead Act that gave away 160 acres of land. You had the Morrill Act that controlled the education. You had the Transcontinental Railroad to control the transportation. Then the USDA was formed that year to grow the food systems. And then that was in the background of the Civil War. And then you punished the people through the Dakota 38+2 that actually had the knowledge. And so in 1 year, everything changed. And you can see now how that's played out. So the land grant universities have a responsibility to the commons to give the commons the education they need to be food sovereign, to do the military science, which is to teach them how to evolve past war, because they had that knowledge at that time and they're not teaching it. Anybody that's in military science does not talk about any of the treaties. They will ignore it. They said, we are not allowed to talk about that. And so the universities are failing to educate the people.
So
and
what
it's
you're claiming right now is that indigenous people have the knowledge and the the books and everything else to claim they know how to. Wasn't it throughout history that everybody kind of just like always was at war during the time of when indigenous people did control all of the land? Didn't you guys constantly fight like over territory and everything?
Defending your way of life. Okay, so when the beaver started, the beaver wars. Okay, so when the colonists started to create, and you got to remember, Russia was trading back in the day. There was lots of trade routes. People traveled across the waters all the time. Okay,
right.
So it wasn't, people moved all over the place. The Haudenosaunee started down at the tip of corn, evolved from the tip of South America all the way up to the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, where we had 25 years of corn stored before the Sullivan campaign. Okay, so there was always this trade. And so you got to remember that people were defending their way of life and that resources became scarce. When resources become scarce, people have the right to defend that. So you had the right to continue to, if you were chasing a deer, you had the right to continue. But then there was the influence of colonization that said, we own this spot, and it creates conflict. There was one story, I can't remember the whole thing, but a tribal nation were watching a cow that had wandered off a farmer's, property.
Right. Hey, one second. Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to come up and talk about it. I personally kind of agree with you, but at the same time, everybody has different opinions up here. So why don't you hop on and talk about some of the situations that you think with your claim?
I think you made him run away.
Yeah. So in that case, they ended up, unaliving the cow, and then they were unalived over it. But they said, we didn't know it was yours. We could, here we could give you some horses or different things like that. So they were trying to do the reciprocity, and then the colonists were the ones that kind of, because they didn't have the same understanding of the land belongs to those yet unborn. It
Right.
belongs to all of our future generations.
Right. And honestly, like the colonizers did honestly just replicate what they've been seeing throughout their own history whenever they came here. So not only did they respect the fact that the land's already taken, they also took the people of the land.
Yeah, and it's because of that doctrine of discovery, that had been playing out since the 1100s.
Right.
And you got to remember that Europeans experienced the same thing natives did in residential schools when they first were converted to Christianity. And so there's a lot of repressed trauma. So like when you maybe came over in the boats and had your seeds and they wouldn't grow because they were not acclimated to these lands and you lost the crops, but then you had a government policy that said you get $5 for the, head of a native. Okay. A person who would not normally choose to do that did that to provide for their family, to allow their family to survive. Then it became a thing of, I'm a good provider. But that trauma is still repressed, and we just haven't had those conversations about people doing what they needed to do at the time to be able to survive. And now, would you make a different decision today? Yeah. Because you have different contexts. Now we can have better understanding. George Washington and his army would have died in Valley Forge. I've been unalived in Valley Forge had it not been for Polly Cooper teaching them. They were surrounded by so much food that they did not recognize and did not know how to use.
Right.
And so it took, having that reciprocity of, because in the native culture, you put everything on the table and it's up to the people to decide how to do that. You can't carry things forward unless you share it. So you don't patent it, you don't capitalize it. You put that information on the table and then people could self-determine how they're going to use that information that benefits all. And so it's a lot different way of thinking. And like, if we could do that now, it's like, we need to really kind of figure out how do we make the corrections, for our failing infrastructure with dams? How could we reintroduce beaver and bison to heal these ecosystems in a good way? How can we, switch from our current heavy meat-based diets back to some soups that are healthier for people, that are more sustainable, and bone broths and different things like that, and use, wild game meat, use the bison, use the elk, moose, restore the rivers and stuff like that. So we have fishing and so we have access to that, more to scale based on local, seasonal practices. And then not have to be so dependent on cattle that is more labor intensive and environmentally, damaging in the long run. But it's going to take a collective, because like all the states would have to work together. All of Turtle Island would basically need to be able to work together. Like we have little pockets like the Yellowstone to Yukon
I'm so
project.
sorry. I hate to interrupt you, but
Yeah,
I actually have to
it's
get
late.
offline. Yeah, it's getting to that time. I gotta get up for work in the morning. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I really, really do
Okay, have a good
appreciate
night.
this perspective. Yes, you please have a good night yourself. We would love to have you back on.
Okay, later.
Later. Have a good one.
Bye. It was nice meeting you.
It was nice meeting you. All right. Yeah, man, I gotta head off for the night. I think that we got that's 4 hours going in now. I'm gonna try to clip some of it tomorrow if I can get the chance. I'm gonna try to get online tomorrow too, but
that's good, boss.
I think we got a lot of conversations, man. Yeah, man, you have a good one too, bro. You have a good night. All right, everybody. I am getting off on TikTok now. Anybody else that's left in Twitch? Yeah, I've been doing this new thing, man, where I'm trying to get people in, I'm debating them and I'm talking to them and I'm getting perspectives all throughout, the country, talking to people on TikTok. So for the most part, man, I really like to get on here and it's me ranting. It's me going a million miles an hour trying to talk about politics. That's really what I'm doing on TikTok, is trying to get people's perspective left and right and, get a feel for how they're feeling in the country, right? But sometimes that turns into history lessons and, it's good to get informed sometimes, right? But sometimes these conversations do get, pulled in a direction where I don't necessarily want them to be going. That is the downside of going live on TikTok. But other than that, man, there was a lot of crazy things that we discussed tonight. Go back and watch the video. It's going to be on YouTube. I really appreciate everybody hanging out here tonight. I appreciate my mega chatter here for helping, keep the stream going, man. I appreciate everything. I appreciate the follow. Everything helps. We just started this account recently. We're really trying to get it off of the ground, which is why I have to go to TikTok and go do these debates, because I'm not going to get no followers just getting on Twitch, and get 1-2 people in here a night. TikTok sadly brings multiple people in, and I usually am able to get them as a follower time and time again. So, with that being said, man, I will hopefully be online tomorrow. This isn't how it is every night. It's not how it's going to be every night. If you're new to my channel, like I said, I really do cover the news and I critique, what's going on with the war, what's going on with Trump all of the time. My main thing is covering politics. But lately, like I said, we've just been doing a lot of debates and having conversations with the people. So, yeah, man, good night, good stream. With that being said, man, this is your boy, and I'm out. Y'all have a good night.